Chapter 980. Jock was the most famous poisoner in the Omphalos. Some of the poisons he refined were the best in the entire Omphalos. He was famous far and wide in the fields of dissolution and acid. When Jock was young, he was the young master of a large family clan in the Water Dominion. However, he had never been diligent in the field of water energy. Instead, he had indulged in the concoction of various types of potions. During a power change in his family clan, Jock's parents were sacrificed. Jock was hunted down and only managed to escape from his family clan with great difficulty. Despite the hatred in his heart, Jock managed to survive and secretly return to his family clan. Using an acid poison mist he refined himself, he killed all 600 members of his family clan in one night. Every single one of them was reduced to a puddle of blood. Not a single person was left alive. Prior to that, Jock was a nobody, but as soon as he made his move, he shocked the entire Water Dominion. For a period of time, all the divine guards in the Water Dominion were mobilized. They were determined to capture or kill Jock on the spot. Jock, who was weak in strength and only specialized in refining poisons, had no choice but to disguise himself and travel thousands of miles from the Water Dominion to the Fringe. Along the way, Jock constantly deployed the poisons he refined himself and killed many of the divine guards who were pursuing him. He became the public enemy of the entire Water Dominion. As for Han Shua himself, he was caught in the crossfire of his poison while being chased by the divine guards. His left arm had rotted into a pile of bones. If he hadn't reacted in time and decisively severed his left arm, perhaps he would have become a pile of bones by now. Jock was the most wanted criminal in the Water Dominion. The city lords of all the major cities in the Water Dominion had declared that if Jock dared to leave the Fringe, they would kill him at all costs. In the Fringe, Jock could study poisons to his heart's content. Over the years, his attainments in those two fields were unparalleled. Unfortunately, Jock was an adept in combat. He had to be stealthy when he deployed his poisons. Once someone got close to him, he would be killed before he had the chance to deploy his poisons. Most of those who had the means to escape had already left the Fringe. But Jock knew that once he left the Fringe, only death would await him. Therefore, he could only defend the Fringe to the death. He could only linger at death's door in Tanai, hoping that he could survive this calamity. No one wanted to die, and Jock was no exception. When he discovered that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was the only pharmacy in the entire Omphalos that was still open, Jock naturally turned the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy into a safe haven. He did not care if the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had any grudges with his poisons or not. From time to time, he would come over to inquire about the war situation in the Fringe. In addition to Jock, there were many other poisons and professionals who were not strong enough but were outstanding in various fields. Because these people couldn't contribute in battle, their bodies were weak, and some of them were crippled, the sovereigns didn't care about them at all, so they left them to fend for themselves. Young Master Chiao, what should we do? Another pharmacist, Kohler, who was an expert in applying poisons to weapons, asked Jock worriedly in an empty courtyard outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Jock's beard reached his chest, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were ragged, and his appearance was unkempt. He looked like a middle-aged uncle. However, Jock liked to be addressed as young Master Chiao. He felt that his status was a notch higher than the others. How would I know? Jock wore a wooden face. He shot a glance at Kohler, then at the dozens of people who were just as ragged as him. He said in an indifferent tone, "Those sovereigns can't even fend for themselves, and they don't have the time to care about us. Only the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is still open. I hope they can guarantee our safety. Sigh, those people from the God Hunter Alliance are all greedy wolves. They kill people as easily as eating a meal. It is said that they will feel uncomfortable if they don't kill for a day. If they manage the Omphalos, I'm afraid none of us will survive. What should we do?" The other person let out a long sigh, his face full of misery. "Let's wait and see. I hope that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy can provide us with a safe place to stay. In any case, I don't think we can stay in the Omphalos any longer." Jock lazily leaned on a railing. He was just as worried as the others. However, having been through a lot, he was much calmer than the others. While they were talking, Akeley leisurely walked out of the house while stretching his back. The moment Akeley arrived, the eccentric geniuses from all walks of life who had nowhere else to go to in Tanai were startled. They hastily crowded around Akeley and asked him about the future prospects of the Omphalos and the Fringe. Akeley very much enjoyed the treatment of being the center of attention. He grinned as he looked at those anxious faces. Only when they were about to lose control of themselves did he squint at Jock and said, "Young Master Jock, you're here too. Ha! I remember that you were the one who caused the most trouble not long ago. You said that our celestial pro-pharmacy is a swindler and that we don't have any real skills." Jock looked rather embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and did not say a word. He had no choice but to admit that he was in a disadvantageous position. Back when the Omphalos was safe, Jock had always been disdainful of the celestial pro-pharmacy. He felt that the medicines they produced were ordinary, and yet they dared to sell them at high prices. Akeley was secretly delighted to see Jock's embarrassed expression. He coldly groaned and looked around. Tyre retreated without a fight and has not been seen since. Logue suffered a great defeat and suffered heavy casualties. He escaped from the Audiobook. Asura betrayed the Fringe and allied himself with Isaiah. Wasis joined forces with my lord to form the last line of defense and deal a heavy blow to the God-Hunter alliance. Although the Fringe is vast, only we, the Han family, can provide you with protection. The moment these words came out, these people were all stunned. The news that Akeley had just received was too shocking for them. Tyre and Logue, two of the most powerful sovereigns in the Fringe, had collapsed at the first blow. It was completely beyond their expectations. Asura's betrayal was an unbearable blow to them. They were on the verge of despair when they heard the news from Akeley. It was at this moment that Akeley dropped a bombshell that Han Shua and Wasis had joined forces to deal a heavy blow to the God-Hunter alliance. This news was like a raging inferno that burned away all the despair in their hearts. Although they still had some doubts, they would rather believe that this exciting news was true. "Akeley, what are you trying to say?" Kohler asked, sensing the hidden meaning in Akeley's words. Akeley chuckled mischievously and said, "The sovereigns don't think much of you, but we, the Han family, know that you have extraordinary skills in certain special fields. I can accept you as a member of the Celestial Pro-Pharmacy on behalf of the Han family. As long as you become a member of the Celestial Pro-Pharmacy, the Han family will guarantee your safety. We will never allow the God-Hunter alliance to touch you." They knew very well what this meant. Once they joined the Celestial Pro-Pharmacy, they would be bound by the Han family and would lose all their freedom. They would have to serve the Han family and would not be able to do as they pleased. In their current situation, their safety could not be guaranteed. The Han family's conditions were indeed harsh, but as long as they could survive, they would have no choice but to accept the harshest conditions. Akeley was not in a hurry. He smilingly looked at the hesitant faces of the elites and waited for their decision. Akeley did not have to wait for long. After a few seconds of silence, one of the elites answered, "I am willing to become a member of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I have long heard that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy treats its own people very well. To be able to join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and become a member of the Han family is more than what I could ever ask for. As long as someone opened their mouth, everything would become very easy." After that person, more and more people expressed their willingness to join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and become a part of the Han family. Even Kohler, after some hesitation, nodded his head and agreed to Akeley's proposal, tying himself to the interests of the Han family. Only Jock, the former young master of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, was still hesitant. Back in the Tanai, the sovereigns had long recognized the usefulness of Jock's poisons. They had even sent their emissaries hoping that Jock would follow them, but Jock politely declined. Perhaps it was because Jock had offended the sovereigns that they did not allow Jock to leave the Fringe with them when the Fringe was in danger. They did not care about Jock's life or death. Jock had his own glory days. Compared to Kohler, it was not as easy for him to give up his identity and become a slave. Therefore, Jock was very hesitant. Young Master Jock, our patriarch has told me that he admires your expertise in the field of poisons. He is very appreciative of your expertise in the field of poisons and said that he would like to discuss it with you. As long as you are willing to come to our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, you will be in charge of all matters related to poisons in the future. In addition, our patriarch also guarantees that you will be able to recover your broken arm. Akeley finally looked at Jock and said with a beaming smile after everyone agreed. Jock immediately lost his composure when he heard that his arm could be restored. He cried out in surprise, "What? Regrowing a severed arm is something that only the gods who are experts in the ultimate essence of life can do. Does your patriarch really have such power?" Jock was only good at making poisons. He was very good at harming people, but not at healing people. Of course, our patriarch's attainments in the field of pharmacology far exceed your understanding. As long as you become a member of the Han family, our patriarch has promised that regrowing your arm won't be a difficult task. What do you think, Jock? Akeley said smilingly. He had grasped Jock's vital point and was not afraid that Jock would not agree. As expected, after hesitating for a moment, Jock finally nodded and said, "All right, let's see what power that Brian has to help me regrow my arm." Jock's agreement meant that the most eccentric geniuses in the Tanai would be serving the Han family. With these people joining the Han family, even without the guidance and support of Han Shuo, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be able to reach the pinnacle of Elysium. Chapter 981. Outside the Omphalos, the two sovereigns of the Fringe, Tyre and Logue, had reunited. Although Logue had suffered heavy losses in the battle at Audiobook, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Logue was a sinister and ruthless man. During the battle at Audiobook, he had used the smaller factions that had submitted to him to fight at the front lines. In the end, more than half of those factions were killed, allowing Logue to preserve his elite forces. Tyre, on the other hand, was aware of the God Hunter Alliance's every move from Dhaka. He had left the Shrine of Destruction earlier without harming a single member of the God Hunter Alliance. His forces were still intact. Originally, after Logue suffered heavy losses in the bone-burying cave, he was disheartened. He planned to withdraw from the Fringe and head to the Destiny Dominion and the Space Dominion to lie low until the situation in the Fringe stabilized. But before he left the Fringe, he received a message from Tyre. Tyre invited Logue to fight one last time in hopes of reversing the situation in Omphalos. Logue originally didn't want to accept Tyre's invitation as he felt that he wouldn't stand a chance against the God Hunter Alliance. But after hearing Tyre's words, he changed his mind. He gathered his remaining forces and reunited with Tyre, intending to use the entire Omphalos to fight the God Hunter Alliance to the death. The two of them had their subordinates spread the news that Tanai was the wealthiest in the Fringe and that many shops had divine essences. The sovereign shops even had black crystal coins and ores that could rival an entire nation's wealth. They were trying to lure the God Hunter Alliance to the Fringe. Tyre, are you really confident that you can wipe out all those hegemons in one fell swoop? Logue asked Tyre with a gloomy face on top of a barren mountain. Tyre, who hadn't suffered the slightest blow from the God Hunter Alliance, was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "Logue, don't worry. There are 10,000 tons of energy crystal ores buried in Omphalos. They are all the energy I've accumulated over the years. As soon as those hegemons enter Omphalos, I can use the energy towers to detonate the energy crystal ores. All the God Hunters, including the hegemons, will be killed in an instant." Energy crystals were extremely pure energy sources. If 10,000 tons of energy crystals exploded at once, the entire Omphalos would be destroyed in an instant. The power of 10,000 tons of energy crystals was comparable to an all-out attack from an over-god with the quintessence. The so-called hegemons of the god hunters wouldn't be able to escape from such destructive power. Hearing Tyre's description, Rog cursed 18 generations of Tyre's ancestors in his heart. Tyre had unknowingly buried 10,000 tons of energy crystals in the Omphalos. Rog had no idea when Tyre had done it. Fortunately, he was standing with him and knew about this matter. Otherwise, he might have become his target. There are still some shops and poison masters in Tanai. What do you plan to do? Rog cursed Tyre's viciousness in his heart, but his expression was thoughtful. Tyre smiled and said, "Those toxicologists don't know what's good for them. It's only a matter of time before they become the scourge of the Omphalos. Haha, let them join the God Hunter Alliance. Also, we need them as bait. If there isn't a single survivor in Tanai, the God Hunters won't fall for it. Hee, I hope you succeed." Rog, of course, wouldn't care about the lives of those people. He smiled and nodded. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk on the other hand. The hegemons of the God Hunters were crestfallen. After escaping from the pandemonium, they immediately assembled their subordinates in an attempt to leave the fringe as soon as possible. They no longer dared to harbor any greedy thoughts of encroaching upon the fringe. The power Han Shua displayed in Pandemonium was simply too terrifying. He was able to kill Asura effortlessly and effortlessly. Such power and means were far beyond what they knew. The hegemons of the divine dominions were truly terrified. Other than that, they were also afraid that the overgod of death, Nestet, would suddenly return because they sensed the aura of the quintessence shard of death emanating from Little Skull Han Hao. They had also received the news that Nestet was in the fringe. As soon as they sensed the aura of the quintessence shard of Little Skull Han Hao, they knew that Nestet would definitely return to the fringe and the Han family in Pandemonium. The hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance feared death just as much as their subordinates feared them. They were instinctively afraid of an overgod with a quintessence. A single overgod with a quintessence could kill all of them. Therefore, when they guessed that Nestet would return and Han Shua's terrifying power, they had no choice but to avoid him for the time being. Among them, the one who was the most unwilling to leave was Daka. He had plotted with Tyre for a long time to divide the Fringe and the God Hunter Alliance. He had made too many preparations for this battle, and he knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he were to leave just like that. Therefore, when he received news from Tyre, he thought for a moment and decided to hide his encounter in Pandemonium. Instead, he told Tyre that Tanai had won a great victory at Pandemonium, causing the Han family to suffer great losses, and that Han Shua had escaped. The reason why he told Tyre that was because he understood his younger brother's temperament. If Tyre were to know that Han Shua's strength had skyrocketed, even if the hegemons of Tanai and Pandemonium were heavily injured, Tyre wouldn't be able to benefit from it. If they were to retreat from the Fringe, Tyre wouldn't stand a chance against such a powerful Han Shua. Tyre wouldn't do things that harmed others without benefiting himself. However, if the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were destroyed, Daka would be the one to benefit. He would be able to consolidate the power of the God Hunter Alliance and become its true master. Therefore, for his own sake, Daka decided to lie to his younger brother and not tell him the truth. After discussing with Tyre, Daka ordered his subordinates to spread out and gather information. Very soon, they learned of the situation in Omphalos from some of the fleeing gods. Judas, from the Dominion of Light, had gone missing, so they naturally believed that he had been killed by Han Shua. With Judas gone, Daka became the most reputable person in the Fringe. The hegemons gathered together once more, and Daka told them about the treasure Tanai had hidden in Pandemonium. The hegemons, who were already frightened out of their wits, became greedy after hearing Daka's words. Daka struck while the iron was hot and said that they couldn't return empty-handed. Tempted by the huge amount of black crystal coins, the hegemon decided to head to the Omphalos and plunder all the treasures the sovereigns had accumulated over the years before leaving the Fringe. Before they came to the Fringe, they had heard that Omphalos was a peculiar place where every god had to pay an exorbitant fee to enter. Many of those fringe dwellers who came from the 12 dominions to the fringe were people of high status and wealthy family clans. What they had the most in their hands was black crystal coins. Most of them had taken refuge in the Omphalos with black crystal coins. The wealth of the Omphalos was well known throughout the world. With Daka's encouragement, the hegemons who were already frustrated by their trip to the fringe once again joined forces and marched towards the Omphalos in a grandiose manner. After leaving with Han Shoa, Little Skull Han Hao mobilized his subordinates. Due to the unique God Hunter aura they emanated, they were able to avoid being interrogated and pursued by the God Hunter Alliance at times. There were simply too many God Hunters in the fringe. The elites of the 12 divine dominions were all gathered in one place. Many of them had been separated from each other during the battles in the major regions. That was why Han Hao's followers were able to take advantage of the situation. They spread out and followed Han Hao's instructions to gather information about the God Hunter Alliance's movements, as well as Logue and Tyre's whereabouts. Chief, we've received news that the God Hunter Alliance is gathering their forces and is planning to head to Omphalos. Rumor has it that the Omphalos contains the accumulated wealth of several sovereigns, as well as a large number of divine essences. Polo stood before Han Hao and reported the latest news to him. Back in Pandemonium, as soon as Polo received news from Little Skull Han Hao, he immediately retreated with his god hunters through a secret underground tunnel to an underground palace that Little Skull had Metal Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie build for him. Polo didn't know what happened to Isaiah, Regis, and Miller after that. The god hunters under his command were mostly unscathed. "Have you found Logue and Tyre's whereabouts?" asked Han Hao coldly with a furrowed brow. Polo's back hunched even more. Flustered, he replied, "Not yet. We're doing everything we can to find out where they are, but we haven't received any news yet." Back when Polo was with Little Skull Han Hao, he would sometimes put on a smile and joke with Han Hao. After all, before Polo became Han Hao's subordinate, they were of equal status and could be considered friends. That was why Polo wasn't as fearful of Han Shoa as the other squad leaders were. But now that he saw Han Hao again, Polo felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Standing next to Han Hao, Polo could sense the immense energy emanating from Han Hao's body at all times. He knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Han Hao and would be killed in the blink of an eye. Polo didn't know that Han Hao had obtained a new quintessence, but he instinctively felt fear. Therefore, he didn't dare to be as arrogant as he used to be. His every word was respectful, and he respected Han Hao from the bottom of his heart. Han Hao noticed the change in Polo's attitude and knew what caused it. The new quintessence in his body had caused some strange changes to take place in him. He had only obtained the quintessence for a short period of time, so he had yet to master the power of the quintessence perfectly. That was why Polo was able to sense the terrifying power of the quintessence. "Search for Logue and Tyre before the God Hunter Alliance reaches the Omphalos," commanded Han Hao coldly. Chapter 982. The Pandemonium. Han Shoa spent some time searching for the members of the Han family and brought them back to the Pandemonium. When the Han family members saw the state of the Pandemonium, they were filled with grief and indignation. They hated the God Hunters to the bone. The Pandemonium was now in a state of devastation. Not a single area was left unscathed. The earth had been torn into long, narrow chasms. Gravel was piled up in many places, making the ground uneven and cratered. The well-proportioned buildings, as well as some stone pillars and energy towers that served both defensive and aesthetic purposes, had all disappeared without a trace. To Phoebe, Statholm, and the others, the Pandemonium was the Han family's true home. They had invested too much in the Pandemonium. When they found out that the Pandemonium had been completely destroyed, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. It wasn't just them. Even Han Shoa himself felt a little sad. He had spent far more effort on Pandemonium than anyone else. He had spent countless black crystal coins and ores just to set up all sorts of formations. He had also spared no effort in using rare and precious treasures to build the pandemonium. Han Shuo had spent a great deal of effort to build the pandemonium. The destruction of the pandemonium was a huge blow to everyone. Don't be sad. I will rebuild this place. With the help of Han Tu, Han Mu, and Han Jin, we will be able to restore the pandemonium to its original state in a year or two. When that time comes, the pandemonium will become a mystical place on Elysium. You will find that the pandemonium is even more perfect and more suitable for you to cultivate your various elemental energies. Han Shuo consoled when he saw that Phoebe and the others were in distress. None of them were injured. As soon as the situation took a turn for the worse, Angelina and the 5 elite zombies led them through the mountains and escaped. The Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie were exceptionally talented in this aspect. There was basically no one who could stop them from leaving. Thanks to Han Shuo's gentle consolation, the women's mood gradually improved. When they thought about how miraculous Han Jin and Han Tu were, they felt that rebuilding the pandemonium wouldn't be too difficult. Salas and Wasis did not accompany him to the pandemonium. Now that Nestet, Judas, and the goddess of destiny had left the fringe, Han Shuo was confident that no one would be able to harm the Han family under his protection. The situation in the Omphalos was still unclear. Han Shuo needed Salas and Wasis to figure out the situation first. Han Tu, come over here for a moment. Han Shuo gestured to Han Tu, who was thinking about how to rebuild the pandemonium. Han Tu quickly came to his father and asked, "Father, should we start rebuilding the pandemonium now?" Actually, there aren't many changes to the underground. All we need to do is to mend the cracks and restore the underground palaces to their original state. Then the underground will be as it was before. You can do that after I leave. I don't think the hegemons would dare to return to the pandemonium. There shouldn't be too much of a problem here, said Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded before he took out a sparkling sphere and handed it to Han Tu smilingly. This is Asora's divine soul. It contains a small portion of Asora's earth divine energy when he was alive. Refine it and your strength will skyrocket. Now that you have become an overgod, I believe that rebuilding the pandemonium will be much easier with your talent. As soon as the crystal ball appeared, Han Tu sensed an astonishing amount of earth energy from it. Asora's divine soul and consciousness had been erased from the crystal ball, leaving behind only the purest comprehension of the energy of earth and some breakthroughs in his realm. To Han Tu, this sphere was a treasure that he could only dream of. With this sphere, he would be able to advance to the next level without any suspense. Han Tu excitedly clasped the sphere that contained Asora's remnant energy and the Earth's profound energy. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Han Shuo turned to look at Han Mu, Han Shui, and the others who were wearing astonished faces. He put on a faint smile and said, "Don't be envious. This time, I will join hands with Han how to kill the 3 hegemons who cultivate in the energy of water, fire, and life. I will take their divine souls for you." Han Shui, Han Hua, and Han Mu were overjoyed and cheered at the same time. Only Han Jin wore a bitter face. Before he could say anything, Andrina placed her hands on her hips and angrily asked, "Brian, what about Little Gold?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he put on a bitter smile and said, "The energy Little Gold cultivates is a little different from the others. I can't find anyone suitable to help Little Gold advance. Among the 12 hegemons, the energy they cultivate isn't that obscure. There's nothing I can do. Andrina, Father treats all of us equally. You know how powerful I am. I won't be able to advance overnight." Han Jin took the initiative to defend Han Shuo. The energy of metal that Han Jin cultivated in was extremely rare in this universe. Even the few he encountered were not as strong as him and were of little help to him. Andrina only stopped after hearing Han Jin's words. She glared at Han Jin and softly said, "You are the most honest one. You keep everything for them, but don't use it for yourself." Han Jin let out a hollow laugh. He appeared to be somewhat afraid of Andrina. Han Shuo found the conversation between Han Jin and Andrina to be very interesting. He did not expect that Little Gold would be the fastest to find a perfect love. Over the past few days, Han Shuo had been observing Han Jin and Andrina. He discovered that Han Jin, who was always with Andrina, was actually undergoing some kind of transformation. Not only was Han Jin's energy increasing rapidly, even his soul was undergoing some slight changes. Gradually, Han Shuo felt that Little Gold, who was in love with Andrina, was filled with the complex emotions of a higher life form. In Little Gold, Han Shuo no longer felt the stiffness and awkwardness of a lower life form. Little Gold had his own emotions. Everything about him was evolving from Han Jin's transformation, and after connecting it with the changes that happened to Little Skull, Han Hao, and Scarlet, Han Shuo had a feeling that only when the 5 elite zombies truly developed emotions could they make further breakthroughs on the path of infinite evolution. The breakthrough in evolution was not in terms of energy, but in the depths of their souls. It would allow the 5 elite zombies to become a truly perfect new species, a new life form. "Are you going to deal with those god hunters?" asked Andrina. She sensed Han Shuo's intention from his words. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly replied, "That's right. Those god hunters still dare to linger in the fringe and are now plotting to invade the Omphalos. Since that's the case, I will make sure that they never leave the fringe. I will wipe them all out in one fell swoop." "I'll go with you," said Andrina resolutely. Han Shuo was stunned. He knew that Andrina hated the god hunters very much. From her words, Han Shuo knew that Andrina wouldn't be willing to go with him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo asked, "Andrina, why do you hate the God Hunter Alliance so much? You were unwilling to tell me before. Can you tell me now?" Andrina hesitated for a moment and kept silent. Then she said, "My father was killed by the God Hunters. I was once captured by God Hunters and used to manufacture energy, crystal cannons. I was nearly drained of my life force before I could grow up." Han Shuo was astonished to hear that. He asked, "How is that possible? Given your mother's power, how could she allow something like that to happen? Besides, how could anyone who caught your mother's attention not be able to deal with the God Hunters?" The goddess of destiny was a figure revered by all the overgods. No matter how audacious the God Hunter Alliance was, they wouldn't dare to touch the husband and daughter of the goddess of destiny. Back then, my mother had yet to obtain the mirror of destiny. She didn't know that she was the goddess of destiny and didn't possess the power of an overgod. Before she awakened her power, my mother was just an ordinary woman. She didn't have the wisdom she has today. My father was just a low god with puny strength, explained Andrina after hesitating for a moment. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo with a puzzled face. He asked, "Is your mother different from the other overgods? Didn't she gain her power all of a sudden?" Andrina nodded and said, "The power of the god of destiny is in my mother's body, but it was sealed. My mother's divine soul was reincarnated. Before her power of destiny was awakened, she didn't know who she was. But at that time, my mother could vaguely sense what would happen in the future. Unfortunately, because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't avoid it, even if she could sense it." Han Shuo was astonished. He didn't expect that the goddess of destiny would have such an old story. If not for Andrina, Han Shuo would never have known about it. The power of the goddess of destiny was very special. The other 11 quintessence over gods all respected her very much. Who could have sealed such a powerful god and made her reincarnate? Vaguely, Han Shuo seemed to have grasped something. "Angelina, with your mother's power, she should have avenged you a long time ago, right?" Han Jin couldn't help but ask. It was the first time Angelina had mentioned this. "That's right, but she didn't kill all the god hunters. She clearly has the power to do so." "Humph." Every time I asked her why she didn't kill all the god hunters, she would remain silent. I don't know what could be more important than avenging my father, said Andrina resentfully. It seemed that this was the reason why she had run away from home many times. She still held a grudge against the goddess of destiny. All right, come with me to the Omphalos, said Han Shua suddenly. Father, can I go with Andrina? Han Jin stared blankly for a moment before he looked at his father with a pleading look. Han Shua couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Han Jin has fallen for it. He nodded and said, All right, you go with Andrina. We will go to the Omphalos. Chapter 983. The Omphalos was shrouded in an unprecedented gloomy haze. Frigid winds blew past. Everyone in Tanai felt a chill, not from their bodies, but from the depths of their souls. There were often unfamiliar figures loitering outside the Omphalos. Those strangers with sinister gazes and chilling auras were obviously god hunters. The sovereigns of the fringe were constantly retreating. Everyone in Tanai was deeply worried about their fates. They believed that once the God Hunter Alliance descended upon the Omphalos, not a single person in Tanai would be left alive. Tanai was in a constant state of chaos. God hunters were roaming everywhere. If they left the Omphalos now, they would only die even faster. To those in Tanai, they were at their wits' end. They could only passively await their final judgment. There was nothing else they could do. Unknowingly, such emotions had spread throughout the entire Omphalos. Their gazes were dull and lifeless. The only exception was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Those poisoners whom Akeley had confidently roped into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. It was precisely because of this glimmer of hope that they joined the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy without any hesitation and handed over the fruits of their labor in various fields to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. To these people, the crystallization of their many years of specialized research was more important than their own lives. Although Akeley had confidently guaranteed that nothing would happen to them, they were not 100% convinced. Therefore, they chose to hand over the fruits of their labor to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for safekeeping. To them, they could die, but they absolutely could not allow the fruits of their labor to disappear along with their lives. If it were any other time, they definitely wouldn't hand over those fruits to the Han family or to Akeley. But now, the shadow of death loomed over them. With every passing day, they felt that they were one step closer to death. Under this unbearable pressure, they finally gave in to death. Akeley, of course, was overjoyed. With so many fruits of their labor, even if those poisoners were to perish, the Han family would be able to build on their foundation and make the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy the one and only pharmacy on Elysium. Therefore, Akeley happily accepted their fruits of labor and assigned his men to protect them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Gradually, the people in the Omphalos noticed that the god hunters outside the Omphalos were appearing more and more frequently. They suddenly realized that something was amiss. They were terrified and hopelessly waiting for their fates to be judged. Indeed, the army of the God Hunter Alliance had finally arrived at the Omphalos. As the leader of the operation, Daka had been feeding the hegemons the riches of the Omphalos. The hegemons didn't suspect anything and gathered outside the Omphalos with the intention of making a fortune before leaving. Under Daka's arrangements, the god hunters were prepared to attack Omphalos in one fell swoop and plunder all its riches. On the same day, Little Skull Han had received a message from Polo and learned where Log and Tyre were hiding. Han wasn't in a hurry to settle the score with Tyre and Log because the Omphalos was currently in a much more dangerous situation. He knew that there were still members of the House of Han in the Omphalos, and he also knew that there were still many toxicologists in the Omphalos. He also knew that those toxicologists had joined the House of Han based on Akeley's information. My lord, we shouldn't go to Omphalos at this time. All the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance are already in Tanai. If we enter Omphalos now, we will have to face all the hegemons. Given our strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to withstand the attacks of those hegemons, Polo respectfully advised with his body hunched. If it weren't for the fact that Han Hao's decision didn't have the slightest chance of victory, Polo wouldn't have dared to question Han Hao's decision. However, it was clear that Han Hao's decision had no chance of victory. Going against the entire God Hunter alliance with their strength was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. "It'll be fine." Han Hao didn't explain. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Not all of us are going. Just you and your group will be following me. We aren't going to Amphalos to fight the God Hunter alliance, but to rescue those who have joined the Han family." Polo's face turned even more bitter when he heard that Han Hao wasn't going to go all out. Although he was cursing Han Hao's decision in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything. He just nodded and said, "All right then, I'll do as you say, my lord." Polo didn't say anything else. He gathered his elites and got ready to cooperate with Han Hao. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk on the other side. Tyre and Logue were rubbing their fists in excitement. Logue didn't expect that Tyre's plan would actually work. He didn't know that Tyre and Daka, the current leader of the God Hunter Alliance, were brothers. When he learned that the God Hunter Alliance was gathering at Amphalos, as Daka had said, he immediately realized that this was an important battle that could turn the tables on the fringe. "Logue, have your men get ready. Once all the hegemons enter Amphalos, I will trigger Tanai's trap. When that happens, all the hegemons won't be able to escape death. The two of us will lead our men outside and get rid of the small fries. After that, we will go into Amphalos to clean up the mess." Tyre smiled faintly and shot a glance at Logue, who was suppressing the excitement in his heart. He thought to himself, "Once those hegemons are dead, my elder brother and I will get rid of you. By then, the entire fringe will be mine. Don't worry, I have everything prepared." "Ha, Tyre, you really have a way. I really don't know when you buried the energy crystals underground. After this battle, the God Hunter Alliance will no longer be a threat to us. Your position in the fringe will be unrivaled," Logue said with a smile. Tyre didn't show the slightest bit of arrogance on his face. He even said humbly, "From now on, you and I will take care of the fringe together. We'll use Amphalos as the boundary. Without your help, I won't be able to accomplish many things. I'll be counting on you in the future." "You're too kind," Logue replied even more humbly. In his heart, he was sneering. He thought, once the God Hunter Alliance is destroyed and the situation in the fringe stabilizes, "You'll probably attack me right away, won't you?" With that thought in mind, Logue couldn't help but think about how he should preserve his strength and how he should deal with Tyre if he were to turn on him. Judging from the current situation, Tyre was clearly stronger than him. He knew Tyre's temperament and had no choice but to prepare himself as soon as possible. And Tyre really did have other intentions. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to take care of Logue, he wouldn't have called Logue over to help him. To deal with the God Hunters, he and Daka would be the ones to plan and plan. It wouldn't be a problem even without Logue's participation. Asterisk, 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 the God Hunter Alliance wasn't as gullible as Tyre thought they would be. No matter how much Daka emphasized the wealth and weak defenses of Amphalos, having suffered greatly at the hands of the Han family in Pandemonium, they were still very cautious. This was especially true for Acer, who was heavily injured by the Han family. When he told the other hegemons about his experiences, they became even more cautious. They didn't enter Amphalos together as Daka had expected. Instead, they sent some of their subordinates to scout the area first. They would only enter after ascertaining the situation in Amphalos and making sure that there weren't any powerful enemies. There was nothing Daka could do about that. He could only use the magical mirror in his sleeve to communicate with Tyre and ask him to put in some effort. Tyre had long thought of this possibility and immediately sent a message to Tyre to plunder the Sovereign King's shops. In order to fool the God Hunters, Tyre spared no expense in making proper arrangements. He really did place enough black crystal coins in those Sovereign King's shops that would make anyone's eyes red with envy. All these years, Tyre had earned enough black crystal coins in Amphalos. In order to truly take over the fringe, Tyre had done his best. The reason for doing so was to prevent the hegemons from entering the Amphalos from discovering that there was nothing in the Amphalos. If the hegemons discovered that there was nothing in the omphalos, Han Shuo wouldn't be able to kill them all. After receiving Tyre's message, Daka confidently ordered his subordinates to follow him. Knowing Tanai's situation, Daka took the lead and ordered the hegemons to be less worried. However, they still didn't dare to trust Daka completely. So they sent their subordinates into Omphalos to scout the situation. If the rumors were true that Tanai was hiding a huge amount of wealth, they would be the first to enter and plunder it. Daka smirked inwardly as he led his men and the hegemon's subordinates into the Omphalos. Seeing that the god hunters had really entered Omphalos, Tanai's gods who had nowhere else to go fled. Daka, of course, didn't care if they lived or died. At his signal, the god hunter subordinates of the hegemons attacked and killed anyone they saw. Those who had nowhere else to go weren't particularly powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in Tanai's Omphalos. There was no way they could survive a massacre by the god hunters. Those who knew that the only sovereign shop, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, hadn't closed down, yet were fleeing for their lives. From their point of view, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was the only place that was slightly safer. Their actions quickly attracted the attention of the God Hunter Alliance. Even without Daka's orders, a portion of the God Hunters laughed and followed them, gradually approaching the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Having slaughtered Tanai's people, like slaughtering chickens, the God Hunters no longer believed that Tanai had any powerful enemies. They were extremely arrogant as they advanced. Their ear-piercing screeches echoed in the streets as they got closer and closer to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 984. Seeing that their lives were in danger and that the God Hunters were getting closer and closer, those Celestial Pearl pharmacists panicked. They shouted for Akeley everywhere, hoping that he would fulfill his promise. Don't worry, they won't die. Akeley popped out of nowhere with a leisurely look on his face. It was as though he didn't know how dangerous the situation was. Standing beside Akeley was Little Skull Han Hao. His purple demon, I merely glanced at those panic-stricken poison pharmacists. Those poison pharmacists shivered and kept quiet out of fear, not daring to move an inch. Han Hao's notoriety had long been known throughout the fringe. These pharmacists from major pharmacies were especially fearful of Han Hao. Han Hao was already infamous in the past. Now Han Hao, who possessed a quintessence but had yet to conceal its energy, was constantly emanating a terrifying aura. Even a late-stage high god like Polo would feel nervous before the current Han Hao, let alone these lowly pharmacists. When Han Hao swept his gaze across them, all of them turned silent. While they were afraid of Han Hao, they were secretly delighted. At this moment, the presence of a ferocious god like Han Hao seemed to have greatly increased their chances of survival. Bring them in, Han Hao nodded and instructed Akeley after seeing that those people had quieted down. Akeley might not have any misgivings in front of Han Shuo, but in front of Little Skull Han Hao, who was as cold and unfeeling as an iceberg, even Akeley felt rather awkward. Under Han Hao's command, Akeley raised his voice and said, "Follow me. Let's go in." Back when Earth Elite Zombie and the others were in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they had conveniently opened up a large underground space to serve as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's secret warehouse and chambers. There was even a passageway that led directly from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the outside of the Omphalos. Little Skull had used that passageway to sneak into the fringe. The nervous poison makers hastily and cautiously bypassed Han Hao and headed toward Akeley. Behind Akeley was Polo, who was brought here by Han Hao. He stepped aside and allowed the pharmacists to enter. Before all the pharmacists could enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, a series of ear-piercing shrieks could be heard coming from outside. Shadows were converging from all directions. Han Hao's face seemed to always be indifferent. Seeing that there were still a few poison pharmacists who hadn't entered yet, he didn't wait any longer. He nodded to Polo and signaled for Polo and Akeley to take care of those incompetent poison pharmacists. "Haha, brothers, this is the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has branches in many cities on Elysium. I'm sure you have all heard of the miraculous effects of the celestial pearl pharmacy, right? Hee hee, compared to those black crystal coins, the treasures of the celestial pearl pharmacy are priceless. We are really lucky. Balro, the celestial pearl pharmacy, belongs to the Han family in the Pandemonium. Should we give up on this place? The House of Han is no ordinary place. Even the hegemons of the Pandemonium suffered a great loss there, said another uneasy voice. This person seemed to know a thing or two about what happened in the Pandemonium and was clearly not confident in his words. After the battle in the Pandemonium, only a small number of god hunters actually entered Tanai. Most of the hegemon's subordinates were outside the Pandemonium. Therefore, apart from the hegemons themselves, not many knew about the battle in the Pandemonium. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the hegemons suffered a little loss in the Pandemonium, that's nothing. Let's not talk about whether the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has experts guarding it. Even if they do, we have so many people on our side. The person called Baylor coldly snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a bang was heard as he broke through the door and entered. Whoosh! A gigantic bone flower of death bloomed in front of the door. Like a monster from the abyss, the bone flower of death waved its bone spikes and grabbed Balro, who was the first to enter. In just an instant, Balro was torn to shreds. Not a single one of the god hunters who entered the Pandemonium with him could escape from the bone flower of death. The blossoming bone flower of death continued to expand and emanate a bizarre energy from the center of the flower. Under the influence of that energy, all the god hunters felt powerless. It was as though their divine souls were being suppressed. The immobilized god hunters were pierced through by the bone spikes and shredded into pieces by the bone flowers. Their scarlet blood drenched the bone flowers, making them look even more demonic and radiant. They gave off an extremely sinister feeling. "Get lost!" shouted Han Hao coldly. He slowly walked out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with the bone spikes in his hand. The bone flower of death spun even faster as soon as he appeared. The bone spikes that should have been as hard as steel were now as flexible as ropes. They could even extend in all directions at will. A few of the stunned god hunters were pulled into the flower before they could even escape. Their divine bodies were mangled by the bone spurs, and even their divine souls were pulled into the center of the flower bud by a mysterious force. They died on the spot. "It's him! It's that guy!" cried one of the god hunters as he hastily retreated. Han Hao's image was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Many of the god hunters knew who he was. Among them were some of Dagmar's subordinates. They were originally from the Death Dominion and naturally recognized Han Hao, who had been throwing his weight around in the Death Dominion for many years. "Han Hao, as a fellow god hunter, why are you helping an outsider?" shouted one of the former god hunters in the Death Dominion. He did not immediately retreat. Instead, he glared at Han Hao and shouted angrily. This was a god hunter with an extremely muscular body that gave off a sinister aura. Back in the Death Dominion, he had worked together with Han Hao under Dagmar's orders. Back then, he had even helped Han Hao. That was why he reprimanded Han Hao when he saw Han Hao going on a killing spree. Han Hao stared blankly for a moment, as though he did not expect to run into such an acquaintance in Tanai. The light in Violet Demon's eyes flickered for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Dagmar and the others are not qualified to rule over the god hunters. The current hegemons are all mediocre. Only I will be the true leader of the god hunters in the future." This incomparably arrogant sentence was spoken as if it was the truth of the universe, the ultimate profound meaning of the laws. It was as though he should have been the hegemon from the start and should have taken over the position long ago. How arrogant! Lord Dagmar will not let you get away with this," shouted the god hunter furiously. "Dagmar is dead. I killed him with my own hands." Han Hao coldly glanced at the god hunter and said, "Leave. I won't kill you. Once all the hegemons are done for, you will understand the situation and submit to me." As soon as those words left his mouth, an enormous bone throne suddenly appeared and hovered behind Han Hao. Han Hao sat on the enormous bone throne and looked down at the god hunters beneath him like an emperor looking down on the world. The domineering aura was deeply imprinted in their souls. The moment the throne of bones appeared, the god hunter immediately knew that Han Hao wasn't lying. As the symbol of Dagmar's identity, the fact that it appeared on Han Hao's body meant that Dagmar's life was in danger. They felt a chill in their hearts. Dagmar's valiant and invincible strength had made them lose all will to resist. Now that Han Hao had killed Dagmar, they simply couldn't believe it. Han Hao didn't say much to the god hunter. Instead, with a jolt of his quintessence, the enormous bone flower moved once more. Its soft, rope-like bone spikes wrapped around the dumbfounded old friend and flung him outside. "Scram!" shouted Han Hao coldly. This time, no one dared to linger. They hurriedly fled back the way they came. Only the god hunter who had once worked with Han Hao looked at Han Hao with an odd expression. After a long while, he nodded hatefully and said, "If you can really control the entire god hunter alliance, I will prostrate myself at your feet." Han Hao wore an indifferent face. He nodded and said, "Oh, leave the Omphalos as far as you can." The god hunter stared blankly for a moment, but did not say anything. He turned around and left Han Hao's side. "My lord, we should leave as soon as possible. It won't be easy for us to escape once those hegemons gather here." At this moment, Polo walked out from inside and respectfully bowed to Han Hao before persuading him. "Don't worry about it. You guys just keep an eye on those poison makers. I'm not leaving yet." Han Hao didn't even turn his head. He could sense that Han Shoa was on his way and would reach the Omphalos in no time. Han Hao, who possessed the quintessence, and Han Shoa, who had greatly improved his strength, had become closer and closer to each other. The two could communicate with each other through their souls, without the use of magical mirrors. "Very well. Be careful, my lord." Polo did not insist. He bowed again before he quietly left. It was at this moment that loud cheers could be heard coming from every corner of the Omphalos. It was obvious that those cheers were from the god hunters. Han Hao wore a puzzled look. Using the demon generals he released from his bone spear, he discovered that the god hunters had indeed found a huge amount of black crystal coins in the sovereign shops. It was the appearance of these black crystal coins that caused the god hunters to be so excited and cheered loudly. Outside the Omphalos, the hegemons who had been hesitant to enter the Omphalos were overjoyed when they heard the cheers coming from all around Tanai. The hegemons looked at each other and saw the greed in each other's eyes. They no longer doubted Daka's words. They immediately ordered their subordinates to enter the Omphalos and led the way themselves. It was at this moment that Han Shoa, Han Jin, and Andrina approached the Omphalos. Before they reached the Omphalos, Han Jin's face suddenly changed. He shouted, "Not good!" Chapter 985. Before they reached the Omphalos, Han Jin suddenly shouted. Han Shoa jumped and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Han Jin looked rather flustered. He anxiously replied, "There are a lot of energy crystals hidden in the Omphalos. I didn't discover them the last time I was here. Those energy crystals are used in energy crystal cannons. They are extremely explosive." "What does that mean?" Han Shoa put on a solemn face and began to take the matter seriously. "It means that if the energy crystals explode, the entire Omphalos will be razed to the ground in an instant. Heavens, if so many energy crystals were to explode at the same time, I don't know who would be able to escape alive." Han Jin put on an anxious face and cried out, "Is Big Brother still in the Omphalos?" "Oh no, he must leave the Omphalos immediately. Otherwise, even Big Brother will be in danger. That kind of explosive energy can even affect Overgod experts?" Han Shua's pupils constricted as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be a fatal blow aimed at the God Hunter hegemon? "I think even an Overgod wouldn't be able to escape death from such a terrifying explosion," said Han Jin anxiously. Han Shua's face turned pale when he heard those words. He immediately contacted the little skull, Han Hao, and informed Han Hao about Tanai's abnormality in the omphalos, telling him to leave the omphalos through the underground tunnel at all costs. Han Jin, is there any way to stop the energy crystals from exploding? Han Shua's face was dark and his tone was equally anxious. The omphalos did not agree with the pandemonium. It was the heart of the fringe. Not only were there all kinds of shops, but there were also many gods residing there. To Han Shua, the existence of the omphalos was very necessary. He did not wish for the omphalos to be destroyed. Not only are there energy crystals in the underground tunnel, but there are also many black crystal coins in Tanai's shops. Black crystal coins are a special kind of energy crystal of even higher purity. If the omphalos were to explode, those black crystal coins would amplify the explosion. I'm afraid that all living beings in the omphalos will be annihilated overnight. Andrina pondered for a moment and said softly. After taking a short pause, Andrina's eyes burst with killing intent. She sneered and said, Brian, don't you think it's a good idea to destroy those god hunters? In an instant they all died. What a wonderful thing. Andrina hated the god hunters. To her, the omphalos was insignificant. It would be wonderful if she could get rid of all the god hunters at the cost of the omphalos. Naturally, Han Shua would not do that. First of all, the omphalos was very important. Second, the hegemons who cultivated in the energy of water, fire, and life were his targets. He needed Tuckamore and the others to help Han Shui, Han Hua, and Han Mu advance their cultivation. Furthermore, some of those god hunters could become Han Hao's subordinates in the future. If all the god hunter experts were to die overnight, even if Han Hao took over the god hunter alliance, it would be pointless. There is a way. Han Jin stole a glance at Andrina and whispered, If Andrina is willing to help me, we should be able to stop the energy crystals from exploding. Andrina was a special life form that had amazing control over energy crystals. With her power and Han Jin's help, it was indeed possible to stop the energy crystals from exploding. Little Gold. Andrina glared at Han Jin and hatefully said, You won't help me. Han Jin put on an embarrassed smile and rubbed his hands as though he was a little afraid of Andrina. After hesitating for a moment, Han Jin's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, There are a lot of energy crystals underground. If you can control the situation, you can use those energy crystals to improve your strength. Andrina's eyes suddenly blossomed with radiance. She giggled and looked at Han Shua in a proud manner. She said, Brian, if you promise to give me all the energy crystals underground, I will help you. Take it, take it. There was no time for hesitation. Compared to the energy crystals, Han Shua was more concerned about other benefits, especially when the little skull was still in Tanai. Although he was a little sad that so many energy crystals had become Andrina's snacks, there was nothing he could do about it. All right, let's go, Little Gold. We will cut off all the energy fluctuations from the outside, said Andrina cheerfully. She pulled Han Jin and excitedly walked towards the omphalos. Asterisk, 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 outside the omphalos. Tyre and Logue had sinister smiles plastered on their faces. All of their subordinates were fully equipped and ready to go. Logue, let's go. Haha, don't worry. As long as I use my divine soul, the omphalos will be razed to the ground. We are still some distance away from the omphalos. In order to maximize our harvest, we should make a move first. Tyre couldn't help but feel proud of himself. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart when he thought about how he was the one who turned the fringes, losing battle around overnight. No matter how strong one's mental fortitude was, they would lose their composure in the face of the greatest accomplishment of their lives. Tyre was no exception. Logue was all smiles and seemed even happier than Tyre. He said, Everything is ready. Let's go. The omphalos will be ours very soon. The two looked at each other and laughed heartily. They finally dispelled the concealment boundary and led their subordinates out into the Omphalos. Asterisk, 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 at this moment, the Omphalos was in an abyss of suffering. Other than Dhaka, who had arrived earlier, more God Hunter hegemons had arrived. Their subordinates were scattered all around Tanai, killing and plundering anyone and everything they saw. The sovereign king shops of the few sovereigns in the valley became their main targets. The few commanders each took a side and rushed towards the sovereign king shops that they had already scouted out, carrying out the last plunder before they left. Most of the gods who had yet to leave Tanai were killed. They were powerless against the savage god hunters and were either slaughtered in their own shops or in secret chambers. Dhaka was secretly delighted to see that all the hegemons had fallen for the trap. The other hegemons were crazily plundering the sovereign shops and didn't pay attention to Dhaka's actions. All of you, split up and leave the Omphalos from different entrances. Remember, hurry. Dhaka ordered after gathering his subordinates. Why, my lord, shouldn't we be like them and take everything for ourselves? If we're too late, it will all belong to someone else. One of Dhaka's subordinates asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Dhaka coldly snorted and said, "You'll have to be alive to bring it out." Dhaka scanned his subordinates' faces with a gloomy expression and shouted, "Have all of your men leave the Omphalos immediately. Don't ask so many questions." Dhaka had built up his authority in front of his subordinates for a long time. None of them dared to say anything when they saw him getting angry. They quickly obeyed his orders and quietly retreated from the city gates. Dhaka's actions didn't alarm anyone else. The god hunters were so immersed in the joy of plundering that they forgot everything else and carried on with their work. At this moment, their vigilance was at its lowest, and they had no idea what was happening around them. Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After Little Skull Han received Han Shua's message, he immediately dove into the underground tunnel. Trusting Han Shua, Little Skull knew that the Omphalos could explode at any moment. It didn't take long for Han to catch up to Polo, Akeley, and the others. Seeing that they didn't seem to be in a hurry, Han urged, "Hurry up as fast as you can." Seeing that Han had suddenly caught up to them and had lost his usual composure, Polo, Akeley, and the others realized that something was amiss. They didn't ask too many questions and hurriedly dragged the poisoners away. Suddenly, Han thought of something and hurriedly transmitted to Han Shua. It must be Tyre and Logue's doing. Apart from the few sovereigns, no one else had the power or authority to bury so many energy crystals underground without making a sound. "Father, I've already located them. They're don't say any more. I know where they are." Han Shua interrupted Little Skull's transmission. On the other side, Han Shua's consciousness had already sensed a new group of people approaching. With Han Shua's powerful consciousness, he could instantly recognize Tyre and Logue's auras, even though they were thousands of miles apart. Currently, Han Jean and Andrina were heading towards the Omphalos. As these two were extremely special life forms, even if the Omphalos were to explode, Han Jean and Andrina would still be safe and sound. Their life forms and body structures were mutually attracted to the energy crystals. From Han Shua's point of view, even if the Omphalos were to explode, the two would only benefit from it. Therefore, Han Shua was relieved of the burden in his heart and wasn't particularly worried. In a flash, Han Shua rapidly approached Tyre and Logue while continuing to communicate with Han how Goldie and Andrina are heading towards the Omphalos. They will stop the explosion at Tanai. However, you two still have to leave as fast as you can. I don't know when Tyre and Logue will trigger the explosion at Tanai. Father, Tyre and Logue are planning to deal with all the hegemons. Once Andrina and Goldie have taken control of the Omphalos, inform me immediately. I will also take some men to block all the exits and settle the scores with those who destroyed the pandemonium. Transmitted Little Skull. Got it. I'll head over to Tyre and Logue first and take care of them, replied Han Shua. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Tyre and Logue's location. Han Shua did not show himself immediately. He was afraid that his appearance would cause Tyre and Logue to panic and trigger the explosion of the energy crystals in the Omphalos. Han Shuo waited for a while. When he sensed that Little Skull had left the Omphalos and Andrina and Hanjin had arrived, he suddenly appeared in the middle of Tyre and Logue's party. Chapter 986. Han Shua's sudden appearance in the middle of Tyre and Logue's troops startled the two sovereigns who were advancing at high speed. As the setting sun shone, a chilling aura spread from the Omphalos all the way here. The subordinates of the two sovereigns suddenly realized that there was an extra person on top of their group. They were stunned for a moment before they shouted in alarm, Who are you?" Not all of Tyre and Logue's subordinates recognized Han Shua. Most of these so-called elites were left behind by the two sovereigns in the Shrine of Destruction and Audiobook. They spent most of their time quietly cultivating and guarding the shrine and Audiobook. They rarely appeared in the fringe. "Tyre, Logue, come and see me." Han Shua suddenly smiled and shouted as he looked down from above. Tyre and Logue, who were at the front and the back, were rather puzzled when they heard Han Shua's thunderous voice. They had no idea why Han Shua would appear at such a crucial moment. This had obviously disrupted their plans, causing their expressions to change slightly. Especially Tell. There was a faint feeling in his heart that something was wrong. He thought about it carefully and recalled the details of every step of the operation in his mind. After Tell was sure that every step he took was accurate, he let out a sigh of relief. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he walked past his men to the back. A series of thoughts flashed through Tyre's mind as he quickly thought of a way to deal with Han Shua. When Tyre appeared in front of Han Shua, he discovered that Logue, who was at the back of the group, had already arrived before him. At this moment, Logue was laughing and chatting with Han Shua about something. Tyre was relieved. He felt that Han Shua should know nothing about his actions. "Brian, I heard that you suffered a great defeat in the pandemonium. Sigh, the two of us couldn't even protect ourselves and couldn't help you in time." "We are truly sorry," said Tyre after he arrived. He pretended to be sad and said, "We have underestimated the power of the God Hunter Alliance. We did not expect that the entire fringe would be pushed back so quickly. We haven't received any good news yet. Brian, it seems that we won't be able to hold the fringe for much longer." Han Shua was rather surprised. He thought that the news of his victory in the pandemonium hadn't been kept a secret. Tyre and Daka were brothers and had a special way of communicating with each other. Why would he think that the pandemonium had suffered a great defeat? After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shua's lips curled into a smirk. He realized that Daka must have deliberately concealed the truth so that Tyre could help him eliminate the hegemons. In order to buy more time for Goldie and Andrina, Han Shua didn't rush to attack. Instead, he sighed and said, "Pandemonium was reduced to ruins overnight. Nearly 1,000 of my Tanai guards were killed. There was nothing I could do against the hegemons. All I could do was watch as they were slaughtered. All I could do was protect myself." Han Shua's anger suddenly flared up. He glared at Tyre and shouted, "Why did Belinton and Cause come to the pandemonium? Why did Judas and Tuckamore come too? Why didn't the two of you stop them?" After a moment of hesitation, Han Hao suddenly roared, "Tyre, your subordinates didn't suffer any casualties. Belinton and Cause didn't lose any of their men either. You didn't fight them at all. Why didn't you come to the pandemonium to save us? Before the battle, you said that we should help each other. What did you do?" Han Hao's voice became more and more agitated and indignant, as if he was about to start a fight at any moment. On Tyre and Rog's side, they weren't the only core subordinates. On the periphery, there are also the leaders of various factions. They had temporarily joined Tyre and Logue's side with their subordinates before the battle. These people weren't completely loyal to Tyre and Logue. Han Shua's words were mainly for them to hear. As expected, after Han Shua's righteous rebuke, The leaders of various factions who were temporarily under Tyre and Logue turned their suspicious gazes to Tyre and Logue. "We didn't fight Belinton and cause men." One of the leaders of a major faction called Garp, who had been with Tyre all along, suddenly said after Han Shua's speech. "Also, during the battle at Audiobook, those who died were all outsiders like us." Another leader of a major faction called Slank hesitated for a moment when he saw a powerful figure like Han Shua leading the charge against the two of them. He suddenly straightened his back and glared at Logue before saying what he had been suppressing for a long time. "Lord Logue, you've been sacrificing our subordinates as cannon fodder all along. Out of my 193 brothers, only 75 are still alive. Nearly 2/3 of them are dead. Anthe, Chilu, and the others were almost completely wiped out. All of them were wiped out. What about you? Most of your trusted subordinates are safe. You used our lives to protect your own interests. Logue, what did you say when you invited us to follow you? You said that you would treat us equally and that you would do your best to protect our lives. But what did you do? What did you do?" Slank's speech was even more impassioned than Han Shua's, more spirited and more righteous. After all, Han Hao was only pretending to be angry while Slank was venting his anger. Slank's words were filled with his boundless resentment towards his dead brothers. "Slank, your men suffered heavy casualties because they weren't strong enough," Slank said with a smile. Logue's smiling face gradually turned cold. "Every one of my men is an elite. Their overall strength far surpasses yours, so it's normal for them to suffer so few casualties." "Humph, Slank, are you planning to betray us now?" When he said the word us, Logue shot a glance at Tyre, hinting that they should get rid of Han Shua as soon as possible. At the very least, they should chase Han Shua out of the area, lest Han Shua's presence spoil their plans. Before Han Shua's arrival, the leaders who were dissatisfied with Tyre and Logue didn't dare to say anything. Without an overgod to back them up, they wouldn't even dare to resist. Han Shua's arrival stirred up their hatred for Tyre and Logue, causing their morale to waver. Tyre was starting to get anxious. He had already contacted Dhaka in Omphalos and knew that Dhaka's men would soon leave Omphalos. The God Hunter hegemons would also be entering Omphalos one after another. At this moment, he had to keep the leaders of the various forces obedient so that they could deal with the upcoming situation. Although most of the God Hunter hegemons were in Tanai, there were still quite a few who remained outside Omphalos. The number of God Hunters added up was no less than the number of his and Logue's subordinates. Once a chaotic battle broke out, it wouldn't be easy to stabilize the situation without the cooperation of the other major factions. Things were still manageable before, but now that Han Shua had joined the fray, the situation became even more complicated. In order to resolve the matter as soon as possible, Tyre hesitated for a moment before he suddenly shouted, "Why are you still trying to sow discord at a time like this? Omphalos' survival is at stake. What are you up to?" Han Shua raised his head to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with endless resentment and sorrow. He pointed at Tyre and said, "Tyre, oh Tyre, you dare to do something, but don't dare to admit it. Do you think you're worthy of being the first sovereign of the Fringe? You see your subordinates as cannon fodder and use them as shields in every battle. Haha, you're willing to sacrifice your allies for your own sake. You know that Pandemonium is facing a crisis of life and death, but you turn a blind eye to it. Given your way of doing things, it would be strange if the Fringe didn't perish." After hearing Han Shua's words, the leaders of the major factions looked worried and hesitated. It seemed as though they didn't want to continue fighting with Tyre and Logue. Han Shua's words had hit the nail on the head. Tyre and Logue's temperament was clear. Two leaders who didn't care about their subordinates' lives would only lead them into the abyss of death. "Brian, Pandemonium is finished. We know that you are very sad. But if you continue to try to sow discord between us with your alarmist words, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Tyre took a deep breath. Tell took a deep breath, and his voice suddenly softened. However, anyone could see that this was Tel's last warning before he made his move. Not showing mercy? Han Shuo burst into laughter before he suddenly shouted, "When have you ever shown mercy? Nearly 1,000 of our brothers died in the valley, and you are the main culprits. Without Belinton, Cause, Tuckamore, and Judas, Pandemonium might still be able to hold on. It's you. It's your incompetence. You caused the deaths of our brothers. You've gone mad." Tyre shouted coldly. Without hesitation, he suddenly soared into the sky. His energy of destruction condensed into a spear and shot at Han Shuo. The moment the spear appeared, a murderous aura enveloped the entire sky. The spear tip seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path. Tiny cracks appeared on both sides of the spear tip, and within those cracks there were strange and mysterious colors. As soon as Tyre moved, Logue floated out like a specter. His attack was different from Tyre's. The energy of death condensed into a giant python. The python's scales were vivid and lifelike. It opened its mouth wide as though it wanted to swallow Han Shuo whole. The crowd below stared at the three in the sky. Tyre's and Logue's subordinates were shocked. With the two most powerful sovereigns in the fringe attacking, Han Shuo would surely die. With that thought, they secretly cast malicious gazes at Slank and Garp, thinking that when Han Shuo is done for, the two of them who dared to stand out would suffer the same fate. Slank, Garp, and the leaders of the other factions could clearly feel the chilling aura coming from Tyre's and Logue's subordinates. They knew that once Han Shuo was killed, given Tyre and Garp's style, they wouldn't let them off. All of a sudden, Slank, Garp, and the others who didn't have much to do with Han Shuo all hoped that Han Shuo wouldn't be hurt by Tyre and Logue. They hoped that Han Shuo could at least tangle with the two for a while longer, so that they could escape from Tyre and Logue's control. Once Han Shuo's performance gave them time to leave, Slank and Garp would definitely leave with their subordinates, without hesitation. They would no longer be cannon fodder for Tyre and Logue. With that thought in mind, the two of them were secretly worried for Han Shuo. They hoped that this newly risen young expert could buy them some time. As long as they could escape from this place, they were even willing to serve Han Shuo. They were willing to work for this young man who dared to take revenge on the two most powerful sovereigns for his subordinates. To these people, a leader who cared about the lives of his subordinates was far better than a leader who treated them as cannon fodder. Ha ha ha! You're angry out of humiliation. Han Shuo didn't seem to know that he was facing the two most powerful sovereigns of the fringe. He laughed arrogantly in the void. His laughter was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Before his laughter died away, Han Shuo suddenly made his move. His body swayed, and 13 illusory figures appeared in the air. 6 of them instantly overlapped with each other. The 6 elements of death, destruction, darkness, water, lightning, and wind merged into one. A new domain of divinity suddenly shrouded the entire area as though it had created a space out of thin air. All of a sudden, Tyre and Logue's attacks were forcefully shattered. Be it the destruction spear or Logue's python of death energy, they were all shattered in an instant. Another Han Shuo formed by 6 overlapping illusory figures looked down from above like a god. His eyes were cold and merciless. He pressed his hand down, and an earth-shattering force came crashing down on Tyre and Logue like a mountain. Tyre and Logue were blasted into the ground by the void attack. Half of their bodies were buried deep underground. The whole place fell into dead silence. The subordinates of Tyre and Logue, as well as the leaders of the various forces, were all dumbstruck. They stared blankly at the illusory figure hovering in the void. Other than shock and disbelief, they had no other emotions in their hearts. Tyre and Logue, who had been struck dumb, were still half buried in the ground. Their expressions were extremely interesting. Confusion, puzzlement, shock, fear, gnashing their teeth, and other emotions were piled up on their faces, making them look like they were laughing and crying. They were as interesting as fools. What 5 sovereigns? I think there's only one sovereign in the fringe. Slank muttered to himself as he suddenly snapped out of his daze. Those were Slank's thoughts. His voice wasn't loud, but in the dead silence his voice echoed in everyone's ears. There's only one sovereign in the fringe. There's only one sovereign, for some reason. Those words kept echoing in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone seemed to have realized the situation they were in. Their absent-mindedness gradually returned to their senses. When they raised their heads to look at the sky, they felt that Han Shoa was the most powerful being in the fringe. Other than him, Tyre, Log, Wasis, and Asura would forever be relegated to supporting roles. Impossible. How is this possible? Tyre, the number one sovereign with a strong will, seemed to have lost his composure. He raised his head to look at the enormous, illusory figure that was looking down at him like a god. He could feel the mysterious and unfathomable energy. All of his lofty aspirations seemed to have been extinguished in an instant. Tyre, we still have one more move. Use it now. Log, who was equally terrified, hastily shouted when he saw that Tyre was displaying an emotion that did not match his usual self. Tyre stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly turned crazy. He laughed and said, "That's right, I still have one last move. There will be people who will help me. There will be people who will help me." Having said that, Tyre did not care if all of Dhaka's men had retreated from Tanai. He immediately sent his divine signal to the device he had prepared beforehand in an attempt to detonate the 10,000 tons of energy crystals at the bottom of the Omphalos. In the void above his head, Han Shua sneered as he looked at the panicking Tyre. He thought to himself, "Everything is under my control. Let's see what you can do." As expected, Tyre, who was sending his divine signal to the Omphalos with all his might, suddenly realized that there was no reaction from the Omphalos. This was no small matter. Tyre immediately jumped out of the ground and looked in the direction of the Omphalos. He lost his composure and yelled, "Why? Why?" Log's expression changed drastically when he heard Tyre's words. He raised his head and looked at Han Shoa. Han Shua had a mocking smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Log only needed one look to guess that Han Shua must have done something. Otherwise, there would be no reaction from the Omphalos. "Tyre, I think it must be Brian's doing. I'm afraid the explosion in the Omphalos won't happen again," Log said to Tyre, who had lost his composure. "It can't be, it can't be." Tyre yelled. No one knew if his craziness had triggered something. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the Omphalos. In an instant, the entire ground began to tremble. A huge roar sounded as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Even though they were far away, everyone here could still feel the terrifying movement. Han Shoa, who was smiling, froze. This time, it was his turn to be dumbfounded. He looked at the Omphalos from afar and saw that it was indeed covered in smoke. An area was covered in thick dust, and he couldn't see the situation clearly. Han Shua panicked and hurriedly used his divine sense to sense the auras of Han Jin, Andrina, and Han Hao. These three were the ones he needed to worry about the most. He didn't want anything to happen to them. His expression relaxed, and he thought to himself, "Fortunately, the three of them are fine." After carefully sensing again, Han Shua found that the explosion had only destroyed 1/5 of the area, and that area was originally under Tyre's control. It seemed that Tyre had set up some secret measures there. Even Han Jin and Andrina didn't notice anything unusual. This Tyre must have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, the Omphalos wouldn't have exploded. Chapter 987. Tyre and Log, who were deathly pale just a moment ago, suddenly became excited. Log laughed and said, "All the hegemons are in Tanai. We killed them all in one fell swoop. Slank, Garp, the situation in the fringe has changed. We are only enduring this humiliation in order to wipe out the god hunters in one fell swoop. Do you understand our intentions now? 2/3 of my men are dead. What's the point of saying that?" Slank was shocked for a long while. But when he recalled that so many of his men had died and that Logue had indeed sacrificed them as cannon fodder, he no longer believed Logue's words. "Brian, the god hunter hegemons are done for, and you have been avenged. We shouldn't be killing each other anymore. What we need to do now is to wipe out the god hunter survivors. What do you say?" Tyre seemed to have calmed down all of a sudden. He thought for a moment and immediately suggested to Han Shuo with a smile, as expected of an over-god who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Seeing that Han Shuo's strength had exceeded their expectations, Tyre immediately changed his attitude and treated Han Shuo as an ally. Han Shuo, of course, knew what Tyre was thinking. He took a glance at Omphalos, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile, and said, "My celestial pearl pharmacy is still open, and I still have many of my men working there. You didn't inform me beforehand and didn't let me evacuate my men. Now that Omphalos has exploded, all of my men are dead. Tell me, do you think I'll still be on your side after losing so many of my men? For the sake of victory in the fringe, sacrifices are unavoidable. Brian, you should be more open-minded." Tyre hurriedly said, "Why is it always others who are sacrificed? Why are your men safe and sound? Why aren't they the ones sacrificed?" The three whys came out of Han Shuo's mouth, each louder and louder than the last. Those were the thoughts of the leaders of the factions that were under Han Shuo and Logue's command. After Han Shuo's roar, they all started to condemn Tyre and Logue. "That's right. Why are you all fine? Why must we be sacrificed? Tyre, you don't care about other people's lives at all." Garp suddenly shouted, "Hee, Lord Logue is even more powerful. At critical moments, he can even sacrifice his loyal subordinates." Back in the bone-burying cave, when Lord Logue faced Kaw's fatal blow, he grabbed a subordinate who had been with him for 300 years to block the blow, then took the opportunity to escape. They don't even care about their own people, let alone outsiders like us. Slank mocked after witnessing Rog's actions during the battle in the catacombs. After witnessing Han Shuo's power, Garp and Slank grew bolder. They believed that Tyre and Logue wouldn't be able to hurt them in the face of Han Shuo's terrifying power, so they vented all their pent-up frustrations. Garp and Slank weren't the only ones who were dissatisfied with Tyre and Logue. After Garp and Slank, more and more people started to condemn Tyre and Logue, accusing them of being disloyal. Even Logue's subordinates' eyes flickered after hearing Slank's words. It wasn't their first day following Logue, so they naturally knew how Logue did things. Thinking about it, wasn't what Slank said reasonable? In the past, the Fringe didn't have a king like Han Shuo who would wholeheartedly seek revenge for his subordinates. Without a leader like Han Shuo who treated his subordinates as his family, things were still fine. But now Tyre and Logue suddenly seemed so pathetic. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" Logue's expression changed. He suddenly realized that the eyes of his subordinates who used to be loyal to him were flickering. Logue felt that the situation wasn't looking good, but he was also afraid of Han Shuo, so he couldn't help but shout coldly. Logue had accumulated his authority for a long time. Seeing him lose his temper, the subordinates immediately lowered their heads. Slank and Garp weren't Logue's subordinates. With Han Shuo backing them up, they didn't care about Logue at all and continued to berate him loudly. "You're courting death." Logue's expression changed. He suddenly charged at Slank. Sinister death energy gathered around Garp and a bone cage wrapped around Slank. Han Shuo, who was coldly observing the situation below, already knew that Logue wouldn't be able to hold back. He sneered and released the combined energy of 6 elements, which covered Logue and Garp from above. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the bone cage, wrapped around Slank, suddenly exploded. The white bones scattered in all directions. A huge force descended from the sky and slammed into Logue. Logue couldn't dodge in time before this unstoppable force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was flung far away. With a thought, the mystical power of a new domain of divinity engulfed Rog like a huge net, suddenly trapping him. His eyes flashed as Han Shuo noticed Tyre, who was retreating. He smirked. Tyre, I won't touch you for now. I'd like to see what you and Daka can do together. As soon as these words came out, Tyre's face was full of horror. He immediately shouted, What did you say? Isn't Daka your brother? Didn't you and Daka plan this? Haha. You wanted to work with Daka to get rid of the rest of the people in your way. Wasn't that your plan all along? Two experts who've reached the over-god realm in the energy of destruction will definitely be terrifying when they work together. Didn't you want to use that power to turn the situation around? Han Shuo looked at Tyre coldly with a mocking smile. What? Tyre is colluding with Daka. Garp turned pale with fright. He stared incredulously at Tyre, who seemed to have been exposed. He said hatefully, No wonder, no wonder. So it turns out that you, Tyre, are the ones who betrayed the Fringe. It wasn't just Slank and Garp. All the experts in the Fringe were enraged. No matter how they thought about it, they never expected Tyre to be brothers with Daka, the current leader of the God Hunters. What did that mean? It meant that Tyre had been a traitor all along. It meant that at least half of the reason why the Fringe was so weak was because of Tyre. Even the heavily injured and temporarily imprisoned Logue was in disbelief. He looked at Tyre and smiled bitterly. I see. Tyre, you're planning to work with your brother Daka to get rid of me, aren't you? Haha, that way, you'll be the undisputed #1 in the Fringe. No one will be able to threaten your position, right? Tyre, who was being pointed at by everyone, had an ugly expression on his face. He didn't say a word. You don't need to quibble. Daka will be here soon. Haha, the situation will be clear then. I'd like to see if you and Daka can really defeat me together. Han Shuo smirked as he turned to look into the distance. A figure streaked across the sky. Who else could it be but Daka? Tyre, what the hell are you doing? Why is only 1/5 of the Omphalos destroyed? And it's your side too, Daka yelled before he even arrived. Not all of the hegemons in the Omphalos were killed in the explosion. To Daka, it would be difficult to control the situation from here on out. His years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant. Daka didn't need Han Shuo to say anything else to prove that Tyre and Daka were brothers. Huh. Daka suddenly exclaimed in shock. Brian, why are you here? Daka immediately noticed Han Shuo. He had already witnessed Han Shuo's power back in Pandemonium. Now that he saw Han Shuo, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Deep down, Daka was still a little afraid of Han Shuo. After all, the power Han Shuo displayed back in Pandemonium was just too overwhelming. Daka, I gave you guys a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Han Shuo put on a faint smile. Since you guys haven't left the Fringe, then don't leave. Han Shuo's expression turned cold as he glared at Tyre. What else do you have to say now that things have come to this? Brothers, as long as we kill Brian, the Fringe will be ours in the future. Tyre suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at his trusted aides who had followed him all these years, but now seemed a little hesitant. That's right, Daka and I are indeed brothers. I did make use of others, but aren't all of you safe and sound? Everything I do is for our own good. In the future, you will see that I am the master of the Fringe, and the God Hunter Alliance will never be a threat to us. Isn't that what we've been working towards? Tyre's words sounded extremely sincere. He was trying to use them to win back his subordinates' hearts. The eyes of those who had followed Tyre for many years flickered. They didn't immediately agree to continue the war with him, nor did they express any objections. All of them remained silent. Han Shuo only needed a single glance to know why they were silent. He smirked in his heart and suddenly said, The winner takes all. It all depends on this battle. Haha. Daka, Tyre, as long as you kill me, there won't be any problems. Your subordinates will still submit to you. Tyre was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he realized that this was indeed what his subordinates were thinking. If he and Daka were to be killed in the upcoming battle, his promise would be for naught. Big brother, let's kill Brian. If we work together, no one below the Overgod will be a match for us. Tyre said arrogantly, straightening his back. Daka, who was still hesitant at first, suddenly burst into laughter and said, That's right. If we work together, no Overgod without a quintessence would be a match for us. With that said, Daka and Tyre exchanged glances and suddenly surrounded Han Shuo from both sides. Daka and Tyre's destruction dominions strangely fused together, as they both cultivated in the energy of destruction and had the same bloodline. They were able to fuse their dominions just like Han Shuo. After the two dominions of destruction fused together, the two's destruction dominions skyrocketed and their auras skyrocketed. Any other Overgod without a quintessence would find it hard to defend against the combined power of Tyre and Daka. However, for Han Shuo, who was able to fuse 6 different types of energy at the same time, his domain of divinity was 10 times more difficult than Daka and Tyre's. Of course, it was also 10 times more powerful. They were only fusing 2 types of energy, so how could they possibly be a match for Han Shuo? Sensing Daka and Tyre's destruction energy skyrocketing, Han Shuo's smirk never disappeared. When their destruction energy reached its peak, he roared, Daka, Tyre, you too dare claim to be invincible among the Overgods? Destructive energy erupted from Han Shuo and spread out in all directions like a huge ripple. This terrifying energy had an incredibly powerful repulsive force that pushed Daka and Tyre's domain of divinity to the periphery and tore it apart. I'm not even afraid of the Overgods of death and light, so why would I be afraid of 2 small fries like you? Another earth-shattering laughter rang out as an even more powerful energy shot out from the void illusion, splitting into 2 blinding beams of light that shot towards Daka and Tyre. With 2 blood-curdling screams, Tyre was completely enveloped by a bright light and was instantly brought into the strange space where Rog was imprisoned. Daka was terrified. The moment he heard Han Shuo's words, he fled without a care for anything else. He was hit by the shock wave of the powerful light and was drenched in blood. Daka didn't dare to look back at Han Shuo, nor did he care about his brother's fate. He endured the pain and ran for his life. I'm not even afraid of the Overgods of death and light anymore. Daka suddenly realized something when he heard Han Shuo's words. When they left Pandemonium, they knew that the Overgod of death, Nestet, would definitely return to Pandemonium. The way they saw it, Han Shuo and his son would definitely be killed by Nestet. Yet Han Shuo was still alive and had even said such a thing. What did that mean? Daka felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about it. So he decisively chose not to take Han Shuo's attack head-on like Tyre did. Big brother! The heavily injured Tyre and Log were imprisoned together in that strange space. Apart from being unable to walk out or attack, Tyre's vision and voice weren't affected at all. Tyre shouted when he saw Daka fleeing without a care in the world. Daka clearly heard the sorrowful cry of Big Brother, but he didn't stop and continued running. Han Shuo looked at Daka's back coldly and smirked. How smart of you, but do you really think you can escape? Han Shuo didn't move because his consciousness had already sensed the aura of little Skull Han Hao. Daka, who was running for his life, suddenly noticed someone standing in front of him. Looking closely, he realized that it was Han Hao, the little skull who possessed the quintessence shard. Daka made up his mind and roared, You want to stop me? Your father hurt me, so I'll use you to pay him back. He gathered all the energy in his body and formed a gigantic orb of destruction that smashed towards Han like a gray sun. Little Skull Han Hao stood proudly in front of Daka with his bone spear in hand. His eyes flashed with disdain as he said, You deserve to die! As he said that, he raised his bone spear and a crystalline light shone from its tip. Evil, death, violence, and despair suddenly erupted from the center of the bone spear. In the face of such power, Daka's orb of destruction seemed so insignificant and fragile. Rumble, rumble. Another earth-shattering explosion resounded as Daka's charge was stopped. Before he could react, the bone spear appeared in front of his eyes. Splat! The bone spear pierced through his eyes and nailed him in midair. In an instant, Daka's flesh and soul were absorbed by the bone spear. His despair, rage, and other negative emotions were affected by the new quintessence in Han Hao's body and turned into wisps of smoke that were swallowed by Han Hao, causing the light in Han Hao's eyes to grow brighter and brighter. Daka couldn't understand how Han Shuo and his son could reach such heights in just a few short days. How dare you destroy my home? You deserve to die. Pulling out the bone spear, Daka's iron-like divine body dissipated like dust. In the blink of an eye, Daka completely disappeared. Having lost all of his soul, he died a horrible death. After killing Daka, Han Hao didn't immediately head to Han Shuo's side. Instead, he sent a telepathic message. Father, I've killed Daka. I'm heading to the Omphalos now. Tanai still has a few hegemons there. I'm going to make sure none of them walk out of the fringe alive. Go, I'll be there in a moment, replied Han Shuo. Soon after, he looked at the temporarily imprisoned Logue and Tyre with a beaming smile and said, Tyre, your brother escaped before you, so you will die a little faster. Haha, if you can communicate telepathically, you should know that he's done for. Tyre, who was still hating Daka for not showing his brotherhood, was dumbfounded when he heard Han Shuo's words. Using the magical mirror to communicate with him, Tyre suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, damn it, let's die together. Suddenly, a powerful wave of destruction emanated from Tyre's body. A ball of light engulfed Tyre and Logue. The space that imprisoned Tyre and Logue trembled violently. Even Logue, who didn't want to die, couldn't avoid the shockwave. Tyre's divine body exploded along with his. Seeing Tyre commit suicide, Han Shuo immediately took action. He hurriedly removed the energy that imprisoned the two and tossed the cauldron of myriad demon out. Even if he couldn't collect the energy within their bodies, he wanted to at least obtain 2 pure divine souls. The divine consciousness of an over-god crystal was more precious than anything else. With Tyre's and Logue's divine souls, he could help the Han family members who cultivated in the energy of death and destruction to further understand the power of an over-god. With enough divine essences to increase the divine energy in their bodies, the Han family would have 2 more experts with over-god crystals. Fortunately, Han Shuo acted in time, and the cauldron of myriad demon was truly powerful. Before the souls of Tyre and Tyre could collide with the light, the cauldron of myriad demon absorbed them and preserved their divine souls. When Tyre heard that Daka had been killed, he cursed himself and committed suicide. This made Han Shuo feel a little strange. He didn't know if it was because the two were brothers or if Tyre had no regrets after seeing Daka die first. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to escape from Han Shuo, he chose to commit suicide. Chapter 988. The 5 sovereigns had always been the protectors of the Fringe. It was because of these 5 over-god experts that the Fringe was able to maintain its transcendent status and not be threatened by the city lords of the dominions of space and destiny. The God Hunter Alliance did not dare to act rashly. Time flew by. 2 of the 5 sovereigns, Salus and Wasis, had steeled their hearts to stand with Han Shuo for various reasons. Asora, who was once on good terms with Han Shuo, had died by his hand. And now, Tyre and Logue, the 2 sovereigns who were ranked ahead of him, had died by Han Shuo's hands. In just 10 years, 3 of the 5 sovereigns had died and 2 had surrendered. From today onward, no one in the Fringe would be able to threaten the Han family and Han Shuo's position in the Fringe. The enormous void illusion formed by the fusion of the 6 energies returned to the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo looked down disdainfully at the ferocious gods of the Fringe and said indifferently, Tyre and Logue are dead. You may leave now. Slank, Garp, and the other leaders of the Fringe looked at each other in astonishment when they heard Han Shuo's words. They stared blankly at Han Shuo, as though they did not understand what Han Shuo meant. After a long while, Slank bowed and respectfully said, The God Hunter Alliance is still wreaking havoc in the Omphalos. We should be under your command for the time being and help you in your crusade against the God Hunter Alliance. Why did you ask us to leave? Not only Slank, Garp, and the other scattered factions, but even Tyre and Logue's former subordinates were also puzzled. Based on their understanding of the sovereigns in the fringe, Han Shuo should have taken advantage of this opportunity to take them all under his command, thus gaining control of the most powerful forces in the fringe. Tyre, Logue, and the others had always done so. They couldn't understand why Han Shuo didn't do so. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold smirk as he looked down at the crowd below. The few from my pandemonium are more than enough to deal with the God Hunter Alliance. You don't need to waste your energy. The existence of the God Hunter Alliance is necessary. When they try to escape the fringe, you don't have to do your utmost to stop them. Just let them leave. After all, there are experts from other dominions waiting for them outside the fringe. What can we do? Slank looked rather ashamed after hearing Han Shuo's words. He suddenly realized that they were as weak as ants in front of a peerless existence like Han Shuo. The crisis of the God Hunter Alliance that engulfed the entire fringe didn't seem to concern Han Shuo at all. What can all of you do? Han Shuo smiled. After a short pause, he shook his head and said, all you have to do is to live well in the fringe. The Omphalos will settle down. As for those Omphalos shop owners who are hiding in the fringe, you just need to spread the word and let them return to the Omphalos after the storm is over. Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo abruptly flew away and disappeared from their sight in an instant. From today onwards, there will no longer be any 5 sovereigns in the fringe. Slank stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, Lord Brian's achievements have far surpassed those of the 5 sovereigns. As long as he's in the fringe will always be his. That's good too. With one person ruling the fringe, at least there won't be endless wars. Garp thought for a moment before he suddenly laughed and said, no matter what, Lord Brian treats his people very well. If one day we can become the guards of the Han family, that wouldn't be too bad. That's only possible if he takes a liking to us. Slank sighed and said, before the war, many people wanted to join the Han family, but they didn't take a liking to any of them. At first, I thought that the House of Han didn't know how to appreciate favors. But now I realize that they don't care about us at all. If it weren't for pandemonium, the fringe would have long since become the headquarters of the God Hunter Alliance. We must work hard and hope that Lord Brian will take a liking to us and become a member of the Han family. Garp nodded heavily. Han Shuo's performance in dealing with Tyre and Logue alone had won them over. They couldn't help but regard Han Shuo as the strongest person in the fringe. While Garp and the others were talking, Han Shuo appeared in the Omphalos. A loud explosion rocked the Omphalos. The area under Tyre's jurisdiction was obliterated. Many shops were turned into rubble in an instant, and the ground caved in. All the God Hunters in the area and those who did not evacuate were killed. Only Tuckamore and Acer managed to survive, but they were severely injured and almost lost the ability to move. Tuckamore and Acer happened to be there when the explosion happened. The explosion came without warning, and they couldn't dodge in time. They were instantly engulfed by the force of the explosion. Fortunately, the explosion only happened in one area of the Omphalos. If all 5 sovereigns in the Omphalos were to explode, the combined force of the explosion would affect each other tenfold. If that really happened, Tuckamore and Acer would have no chance of survival. They would probably be killed in an instant. When Han Shuo arrived at the Omphalos, he saw that all the hegemons were evacuating from Tanai in a panic. The explosion from Tyre's area was too terrifying. They didn't know if the area under their feet would explode the next moment. They were all panic-stricken. Tuckamore, Acer, Regis, Isaiah, Miller, Belinton, and Cause were left with only 7 hegemons. Tuckamore and Acer were heavily injured, while Isaiah, Regis, and Miller hadn't fully recovered from their injuries in pandemonium. Only Belinton and Cause were still at their peak. Han Hao, wielding his bone spear, took the lead and stood in front of the 7 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance, coldly facing off against them. Sinister negative energy leaked from his body. Unlike Nestet and the goddess of destiny, Han Hao's quintessence could no longer be concealed. The unstoppable energy emanating from him intimidated all 7 hegemons. Han Shua's arrival had thoroughly terrified the 7 hegemons. The young hegemon had already given them a tremendous amount of pressure. Now that the old hegemon had arrived, the last bit of confidence they had left in their hearts had vanished. "Father, there are 7 of them, no one missing," Little Skeleton said softly when he saw Han Shua coming over. Han Shua nodded smilingly. He turned his gaze to the 7 people in front of him and said, "Everyone, we meet again." "Ha ha!" The explosion at Omphalos was part of Daka and Tyre's plan. They buried 10,000 tons of energy crystals at the bottom of Omphalos, intending to kill all of you in one fell swoop. Hee, it's a good thing I came prepared and let you live until now. The 7 hegemons didn't have much confidence in facing Han Shua now. Their subordinates were scattered all over the place, and if they were to run away now, they wouldn't be able to survive in their own divine dominions. Especially when half of them were injured, they really didn't know what to do against Han Shua. "What do you want?" Isaiah hung his head dejectedly. The lofty aspirations he had when he came to the fringe had been erased. All he wanted now was to get as far away from this place as possible with his subordinates. He hoped that he would never see Han Shua again. "What do I want?" Han Shua stroked his chin and put on a sinister smirk. With one thought, his 6 avatars combined into one and unleashed a power that could look down on all living things. It formed an enormous glass canopy that enveloped the remaining 7. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You even dared to stay in the fringe and commit atrocities. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Han Shua laughed heartily and started shrinking the glass canopy like an eggshell, squeezing the 7 hegemons in the center. Of the 7 hegemons, only Belinton and Kaz could use their full strength. Tuckamore and Asser were heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight back. Isaiah and the other 2 were still injured, having been beaten up by Han Shua in Pandemonium. Now that they were facing Han Shua again, they had less than 70% of their strength left. How could they possibly be a match for Han Shua with their current strength? Not to mention, Han Shua had a little skull with a quintessence by his side. Given Han Shua and his son's current strength, unless they ran into an over-god with a quintessence, they wouldn't be a match for them on Elysium. You dare kill us?" Kaz, a hegemon who cultivated in the Edict of Life, seemed to know some secrets. He shrieked, "We hegemons have existed since time immemorial. Even the 12 quintessence over-gods have tacitly acknowledged our existence and refrained from attacking us. You dare!" When the goddess of destiny arrived at Pandemonium, she had vaguely revealed some information about the God Hunter Alliance. It seemed that the existence of the God Hunters was indeed necessary, which was why the 12 over-gods didn't attack them. Even when the goddess of destiny's partner was killed by the God Hunters, she didn't exterminate all God Hunters. That was enough to prove that the God Hunters had a special meaning. Why wouldn't I dare? Han Shua put on a carefree smile and clenched his hand. Kaz's bones cracked, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face contorted in pain. "Hee, you seem to know something, don't you?" Han Shua nodded and laughed. Very good, very good. Since I can't learn anything from the goddess of destiny, it seems that I can learn something from you." Upon finishing those words, Han Shua summoned the cauldron of myriad demon and enveloped Kaz within it. While refining Kaz's divine soul with the cauldron, Han Shua gathered the energy of his 6 elemental fusion and avatars to surround and kill the remaining 6 hegemons. He muttered, "The existence of God Hunters is necessary. I won't exterminate all God Hunters. I only want you hegemons to die and use your divine souls to fuel the power of my Han family." As he spoke, Han Shua gathered all of his energy into a single point and released it. With the crisp sound of eggshells cracking, the bodies of the hegemons exploded and their divine souls flew into the cauldron of myriad demon that was refining Kaz's soul. Chapter 989. surrounded by the cauldron of myriad demon. Ka's divine soul was like a candle flickering in the wind, flickering erratically. Given the realm of Han Shua's consciousness and the cauldron of myriad demons' power to manipulate Ka's divine soul, Han Shua was able to extract all of Ka's experiences from the moment he was born. He could even extract memories that Ka couldn't remember from the depths of Ka's soul. Only memories that existed couldn't escape Han Shua's great soul-searching art. Han Shua's consciousness spread across Ka's mind like a giant net. Threads of his consciousness wrapped around Ka's divine soul and dug out everything from the depths of his memories. Ka's cultivated in the energy of life. At his realm, he had already escaped the fate of life and death. In his long life, he had experienced many things that left a deep impression on him. It would take Han Shua at least a day or two to comb through all of Ka's memories. After all, Ka had lived for nearly 10,000 years and had experienced many things every single day. His memory was as vast as the ocean, and it wouldn't be that easy to sort through. Han Shua, on the other hand, wasn't interested in the trifling matters of Ka's life. He wasn't a pervert who liked to pry into other people's privacy. Therefore, Han Shua focused on the most important part of Ka's memories. Han Shua didn't even need to think to know that those were the most important memories in the depths of Ka's soul. Memories that he often thought about were much clearer than those of his daily life. Soon enough, Han Shua found what he was looking for. Han Shua's consciousness enveloped this deep memory and used the great soul-searching art to retrieve it in his sea of consciousness. This memory happened a few hundred years ago, not too far from the present. At that time, Ka had yet to become an over-god or become a god hunter. He was the patriarch of a major family clan in the Life Dominion. As the patriarch of a major family clan in the Life Dominion, not only was he not a god hunter, but he was also a hunter who hated god hunters to the core. While fighting against the god hunters in the Life Dominion, Ka was betrayed by a cousin of his and was imprisoned by the god hunters in a gorge called Tanai. Within 15 minutes, all of Ka's clansmen were slaughtered by the god hunters. Ka's wife and son were not spared. Ka, on the other hand, was stopped by the hegemon of the Life Dominion. He could only watch helplessly as his wife was raped and his son was dismembered. It was an unforgettable memory. Back then, the hegemon was merely a late-stage high god, while Ka was merely an early-stage high god. He was no match for the hegemon and could only endure the humiliation for the rest of his life. Prior to this, Ka had hunted down god hunters in every city in the Life Dominion and was their greatest enemy. The former hegemon of the Life Dominion captured Ka and learned a few things about god hunters from the hegemon of the Life Dominion. That hegemon once told Ka that god hunters were an indispensable part of Elysium. The existence of every god on Elysium possessed too much elemental edictal energy. If the number of gods on Elysium exceeded a certain limit, the energy of heaven and earth would change. Such a change would affect the quintessence over gods and seem to be very detrimental to the quintessence. Therefore, the hegemon told Ka that god hunters would never disappear from Elysium because their existence would reduce the number of gods on Elysium every day. It would effectively prevent such a situation from happening. For the quintessence over gods, the god hunters were actually helping them eliminate some of the hidden dangers. He rejected all of Ka's previous actions, saying that Ka's previous actions were idiotic and that the Life Dominions over God just wanted him to fight the god hunters endlessly. It didn't matter if the god hunters died or their loyal subordinates were killed. It wasn't a bad thing for the quintessence over gods. In the end, Ka didn't die. The divine guards of every major city in the Life Dominion arrived just in time. Ka, who had lost a portion of his divine energy, was lucky enough to survive. Having lost most of his divine energy, Ka's strength was greatly reduced. When he returned to his family, he found that his cousin who had betrayed him had replaced him as the new patriarch. Having lost a portion of his divine energy, Ka was no longer a match for his cousin. He was defeated and chased out of his family. After his wife and children were killed and his cousin betrayed him, Ka's personality changed drastically. He abandoned his faith in the over-god of life. For the sake of revenge, Ka suddenly became the craziest god hunter. He started by devouring the weakest gods and recovered his divine energy bit by bit. After more than 100 years, Ka killed his cousin and slaughtered all the members of his family who had betrayed him. In the end, even the former hegemon of the Life Dominion couldn't escape from Ka's hands. Ka used the most insidious method to burn his soul with poisonous flames. It took him more than 200 years to exhaust the last bit of energy in his soul. He only died after suffering for 200 years. Afterward, Ka, who had lost his faith, became the new hegemon of the Life Dominion. His strength soared and he ascended to the realm of Overgod. Han Shua took a deep breath and carefully stored Ka's divine soul. He imprisoned it in a special corner of the cauldron of Myriad Demon and used the power of the cauldron to remove the impurities in Ka's divine soul, leaving only the purest comprehension of the Edict of Life for Han Mu to absorb. "Sigh, what a pitiful man," sighed Han Shua. Han Shua let out a soft sigh. After learning about Ka's experiences from his memories, Han Shua no longer felt any hatred for Ka. He felt that Ka's life was truly pitiful. He also understood Ka's desperation to become a god hunter. In that situation, it was almost impossible for Ka, who had lost most of his divine power, to use his original path to avenge his wife and child. Everything that mattered to him in his life was taken away. Even the faith he had built up over many years had crumbled in an instant. It was only natural that his personality would undergo a drastic change. "Father," he said, "that there is a need for god hunters to exist? Really?" When Little Skull saw that Han Shua had sent his consciousness into Ka's mind, he knew that Han Shua could easily obtain all of Ka's memories. Han Shua nodded and sneered. "Too many gods will occupy too much of the energy of the 12 elements. When a certain element is occupied too much by a god, the god of that element will undergo a mutation. Such a mutation is very bad for the overgods who possess the quintessence. Therefore, they need to maintain a delicate balance." At this point, Han Shua suddenly recalled the war of the gods mentioned by the goddess of destiny and the god of light. He wondered if there was a reason for the war of the gods. According to the god of light and the goddess of destiny, a war of the gods would definitely occur before the opening of Eternia. Many gods would die during the war. Could their deaths be a necessary procedure for the opening of Eternia? On Elysium, every once in a while, a great war would break out that would engulf all of the dominions. Many geniuses would perish in those wars before they could truly become top experts. During the most crucial moments, the goddess of destiny would appear and calm the wars. Previously, Han Shua didn't understand why such a thing would happen and why the goddess of destiny would wait for many years before resolving the war. But now that he had learned these secrets from Ka's memories, Han Shua had his own guesses and vaguely understood some things. Balance. Little Skull stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly asked, "Father, are you saying that the existence of the god hunters is tacitly approved by the 12 overgods? You have seen the power of Nestet and Judas. Any one of them could wipe out all the god hunters in the 12 dominions. Also, Andrina said that the goddess of destiny's lover died at the hands of the god hunters, and that Andrina nearly died from exhaustion of the energy of her soul. However, even with such deep-rooted hatred, the goddess of destiny didn't wipe out all the god hunters. I believe that Ka's words are believable. Other than the existence of the god hunters, I really don't know any other reason why they wouldn't wipe out the god hunters," said Han Shua in a deep voice. "Does that mean that the 12 quintessence overgods won't meddle in my business, even if I unite the god hunters?" asked Han How after a moment of silence. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "That's right. As long as what you do is in line with their interests, they won't interfere." Han Shua thought for a moment before he said, "However, the power of faith from the living gods in the 12 dominions is also very useful to the overgods. They need the faith of those gods, but at the same time, they don't want their numbers to be too large. It's like a scale seeking a delicate balance. You shouldn't act too recklessly, or the 12 over-gods might attack together. We are not their match for the time being, so we have to be careful. Understood, Father. I'll be careful. Han Hao nodded in understanding. It was at this moment that 2 whistles sounded from the distance. After a short while, Salas and Wasis appeared before Han Shuo. Salas, who had no idea what was happening, hastily reported, "Brian, many divine guards from the 12 dominions have gathered and are heading towards the fringe. It seems that they are planning to attack the god hunters and us." Han Shuo nodded and said, "If they want to maintain a delicate balance, the god hunter alliance can't be too powerful. With the 12 dominions, the number of god hunters in the alliance might be a little too much for them to handle. They are probably planning to purge the alliance, right?" "Father, what should we do?" asked Han Hao. Han Shuo bunched his brows as he looked at the god hunters who had lost their 7 hegemons and were looking at him with fear. He smiled and said, "You are the new leader of the god hunters. You can decide what to do. I think the most important thing is to subdue them." "I understand." Little Skeleton nodded and began to organize the god hunters around him. Chapter 990. There were a total of 12 hegemons in the god hunter alliance, but now not a single one of them was left. The god hunters who had lost their hegemons were at a loss and had no idea where they could go in the future. At such a time, what they needed the most was someone who could bring a new light to the god hunters. Little Skull, Han Hao, in terms of strength, power, and his identity as a god hunter, was more than qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. It didn't take long for Little Skeleton to unleash the terrifying quintessence energy on his body. All the god hunters prostrated themselves at his feet, obediently acknowledging his unrivaled position in the god hunter alliance. "Father, I might need to leave the fringe for some time. I will bring them away from the fringe and consolidate the power of the god hunters in the other dominions. I will solidify my position as the leader of the god hunter alliance." Little Skull bade farewell to Han Shuo. The dead hegemons still had many experts under them scattered across the dominions. They were left behind by the 12 hegemons to oversee the overall situation and were unaware of the situation in the fringe. Now that all the hegemons were dead, Little Skull needed to intimidate those with ulterior motives and consolidate all the god hunters under his command as soon as possible. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly said, "Go ahead. Take Polo and the others with you. Be careful when you leave the fringe. Don't run into the city, lords of the other dominions who are coming to kill you. I'm sure the 12 quintessence over gods will be satisfied with the outcome of the battle in the fringe. However, their subordinates won't be able to get word from them that they won't attack the god hunters. You should know what to do." Little Skull had demon generals at his disposal. Now that he had formed a new quintessence, he could easily detect the location and distribution of power of the divine guards in the other dominions. It wouldn't be difficult for him to avoid their encirclement. "I shall take my leave then. I will come back to see you after some time. I still need to comprehend the quintessence energy." Little Skull didn't dawdle. He gestured for the kneeling god hunters to follow him. He went to the edge of the omphalos and found Polo. He instructed him to gather all the god hunter brigades in the fringe and leave the fringe with him for the time being. Han Shuo watched as Little Skull gave out his orders in an orderly manner and walked further and further away from the fringe. He felt a little reluctant to part with him. However, that feeling was quickly replaced by joy. Han Shuo was truly happy for Little Skull. Of Elysium, as of the most important person in his life, Han Shuo hoped that Little Skull would not only have the power to protect himself, but he would also have the power to rule over others. Only those who had the most power could stand on the continent. Soon enough, Little Skull's aura was getting further and further away from Han Shuo. Han Shuo suppressed the emotions in his heart. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo sensed the aura of Akeley, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Akeley came over with a big smile on his face and said, "Brian, it's all settled. Those troublesome poisoners and those eccentrics you mentioned are all docile now. Akeley, you've worked hard. Ha ha! From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will become the most powerful pharmacy on the continent. As long as we put in some effort and set up branches in every divine domain, we can count our black crystal coins in peace," said Han Shuo smilingly. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was already very famous, but it was all because of the medicinal pellets he refined. There weren't many pharmacists who were truly skilled. It was impossible for Han Shuo to spend too much energy on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, nor could he waste too much time on refining medicinal pellets. Therefore, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy must have pharmacists who could truly hold the fort. The talented pharmacists of the Omphalos were exactly what Han Shuo lacked the most. With them joining the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo would truly have no worries in the future. Father, Han Jin and Andrina walked over from the Omphalos. Their clothes were ragged and there were traces of dust on their faces. They seemed to have been affected by Tanai's explosion. "Are you two all right?" Han Shuo immediately cried out in alarm. He was the one who arranged for Han Jin and Andrina to stop the explosion in the Omphalos. He did not expect that the Omphalos would explode. Although they were special life forms, Han Shuo was still rather worried. "I'm fine," replied Han Jin smilingly. He glanced at the radiant Andrina and smilingly said, "Not only are we fine, but we also benefited from it. The explosion did not harm us at all. Instead, it allowed our bodies to gather a lot of energy." Haha. Han Shuo's face lit up. He discreetly probed Han Jin and Andrina's physical condition with his consciousness. Sure enough, he discovered that the energy in their bodies seemed to be much more profound than before. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said, not bad at all. I knew that you too would be fine, given your special life forms and bodies. The explosion of the energy crystals would only benefit you two." After a short pause, Han Shuo asked, "Did Tyre set up something else in his area?" "Yes, Tyre is indeed treacherous. Every area in the Omphalos has a special energy device that can receive instructions from his divine soul. But in his area, he set up 3 more energy devices. They are all hidden in very well-hidden places. There are even special boundaries on them that conceal the slightest energy undulations. Before we could set them up, Tyre had already released the signal of the explosion. That's why we couldn't stop it," explained Andrina. "Father, I'm sorry. We couldn't stop the explosion in that area," apologized Han Jin. "You guys have done well enough." Naturally, Han Shuo wouldn't blame them. He turned to Wasis and said, "Have your men from Glacial Peak head to the Pandemonium first. I'm worried that the God Hunter Alliance isn't the only target of the 12 Dominions." Wasis's expression slightly changed. He nodded and left without saying a word. A magical mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. He was communicating with his subordinates in a remote corner. "Salis, the Empyrean Peak will belong to you in the future. There are still many scattered factions in the fringe. With your strength, recruit as many as you can. I have more than enough people on my side. I won't allow them to join the Han family. Those from the 12 Dominions might come. Use this opportunity to subdue them. Anyone who belongs to you can seek refuge in the Pandemonium," promised Han Shuo to Salis with a smile. Salis was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "That's true loyalty." He knew that if the Pandemonium was willing to open its gates, the leaders of the scattered forces would definitely submit to the Pandemonium and Han Shuo. They would never submit to him. Now that Han Shuo had assured him that he would put an end to those people's schemes and said that as long as they were his people, they could seek refuge in Pandemonium. With Han Shuo's promise, Salis would definitely be able to gather his forces at this critical juncture. "I will make it clear to everyone in the fringe that the 3 of us are on good terms. I will also strictly order my men not to attack your men or Wasis's men. Haha, the 3 of us will govern the fringe from now on. said Han Shua smilingly. Salas shook his head and said in a deadpan manner, Brian, I appreciate your kindness. However, times have changed. Wasis and I have discussed this. From now on, you will be the only sovereign in the fringe. The two of us will be your Han family subjects. How can we do that? Cried Han Shua in shock. At this moment, Wasis came to an agreement with his men. He walked to Han Shua and said in a deep voice, Brian, your strength has far surpassed ours. Everyone in the fringe knows that you are the one who resolved the crisis. We are not qualified to be your equals. Brian, don't decline. The fringe has its own rules. Only the strong are respected. You are strong enough to be respected. We trust you. Salas nodded and laughed heartily. With you in the fringe, even the overgods with quintessence will have to think twice before dealing with the fringe. From now on, we don't have to fight and kill all day. The fringe should have its own rules like the other major cities. It was hard to refuse such hospitality. Moreover, Wasis and Salas were being so sincere. Han Shua knew that he had no choice but to agree. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua nodded and said, In that case, I won't decline any more. From now on, the Omphalos will no longer exist. I will rebuild the Omphalos and name it Hexopolis. Just like any other city, I will be the city lord and you will be the chiefs of divine guards. The three of us will govern it together. Hexopolis, Hexopolis. Salas repeated the name a few times. He mumbled, The name sounds a little strange, but it does sound imposing. All right, let's call it Hexopolis then, shouted Wasis. I won't go to the Pandemonium. I will stay in Demonic City for the time being. I want to see what the 12 divine guards can do to me. Suddenly, Han Shua felt a sense of heroism. He thought to himself, Given my strength and my importance to the 12 overgods, what do I have to worry about before I activate Eternia? The quintessence overgods definitely won't make things difficult for me at this time. Apart from them, who else on Elysium could be a match for me? With that thought in mind, Han Shua felt that he had nothing to worry about at all. He laughed heartily as he gathered the demonic energy in his body. A stream of pitch-black demonic energy fell into the ruins of Logue's territory. The demonic energy swirled around and gathered a few large rocks nearby before flying towards him. Bang! Bang! With a few deafening noises, a few 10-meter-tall boulders were erected at the entrance. Strands of black lines swam across the smooth and flat surface of the boulders. One could only hear the caw-caw sounds of the boulders as pieces of rubble were sent flying. After a while, a strong gust of wind blew past, blowing away the dust and debris on the rocks. Then, 3 majestic words appeared on the rocks. Hexopolis. Chapter 991. Apart from Han Shua, Wasis and Salas were also stationed in Hexopolis. Wasis had already sent word that his subordinates would head to the Pandemonium to seek refuge. Salas, on the other hand, made use of this time to roam around Hexopolis and meet with the leaders of the various factions. Han Shua clearly stated that the Han family would not want him and that the fringe would be jointly managed by him, Salas, and Wasis. It was only after Han Shua's message was sent out that the leaders of the various factions who didn't take Salas seriously considered his proposal. A few leaders who knew that they weren't strong enough and that they wouldn't be able to strut around even if the fringe returned to normal accepted Salas's sincere invitation to serve under him. Han Shua purged the divine souls of the god hunter hegemons from the celestial pearl pharmacy, leaving behind only the purest understanding of the profound mysteries of energy. He made a few profound orbs and had Han Jin and Andrina bring them to the Pandemonium. In this battle, Han Shua captured all the god hunter hegemons in one fell swoop. Daka, Tyre, Logue, Acer, Tuckamore, Sant, Regis, Miller, Belinton, and Cause made from the souls of Tuckamore, Cause, and Belinton. Naturally, Han Shua, Han Hua, and Han Mu's profound orbs were given to Han Hua, Han Mu, and Han Shui. Other than Han Hua, Han Mu, and Han Shui, Akeley received a destruction orb from Tyre's divine soul. Fanny would receive Logue's pure divine soul, orb of death, while Emily would naturally receive Asur's darkness orb. There were also destruction orbs made from Daka's divine soul, earth orbs made from Isaiah's divine soul, lightning orbs made from Regis's, and wind orbs made from Miller's. Han Shua also handed them to Han Jin, indicating for Han Jin to use them on his family members. The fact that Han Jin was able to become the owner of Goldstone meant that he wasn't any less intelligent than Little Skull Han Hao. Ever since he befriended Andrina, he had been evolving at a rapid pace. Han Shua felt at ease leaving such an important item in Han Jin's hands. After Han Jin and Andrina left, Han Shua settled down in Fringe Hexopolis. He spread the news that people from all over the Fringe were coming to the Land of Chaos, and at the same time he came up with new rules for Fringe Hexopolis. With the full support of Wasis and Salis, Han Shua became the undisputed #1 person in Fringe Hexopolis, imitating some of the rules of Ethereal City and the City of Shadows. Han Shua came up with a new set of rules. Han Shua vetoed all the tyrannical rules of Omphalos. From now on, Fringe Hexopolis would become the true center of the Fringe. Gods who entered Fringe Hexopolis would no longer have to pay black crystal coins and could stay as long as they wanted. The God-Hunter War that had engulfed the Fringe had caused a sharp decline in the population of the Fringe. Many of the Fringe dwellers who used to live in the Fringe had either been slaughtered by the God-Hunters or had temporarily left the Fringe to seek refuge in remote and desolate places. As the Fringe was now sparsely populated, Han Shua had come up with many favorable measures and new rules to restore the Fringe as soon as possible. It took Han Shua a few days to come up with the new rules of Fringe Hexopolis. After everything was back on track, Han Shua cultivated in the secret room beneath Celestial Pearl that Earth Elite Zombie had opened up for him. Ever since Han Shua made a breakthrough in his state of mind during the battle at Pandemonium, he discovered that the 13 avatars formed from the demon generals and various energies in the demonic cauldron were incredibly powerful. A single avatar might not be as powerful as an overgod without the quintessence, but when two avatars fuse, they would be even more powerful than an overgod without the quintessence like Tyre. Although the new avatars formed from the fusion of 6 energies weren't as powerful as an overgod with the quintessence, they were still terrifyingly powerful. So-called pseudo-overgods like Tyre and Logue couldn't even put up the slightest resistance against them. Judging from the strength of the new avatars, if all 13 were successfully fused, Han Shua believed that even an overgod with the quintessence wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Every time he thought of this possibility, Han Shua would get a little excited. Judging from the current situation, it wasn't impossible to fuse the 13 energies together. Unfortunately, the fusion of 6 energies was Han Shua's limit. During this period of time, Han Shua had been trying to see if he could fuse the other 7 avatars, but he just couldn't find the right opportunity to do so. He had tried fusing the other 7 energies once, but he still couldn't fuse them together. This gave Han Shua quite a headache. Han Shua sat cross-legged in the underground secret room. The 6 avatars of destruction, death, darkness, lightning, wind, and water gradually overlapped with each other. As soon as the 2 energies fused together, the 6 energies were like 6 streams flowing together. They immediately strengthened and formed a new energy. Han Shua took a deep breath and continued to fuse the energy of light with the energy of the 6 elements. However, he discovered that as soon as his avatar of light approached the source of the fused energy, it would be repelled by a force. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry. As he tried repeatedly, he used his consciousness to carefully feel for the reason. Gradually, Han Shua discovered that the energy of light was being repelled by a very distinct energy of darkness. That energy of darkness in his avatar that had fused with 6 elemental energies had become abnormally powerful. It seemed to be on the verge of breaking away from the state of fusion. Han Shua tried many times, but every time he discovered that the fused energy of darkness would repel the newly added energy of light. After many fruitless attempts, he had no choice but to give up and start experimenting with other energies. After the energy of light, Han Shuo tried the other 6 energies: fire, life, space-time, fate, fighting aura, and earth. Among them, the energy of fire repelled the energy of water, and the energy of life repelled the energy of death. Only the 4 energies of space-time, fate, earth, and fighting aura did not feel this kind of repulsion. However, there were no signs of fusion. Light and darkness opposed each other. Death and life opposed each other. Water and fire were incompatible. These 6 energies seemed to be natural enemies. It seemed as though there was no possibility of them fusing. Han Shuo thought about it carefully for a while. He felt that these 6 energies might not be difficult to fuse, but it should be rather difficult. Thinking about it this way, Han Shuo felt that he should spend more effort on fusing space-time, fate, earth, and fighting aura. Among these 4 energies, there were some special types of fighting aura that seemed to be the easiest to deal with. When he fused his fighting aura with his avatar, Han Shuo vaguely felt a little comfortable. Although he couldn't fuse it with his avatar for the time being, he felt that the fusion of fighting aura should be the easiest. Han Shuo spent a dozen or so days meditating in silence. During this period of time, Han Shuo did not make any breakthroughs. However, he had a clear direction. He planned to spend more time and effort on the 4 energies of space, destiny, earth, and fighting aura, especially the energy of fighting aura. As for light, fire, and life, Han Shuo felt that he should leave them for last. It was obvious that fusing these 3 energies would be extremely difficult. It was still unknown whether or not he could fuse them. One day, Han Shuo came out from his meditation. He went to Wasis and Salis and asked them to bring all the scattered people into Hexopolis. Han Shuo's powerful consciousness could sense that the divine guards from the 12 divine dominions were about to arrive at Hexopolis. "Brian, how many are there?" Salis bunched his brows and appeared rather worried. "More than the God Hunter Alliance," replied Han Shuo calmly. He shot a glance at Salis and said, "But you don't have to worry. Numbers won't change anything. I'd like to see what they can do to me." As long as Han Shuo was in the fringe, the connection between him and Little Skull Han Hao would not disappear. Han Shuo had communicated with Little Skull a few days ago when the connection was about to be severed. From Little Skull Han Hao, Han Shuo learned that the God Hunter Alliance did not suffer too great a loss and had left the fringe. The information from Little Skull Han Hao allowed Han Shuo to learn about the number of divine guards from the 12 divine dominions. However, Han Shuo did not pay too much attention to it. He only remembered one of them, the Keeper of Light, Jar. Among the leaders of the expedition to the fringe was McKinley, the city lord of Ethereal City, who was closest to the fringe. He was one of Han Shuo's closest friends and had communicated with Han Shuo before he came. Therefore, Han Shuo was well aware of the movements of the fringe. "Brian, Jar has also come. If possible, I hope you can help me get rid of Jar." In the magical mirror, McKinley wore an indignant face and said hatefully, "Jar has actually broken through to the Over-God realm. Jar is the one leading the expedition against the God Hunters and the Fringe. Sigh, I'm still no match for Jar. I've been mocked and ridiculed by Jar along the way. I know that I'm no match for him, but I can only endure it." In the magical mirror, McKinley kept complaining to Han Shuo about Jar, one of the 3 Keepers of Light. Han Shuo felt some sympathy for McKinley. He had been sealed away by Jar for so many years, and yet he was still no match for him. Not only that, he had no choice but to participate in the expedition against the Fringe and the God Hunter Alliance. Coincidentally, he had run into Jar. Not only could he not avenge Jar, he even had his dignity trampled on. One could imagine the indignation in McKinley's heart. Jar, one of the 3 Keepers of Light, was fiercely loyal to the God of Light. Back in Pandemonium, the God of Light had vaguely warned Han Shuo not to touch Jar. However, Han Shuo, who had always disliked the temple of the God of Light back on Profound Continent, had never considered the God of Light a friend. This time was no exception. The corners of Han Shua's mouth curled into a sneer as he watched the 12 great divine guards gradually approaching him. Chapter 992. Outside the Hexopolis, the experts from the 12 dominions had finally arrived. They were temporarily gathered at the peak of a barren mountain, observing from afar and discussing in low voices from time to time. McKinley wore a dark face. From time to time his eyes would glance at Jar, who was dressed in the elder robes of the Temple of God of Light and had a white beard. He saw Jar laughing and chatting with the chiefs of divine guards. As one of the 3 keepers of light under the command of the God of Light, Jar possessed outstanding strength and was very active among the chiefs of divine guards. Apart from Yaris from the Dominion of Darkness and a few leaders from the Dominions of Death and Destruction, the others were a little wary of Gil. The Dominions of God of Light, Life, and Water had always been at odds with the Dominions of Death, Destruction, and Darkness. They would often have small frictions, and they were even sworn enemies during the War of the Gods. Normally, it would have been impossible for them to work together given their antagonistic relationship. However, the God Hunter Alliance was too much of a threat. With so many experts from various divine dominions here, it was inevitable that Gil and Yaris would run into each other. Jar and Yaris almost started fighting as soon as they saw each other. Although they managed to control their emotions, they seemed to mind their own business. There was a clear distinction between the 2 parties, and they looked at each other with ferocious gazes. Judging from the current situation, once the war between the God Hunter Alliance and the Fringe was over, it was highly likely that the 6 factions led by Gil and Yaris would start a war in the Fringe over the slightest disagreement. Jar and his party were in one area, while Yaris and his party were in another. Meanwhile, McKinley stood by himself. From time to time, Jar would mock him for his incompetence. Hexopolis. Suddenly, Jar, who was in the distance, sneered. He looked at the 4 big words that Han Shoa had erected on the boulder and sneered. He changed his name? Ha! He's going to be razed to the ground soon. And he actually changed his name at this time. This person is really interesting. Jar put on a smile, turned to McKinley and said, "McKinley, do you think those from the God Hunter Alliance have killed that so-called friend of yours? As far as I know, that youngster named Brian has a pretty good relationship with you. You have been taking special care of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in Ethereal City. Furthermore, you cultivate in the Edict of Space. If he is still alive, you two should be in contact, right?" No comment. McKinley snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring Jar. "McKinley! Oh, McKinley, Ethereal City is right next to the Fringe, and yet you know nothing about it. I really don't know how you managed to become the city lord of Ethereal City." Jar shot a glance at McKinley and mocked. "Brian won't be killed that easily. If he is really in the Fringe, Jar, do you dare to fight him alone?" Yaris suddenly sneered and teased Jar. Jar stared blankly for a moment, as though he did not expect Yaris to say that. After thinking for a moment, Jar chuckled and said, "I heard that Brian had been to the city of Gorging Clouds. You, Darkwater, and Darkstone seem to have joined forces to deal with him. Unfortunately, it seems that you all suffered a loss." Jar suddenly smiled and shook his head. He mumbled to himself, "Yaris, it seems that not only have you not improved over the years, you have even regressed. To think that even the 3 city lords of your darkness dominion couldn't handle a nameless youngster. Perhaps I have overestimated you." Oh, Yaris wasn't angry at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he instigated, "If we really meet Brian later, why don't you deal with him yourself? No matter who it is, we can still share some of the burden with you." Jar didn't put Han Shua in his eyes at all. He sneered and said, "That youngster isn't worthy for me to deal with him personally. Once he proves his strength, I'll play with him." I really want to see how you're going to play with Brian if he really shows up." Yaris grinned and waved his hand. He said, "Let's go. We're already at the entrance. It's time for us to go in." "Yaris, does that Brian really have that kind of strength?" "Talbot, the city lord of the city of wraiths, suddenly asked in a low voice. Talbot was the city lord of the city of wraiths in the Death Dominion. Han Shua had killed Portlam in the city of wraiths and declared that he wasn't afraid of anyone's vengeance. Talbot hesitated and didn't dare to make a move on Han Shua. This time, under Yaris's invitation, he personally came to the fringe to demand an explanation. Yaris's face turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "Brian has never been active in the dominion of God of Light. It's only natural that Jar doesn't know his strength. But in the Death and Darkness dominions, Brian has fought many times. His strength shouldn't be any weaker than yours, right? If he wasn't strong enough, Darkwater, Darkstone, and I would have killed him back in the city of Gorging Clouds. Are you sure you can defeat him this time?" Talbot's expression changed slightly, and his voice became even softer. Yaris shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Not yet. Even with the help of the two of you, I still can't see through him. However, Jar and the others don't know Brian's strength. If he's still in the fringe, we'll let Jar take the lead. Once Jar and the others are heavily injured, we'll retreat from the fringe and deal with Jar and the others." Yaris used the energy of darkness to form a barrier around the two of them. Even the people around them wouldn't know what they were talking about, let alone Jar. "Brian can seriously injure Jar?" Talbot was shocked once more. "Just you wait and see." Yaris smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, "Remember, if Brian shows up and shows his strength, we must leave the fringe immediately and ambush Jar and the others. I've already communicated with the Over-God before I came here. He said that the War of the Gods is inevitable, and we should strike first." After a while, the divine guards from the 12 dominions finally gathered around the giant boulder that had the words Fringe, Hexopolis carved on it. Jar let out a long laugh and shouted, "It doesn't matter if the people inside are god hunters or prisoners of the Fringe. They all deserve to die. Today, the holy light of God of Light shall shine upon this filthy place and bring new light to the Fringe." Asterisk creak. Asterisk behind the boulder. The gates of the Fringe Hexopolis opened. A loud and clear laughter sounded from within. "Haha, I've been waiting for you all for a long time. You are my guests from afar. Oh, and McKinley and Yaris. Very good, very good. They're all acquaintances. Who are you?" Jar asked in a loud voice after hearing the unfamiliar voice. Those from other divine dominions were also puzzled. They had no idea what was going on inside, but they felt that something was amiss. Most God Hunter hegemons were middle-aged or elderly. They had never heard of such a young hegemon before. Yaris' face jolted. He hesitated for a moment before he shot a glance at Talbot. He forced a smile and said, "I didn't expect you to be the master of the Fringe. Since you have invited me, I'm here to ask for a cup of wine. But let me make it clear that our target in coming to the Fringe is the God Hunters, not you. Don't misunderstand." "Brian? You're that Brian?" Jar immediately realized who the owner of the voice was after hearing Yaris' words. He hesitated for a moment. Jar had a bad feeling about this and hesitated. Who was the one who said that a certain someone wasn't qualified for him to fight? What's wrong? We haven't even come in yet, and you're already afraid? McKinley, who had been holding back all this, while suddenly straightened his back and shouted. "Shut up." Jar's face jolted. He shot a cold glance at McKinley and said, "Loser! Since when did you have the right to mock me?" After saying those words, Jar let out a groan, signaled to the others with his eyes, and walked into the Fringe. The others followed closely behind him. Yaris put on a strange smile. He could tell with one glance that Jar was a little scared. Tanai's absence of the God Hunter Alliance was enough to prove that the God Hunters had been defeated. To be able to drive the God Hunter Alliance out of the Fringe, the strength of the Master of the Fringe was indescribable. "Talbot, be careful. The Divine Guards should stay outside for the time being. Our goal is different from that of Jar and the others. There's no need for us to get involved in this mess. If the situation changes, we will leave immediately. Yaris reminded Talbot as they walked towards the Omphalos. Talbot, who had solemnly vowed to seek revenge on Han Shoa, grew more and more uncertain after hearing Yaris' words. His strength was inferior to Yaris, but for even Yaris to be so fearful of Han Shoa, Talbot's confidence gradually diminished. He gradually lost the will to fight to the death with Han Shoa. The party slowly walked into the Omphalos that had been renamed Hexopolis. McKinley was the only one who wasn't afraid of Han Shoa. As he was on good terms with Han Shoa, it was only natural that he knew that Han Shoa wouldn't harm him. Therefore, he was the first to enter the Omphalos. As soon as McKinley entered the Omphalos, he saw Han Shoa standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside Han Shoa were Salas and Wasis. Other than Han Shoa, Salas, and Wasis, there was no one else in the spacious street. All three of them had smiles on their faces. Han Shoa wore a gentle smile, Salas wore a faint smile, and Wasis wore a cold smile. McKinley did not talk too much with Han Shoa. He merely nodded and shot a meaningful glance at Han Shoa, indicating to him which one was Jar. Han Shoa didn't need McKinley's hint. With his current strength and means, he had long figured out who Jar was. Han Shoa smiled and nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on and not to worry. Chapter 993. You're Brian? Humph, you've got guts at such a young age, said Jar with a sneer. Long time no see. I didn't expect that you would become the master of the Omphalos in the fringe. Yaris wore a solemn expression. Not only did he keep his distance from Gil, he also kept his distance from Han Shoa. Han Shoa ignored Jar and looked at Yaris with a smile. He was rather puzzled. Han Shoa had killed Yaris' brother Larixin with his own hands. Back in the city of Gorging Clouds, Han Shoa had also slaughtered a lot of people. Han Shoa did not expect Yaris to show that he wasn't here for revenge. Larixin was killed by me. You said that you came to the fringe to deal with the God Hunter Alliance? Asked Han Shoa with his brows bunched. He stared at Yaris and asked, Is that true? Yaris's heart tightened as he nodded with a bitter smile. Believe it or not, I really don't intend to seek revenge on you this time. He had received some instructions from the Over-God of Darkness a long time ago. No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare to go against the Over-God's will. Where are those from the God Hunter Alliance? Asked Jar after he saw that Han Shoa wasn't paying attention to him. This time, Han Shoa finally turned his gaze to him. He couldn't help but recall the advice the God of Light had given him. After carefully observing Jar for a while, Han Shoa discovered that Jar was a fanatical believer of a religion. Jar had the kind of obsession that only a fanatic could have. His fanaticism would only serve the God of Light. Although Jar was wearing a pure white elder's robe, he didn't seem calm at all. On the contrary, he seemed fierce and irascible. Just as McKinley had said, Jar wasn't born on Elysium, but on an unknown plane. He used to be a fanatical believer of the God of Light. Jar's strength continued to grow by leaps and bounds. His fanatical faith in the God of Light eventually attracted the attention of the God of Light, who bestowed upon him a mark of God of Light. Gil's strength improved by leaps and bounds under the influence of the divine seal from the God of Light, becoming the first mid-god of that lesser plane to cultivate the energy of light. His achievements astonished the God of Light. The God of Light dispatched him to various major planes to wage war. Jar never let the God of Light down. He eradicated all the heretics on more than a dozen planes, big and small, expanding the influence of the God of Light to many planes. Jar eventually arrived on Elysium under the guidance of the God of Light. Jar never disappointed the God of Light. He cultivated to high godhood in just 500 years and became a dazzling new star in the God of Light's domain. There were many legends about Jar. Everyone knew that Jar was an oddball. He was never one who excelled in crafty plots and schemes. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary fanatical strength to defeat all his enemies. He was the most violent and radical of the three Keepers of Light. A series of Jar's deeds flashed through Han Shoa's mind. Han Shuo thought to himself that Jar was a genius. He thought that only a person who dedicated himself to the God of Light and spared no effort in carrying out the will of the God of Light would be appreciated by the God of Light. The God of Light had even personally warned Han Shuo not to touch Jar. "Didn't you run into him on your way here?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "We have driven the God Hunter Alliance out of the Fringe. There are no God Hunters left in the Fringe. Everyone, if you came to the Fringe for sightseeing, I welcome you. But if you plan to destroy the Fringe, haha, I won't welcome you." "Where's Han Hao?" Jar sneered and said, "I heard that he is also a God Hunter. Hand him over and tell us where his subordinates are. If you do that, I might just abandon this wretched place of yours and let you perish on your own." If it wasn't for the fact that Jar felt that he couldn't see through Han Shuo, he wouldn't have said those words. He would have killed all of Tanai's men by now. But even though he knew that Han Shuo wouldn't be easy to deal with, he still couldn't change his violent temperament. He behaved as though everyone in the world should listen to his orders. It was as though everyone but those who cultivated in the energy of light and believed in the God of Light were heretics and deserved to die. Han Shuo had no intention of letting Jar off the hook. When he heard that Han Shuo was so arrogant that he demanded him to hand over his little skull, Han Shuo's face sank. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "Jar, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of such a condition?" In Han Shuo's mind, he had already regarded himself as a being on the same level as the God of Light who possessed the quintessence. It was only natural that Han Shuo was extremely displeased that Jar, a so-called follower of the God of Light, was showing off in front of him. Ha ha ha. Jar was instantly enraged. He laughed maniacally and said, "I, Jar, have lived for thousands of years and have never feared anyone but the quintessence over gods. You are the first person in all these years to act so arrogantly in front of me. Good, very good. Even if you hand over Han Hao now, you'll still be dead." Jar wasn't as cunning and scheming as Yaris, who wouldn't immediately attack without a word. The holy light on his body suddenly became blinding as the holy Aurum armor covered his body. Holy energy emanated from his body and the olive branch in his hand, making everyone feel pressured. Jar had a violent and direct personality. He wasn't suited to rule a city, but he was the best fighter. Of the three keepers of the light, Jar was the strongest in combat and had a fearsome reputation throughout Elysium. "You won't see anyone acting so arrogantly in front of you anymore." Han Shuo laughed. He wasn't surprised by Jar's display of power. Given Jar's fervent belief in the God of Light, it was only normal for him to have the holy Aurum armor. Before Jar could fully unleash the power of the olive branch forged by the God of Light, Han Shuo summoned the cauldron of myriad demon and merged it with his 6 avatars in an instant. A new domain of divinity covered the entire Fringe. The other Han Shuo in the void spread his arms. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a bone-chilling gray light descended and bombarded Jar. In an instant, the holy Aurum armor on Jar's body couldn't withstand the attack and cracked. As soon as Jar's olive branch condensed holy light, an enormous gray pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Jar. Rumble! Jar's body exploded. Fragments of the golden armor shot out in all directions. Amidst the holy golden light, Jar's blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Han Shuo waved his hand and tried to use the cauldron of myriad demon to absorb Jar's divine soul. At that moment, a blinding white light in Jar's divine soul suddenly erupted with holy energy and melodious sacred music. The blinding white light morphed into the most common type of light sword and stabbed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo's expression suddenly changed. He sensed the power of the God of Light's quintessence from the white light. The white light was probably a mark left by the God of Light in Jar's divine soul. Now that it had enveloped Jar's divine soul, it suddenly attacked Han Shuo. In an instant, Han Shuo realized that the God of Light must have noticed Jar when he met him in the Omphalos. Therefore, he added an additional wave of attack to Jar's divine soul. The white light morphed into a light sword and stabbed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo had a feeling that it was unavoidable. He had no choice but to form a giant gray net with the energy of his 6 avatars to trap it. Han Shuo focused all his energy on the giant net. Han Shuo was highly focused. His spirit, qi and spirit were at their peak. Suddenly, the avatar formed from fighting aura moved. At the same time, the avatar formed from the energy of light absorbed portion of the energy of light that had yet to dissipate after Jar's explosion. To Han Shuo's surprise, the 2 avatars formed from fighting aura and the energy of light had miraculously fused into one. At the same time, the other 5 avatars that cultivated in the energy of life, fire, space-time, destiny, and earth also merged with the one avatar. The 7 elemental energies of light, fighting aura, life, fire, space-time, destiny, and earth formed another huge avatar of God in an instant. Then, it once again released a giant net to trap the light sword. What a genius! You can actually use the energy of my quintessence to make another breakthrough. Very good. It seems that the opening of Sky Castle is not far away. Suddenly, the voice of the god of light came from the white light. Then, the white light no longer persistently attacked Han Shuo. Instead, it wrapped around Jar's divine soul and disappeared instantly. This series of changes happened in the blink of an eye. It started abruptly and ended in an instant. Han Shuo had a very strange feeling in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the 2 huge shadows above his head. He sensed the incompatible aura of the 2 avatars and had a strange expression on his face. He had been trying to fuse the other 7 elemental energies into his original avatar, but had never considered the possibility of this happening. Light and darkness opposed each other. Death and life opposed each other. Water and fire were incompatible. Therefore, it was very difficult to fuse the 3 energies of light, life, and fire. On the other hand, there was no barrier between the 3 energies of light, life, and fire. The energy of fighting aura was somewhat similar to the energy of light. Under the stimulation of the god of light's quintessence, none of the 7 elemental energies were fused into his original avatar. Instead, they formed another avatar. On one side was an avatar of death, destruction, darkness, water, lightning, and wind. On the other side was an avatar of light, life, fire, earth, destiny, space-time, and fighting aura. The 2 avatars had completely different auras. They seemed to belong to 2 extremes. Since the god hunters are not here, we shall not disturb you any further. Yaris suddenly spoke up, just as Han Shuo was lost in his thoughts. He anxiously signaled to Talbot with his eyes, hinting for him to get out of the way. Chapter 994. They were completely awed by Han Shuo's methods. As one of the 3 keepers of light, Jar had made a name for himself on Elysium for a long time. Countless experts had fallen at his hands. For so many years, Jar had been the #1 warrior in the god of light's dominion and was feared by all. Yet, Han Shuo had effortlessly killed such a formidable character. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Not even the wisp of god of light's white light that was imbued in Jar's divine soul could harm Han Shuo. Instead, it expressed its admiration for Han Shuo and quietly left. Yaris was a man of great wisdom and vision. He could sense the existence of the god of light just from that wisp of weak energy from the god of light's quintessence. His #1 warrior, Jar, had been killed, but the god of light did not kill Han Shuo immediately. Instead, he said those words. Yaris immediately realized that Han Shuo was not someone he could deal with. When he thought of Han Shuo's massacre in the dominion of death and darkness, as well as the 2 overgods' playful attitude, Yaris vaguely grasped some things. Talbot finally understood why Yaris was so afraid of Han Shuo. He immediately retreated after hearing Yaris's shout. He no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of revenge against Han Shuo. He had completely forgotten about Han Shuo's arrogance in the city of wraiths. Yaris and Talbot exchanged glances before they stared at Han Shuo with vigilant gazes. They retreated step by step from the omphalos, fearing that Han Shuo would suddenly make a move and leave them forever in the omphalos that had been renamed the omphalos. The Divine Guard chiefs who came with Jar felt a chill run down their spine when they saw that Jar was killed by Han Shuo in an instant. When the divine seal of God of Light transformed into a strand of white light and vanished, the fear in their hearts grew infinitely greater. Hearing Jar's words of farewell, those people did not hesitate to speak up. "If the God Hunter Alliance isn't here, we won't disturb you. We came to the omphalos for the sake of the God Hunter Alliance. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the Pandemonium. We still have important matters to attend to. There's no need to send us off." After Yaris, everyone used different excuses to leave. Without waiting for Han Shuo's reply, they all looked at Han Shuo as if they were facing a formidable enemy and slowly retreated. The only person standing in front of Han Shuo was the overjoyed McKinley. McKinley's eyes were glistening as he stared at the blood splattering from Jar's body. He muttered, "Dead. Just like that. You're finally finished." Han Shuo, who was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, snapped out of it when he heard Yaris's words. However, Han Shuo didn't look at Yaris and the others. Instead, he pretended to be deep in thought and stood there motionlessly. The divine guards from the 12 dominions possessed extraordinary strength. Yaris and a few of them even possessed over-God strength. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't pay much attention to them. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo decided that there was no need for him to deal with those people. On one hand, he didn't want to anger the 12 over-gods behind them so soon. On the other hand, Han Shuo had overheard the conversation between Yaris and Talbot. The war of the gods that would engulf the 12 dominions was about to begin. Han Shuo was still looking forward to the battle between Yaris and Talbot. Naturally, he wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. Han Shuo had no intention of participating in the war of the gods. Therefore, it would be wise for him to remain silent at such a crucial moment. With that thought in mind, Han Shuo ignored Yaris and the others as they quietly left. He pretended to be deep in thought about his breakthrough. When Yaris and the others saw that Han Shuo wasn't even looking at them, they hastened their retreat. When they were out of the valley, they immediately turned around and left as fast as they could. In the blink of an eye, the chiefs of divine guards from the 12 dominions had retreated at a much faster speed than when they arrived. It was as though they were afraid that Han Shuo would react and attack them. "Brian, are we just going to let them leave?" Wasis, who was standing beside Han Shuo, hesitated for a moment before he softly asked. Han Shuo put on a smile and replied, "They all have quintessence over gods backing them. Some of them have over-God imprints in their souls. It wouldn't be wise for us to keep them in the fringe. Let them be. They will fight each other anyway." "You mean they will fight among themselves?" Salas was stunned for a moment before he asked in astonishment, "Of course. Just wait and see. The moment we leave the fringe, they will start a war." "Who would have thought that the new war of the gods would start in our direction?" explained Han Shuo. "I will remain neutral." "I don't want to get involved," said McKinley. It was at this moment that McKinley took a deep breath and bowed at Han Shuo. In a deadpan manner, he said, "Brian, it's all thanks to you that we have a grudge for so many years." Han Shuo gestured at McKinley and smilingly said, "You don't have to say that given our friendship." "Haha, McKinley, you better hurry back to Ethereal City as soon as possible. Their battle might affect Ethereal City. You need to be prepared." "I understand," nodded McKinley. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Han Shuo with a grave face and asked, "Brian, Jar's divine soul is still intact. Is that white light that envelopes him really the God of Light?" "That's right." Han Shuo's expression changed slightly. He said to McKinley, "You don't have to think too much about this. The God of Light has protected Jar's divine soul. I have no way to completely destroy him. However, Jar is in a terrible state. Back then, only your divine soul and divine body were separated. Although Jar's divine soul is unharmed, His divine body is completely destroyed. You can say that you have avenged your grudge. I'm already satisfied. However, I'm a little worried about you. The God of Light has remembered you. I'm afraid that something bad will happen to you." McKinley frowned and paused for a moment before he lamented, "I really don't know how you cultivate to be able to kill Jar so effortlessly." "You don't have to worry about me." Han Shua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. You should return to Ethereal City as soon as possible. Ethereal City needs you the most right now." "All right, I'll be on my way. Take care, Brian." McKinley did not waste any more time talking to Han Shua. He decisively left the city and followed behind Yaris and the others. The might of the battle had awed all the invading divine guards. A crisis had been easily resolved. Haha, the Fringe shouldn't be facing any more dangers for the time being. We still need to hurry up with the reconstruction of Hexopolis. I'll be returning to Pandemonium first. You guys stay here. If you encounter any problems, just contact me through the magical mirror, and I'll be there as soon as possible. With the God-Hunter Alliance no longer in danger, Yaris and the others hastily retreated from the Fringe. Han Shua was certain that the Fringe would be safe for a long time to come. He then began to arrange some new tasks. "All right, we will gather all the remaining gods in the Fringe in Hexopolis. We will govern the place according to your rules. Don't worry, we will take good care of the place." "We won't let anything happen to it," said Salus. He was in a good mood and was smiling happily. From now on, there would be fewer conflicts in the Fringe. Without Tyre, Asura, and Log, those three despicable fellows, they would be able to properly govern the Fringe. Once the War of the Gods kicked off, many from the 12 dominions would flock to the Fringe. At that time, the Fringe would return to its former glory, perhaps even stronger than before. "All right, I'll leave this place to the two of you for the time being." "Let's keep in touch," said Han Shua smilingly before he left Hexopolis. "All right, I'll leave this place to the two of you for the time being." "Let's keep in touch," said Han Shua smilingly before he left Hexopolis. With his current level of consciousness, he could sense any abnormalities in Hexopolis even though he was in Pandemonium. If there were any enemies around Hexopolis, he wouldn't even need Wazer or Salus to inform him. He would have known about them beforehand. Therefore, Han Shua was very relieved. Asterisk, 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 soon enough, Han Shua returned to Pandemonium. Thanks to the innate powers of the 5 elite zombies, the Pandemonium was gradually restored to its original state. The cracks in the ground had all healed and Tanai was once again shrouded in the mist that lingered around Tanai all year round. After returning to Pandemonium, Han Shua started to rebuild the Pandemonium. First, he had the 5 elite zombies alter the structure of the mountains around the Pandemonium according to the structure he had in mind. Then, he used his immense energy to alter the edicts of heaven and earth. He even collapsed the earth, moved the mountains, and filled in the seas. Han Shua's mental state had reached the demonic Lord Realm. Adding the energy he had gained from the fusion of his 13 avatars, Han Shua was unprecedentedly powerful. He spent all his effort in refining the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester in the chaotic land of Elysium. The 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was able to attract Han Shua from another universe in a small place like Profound Continent, turning Profound Continent into one of the 5 perilous lands. Once it was constructed on Elysium, where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was 100 times denser, it would become a divine formation that would shock the heavens and make the gods weep. It was a monumental project. Han Shua immersed himself in it. Using the powers of the 5 elite zombies and his new understanding of the realm, he collected all kinds of materials from the Fringe, Ethereal City, and the Destiny Dominion. He didn't hesitate to spend an enormous amount of black crystal coins to fill the Pandemonium. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, time flew by, and the Pandemonium gradually transformed. The Pandemonium, which was already enormous in size, was added to the surrounding mountains and lakes. Unbeknownst to them, the pandemonium had expanded fivefold. Tanai would often see lightning flashes, thunder rumble, and snow fall. Gradually, a wondrous land of incomparable grandeur on Elysium began to take shape as the War of the Gods began to unfold. Chapter 995. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies had finally recreated the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester on Elysium. On the day the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was completed, all the eerie winds in the pandemonium converged towards the valley. The Een energy and Yuan energy that drifted between heaven and earth were attracted by the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester and gathered in the clouds above the pandemonium. The pandemonium was 10 times larger than before. At a glance, there were several mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds like giant swords. At the center of the peaks was a majestic palace that towered into the sky. Under the moonlight, the faint energy that could be seen with the naked eye filled every corner of Tanai. The 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was used to gather the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. After it was completed, all the cultivators in Tanai could sense that the energies in Tanai's body had become incredibly dense. They even felt as though they were floating in an ocean of elemental energy. Deep in the center of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was an amber chamber. It looked like the purest of crystals, constantly sparkling with dazzling radiance. Inside the chamber, Han Shuo's main body was quiet and motionless. Wisps of faint mist visible to the naked eye were entwined around his body. Once the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was completed, it would continuously absorb mystical Een aura from between heaven and earth. The mystical Een aura could then be converted into demonic yuan, increasing the speed at which he could condense demonic yuan by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Without the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester, given Han Shuo's current cultivation speed, it would take a long time for him to gather enough demonic yuan to break through to the realm of Demon Lord. It would take him 1,000 years or even 10,000 years to make the breakthrough. However, with the help of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester, that speed could be increased by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Elysium was the continent with the densest vital energy in the universe. As soon as the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester was formed, the energy that had existed for hundreds of millions of years began to flow towards the pandemonium. Under the nourishment of this enormous power, Han Shuo's devil body was growing stronger at an unimaginable speed every second. It was constantly transforming the profound Een energy, slowly flowing through every cell and meridian in his body, causing his body to change at all times. Han Shuo's body continued to absorb energy from the center of the 9th realm mystical Een Harvester. The cauldron of myriad demon remained in Han Shuo's body as the core of the formation, helping Han Shuo improve. In the blink of an eye, the dominions of Elysium had been embroiled in endless wars. It had been 10 years since Yaris and Talbot attacked the divine guards of the dominions of God of Light and Life outside the Fringe. Over the past 10 years, the dominions of Light, Life, and Water had officially declared war on the dominions of Destruction, Darkness, and Death. 10 years might seem like a long time to ordinary people, but to these gods who had almost infinite lifespans, it was but a blink of an eye. During the 10 years, the 6 dominions had fought each other several times, big and small. However, none of them fought to the death. It was as though they were plotting something bigger. Some of the other dominions did not join the war immediately. Instead, they paid close attention to the development of the situation and secretly plotted against each other. Over the past 10 years, the Fringe had undergone tremendous changes. The destroyed Hexapolis had long since been rebuilt. Under the management of the House of Han, Salus, and Wazer, Hexapolis had regained its former prosperity. No matter which divine domain they came from, as long as they visited Hexapolis, they wouldn't be charged a single black crystal coin. They were allowed to stay and cultivate in peace. 10 years was too short a time. It was naturally impossible for them to recover their energy in a short period of time. However, with such a good omen and the battles between the various divine realms, more and more demon gods came to Chaos Demon Haven to seek refuge. The situation on Elysium was still uncertain. The entire continent was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Under such circumstances, Han Shua ordered those in the fringe to ignore what was happening outside and focus on managing the fringe. With Han Shua's help, the members of the Han family had made extraordinary progress. Many of them made breakthroughs in a short period of time. Fanny, Emily, and the others who had obtained the Overgod's soul had made even greater progress. With the help of the divine energy potions refined by Han Shua, Fanny, Emily, and Fanny had both entered the realm of mid-stage high god. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the realm of Overgod. The current strength of the Han family far surpassed that of any major family on Elysium. They could even win against the major cities of the Dominions. 10 years ago, Han Shua killed Jar in Hexopolis and drew out the divine seal of God of Light. Unbeknownst to the 12 Dominions, news of Han Shua killing Jar and drawing out the divine seal of the God of Light had spread to all 12 Dominions. All the gods on Elysium knew that there was an existence in the fringe whose strength rivaled that of an overgod. Little Skull Han how became the new leader of the God Hunter Alliance. For the past 10 years, Little Skull seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not many knew where he was or where he was. However, the God Hunters that had spread across the continent didn't stop because of the war on Elysium. They continued to appear and commit crimes from time to time. Other than the 3 overgods who had met Little Skull Han how, very few knew that Little Skull had also obtained the quintessence and became the 13th overgod on Elysium. The situation on Elysium was still changing. An even greater storm was brewing. On this day, a person quietly stepped into the dominion of death. As soon as he stepped into the dominion, he immediately sensed a strange energy fluctuation. He did not immediately move. Instead, he stood still on the spot, waiting for something. After a while, the pure element of death spread out from the void above his head. The purest element of death gradually condensed into an illusory image of the overgod of death, Nestet. Nestet lowered his head to look at the young man who had just stepped into his dominion. Expressionlessly, he said, "Brian, you've come." That's right, this person was Han Shua. However, it wasn't Han Shua, but another Han Shua formed by his 13 avatars. This Han Shua had a thin line in the middle of his forehead that looked like a long scar. It was as if he had been divided into 2 halves by the scar. With the thin line as the dividing point, the left side had skin as fair as jade and a holy and benevolent aura. The right side had skin that was slightly darker and had a sinister and vicious aura. For the past 10 years, Han Shua had been trying to fuse his avatars of 6 and 7 energies, but to no avail. He couldn't find a way to fuse them. After 10 years of hard work, he could barely make the 2 avatars not repel each other so intensely and use the power of space as a dividing line to fuse them into one. Even though the body was barely fused, the 13 energies still repelled each other. Sometimes a moment of carelessness would cause the 2 avatars to resist each other. The 2 bodies would clash and fight each other. That was Han Shua's goal. The reason he had forcefully fused his 2 avatars into one and used the power of space as a dividing line was to make them repel each other. He hoped that he could find an opportunity to truly fuse the 13 energies together. "Nestet, why did you send me a message asking me to come to the Death Dominion?" asked Han Shua coldly as he looked up at the sky. A year ago, someone from the Death Dominion came to the Pandemonium with a divine seal of Nestet. When Han Shua received the divine seal, he found out that it was an invitation from Nestet to come to the Death Dominion. He said that he had something to discuss with Han Shua. Han Shua's main body was stationed at the center of the 9th realm mystical Een harvester, constantly gathering the mystical Een energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, he couldn't come to the Pandemonium personally. Therefore, he sent an avatar that was formed from the 13 energies. "This isn't your body, is it?" asked the illusory figure of Nestet after observing for a moment. Han Shuo furrowed his brows and suddenly burst into laughter. He said, "Nestet, you aren't trying to lure my main body here to harm me, are you?" In Han Shuo's mind, he had already considered himself to be on the same level as Nestet. He called him by his real name without any trace of politeness. Back in the pandemonium, Nestet had tried to harm Little Skull Han Hao. If it wasn't for the sudden increase in his strength and the fact that Little Skull had formed the quintessence, perhaps Nestet would have killed Little Skull. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't have a good impression of Nestet. Naturally, he wouldn't be respectful to him. "If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't have waited until now," said Han Shuo coldly. "Back then, when you imprisoned Hill's divine soul, I already knew that you were in the Death Dominion. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died more than 10 years ago. There's no way you could have achieved what you have today." After hearing Nestet's words, Han Shuo was finally certain that the overgods of death and darkness knew about his actions in the Death and Darkness Dominion. The reason why they didn't deal with him back then must be, as the goddess of destiny had said, they needed his power to activate Eternia. "Oh, in that case, what business do you have with me?" asked Han Shuo with a relaxed smile. "You have killed Jar. Given the god of light's personality, he won't extend an olive branch to you anymore. None of the dominions can avoid the war of the gods this time. The dominions of space and destiny will also participate in the war. Although the fringe is a little small, it is still a major dominions. What are your plans?" asked Nestet as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo was stunned. He asked curiously, "You want me to walk with you? You cultivated in the energy of death and destruction. That's your original personality. Since it's impossible for you to reconcile with the god of light, why don't you walk with us?" Nestet nodded and said, "Don't be in a hurry to agree. You can make a trip to the Darkness Dominion. After a while, the three of us will meet you personally and discuss some other matters with you. Don't worry, it will be good for you." After a moment of silence, Han Shuo said, "All right, we'll talk when the other two arrive." The other two that Nestet referred to were the overgods of destruction and darkness. Chapter 996. The overgod of death, Nestet, did not have a deep conversation with Han Shuo. He vanished as soon as he finished speaking. After Nestet disappeared, Han Shuo suddenly had a strange feeling. Back when he was with the overgod of death, he was still trembling in fear that Nestet would come to him for Hill and Chateau. Back then, although Han Shuo had vaguely guessed some things, he wasn't certain. He had been worried that Nestet would show up in the Death Dominion. But now, after more than a decade, Han Shuo was back in the Death Dominion, invited by Nestet. Not only did he not have to worry that Nestet would come after him, he could even talk to Nestet as an equal. The difference in treatment was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now that Han Shuo thought about it, the reason he could talk to Nestet as an equal, and the reason Nestet came to meet him, was because Han Shuo's strength had reached a whole new realm, a realm that Nestet could acknowledge. Back then, Nestet did not touch Han Shuo because Han Shuo still had some value. But at that time, Nestet did not show up to meet Han Shuo. It was obvious that Nestet didn't think much of Han Shuo. Han Shuo could only change his position and destiny when he possessed sufficient strength. Only then would he not have to worry so much. Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and shook his head. He stopped thinking about the problem and headed to the Darkness Dominion unhurriedly. Han Shuo had many old acquaintances in the Darkness Dominion. He wondered how Erebus, Andre, Aobashi, and Carmelita were doing. Other than that, there was also Donna from Hushvale City. Han Shuo would always feel a sense of guilt whenever he thought of her. Coincidentally, the meeting place with the death, destruction, and darkness overgods was the Darkness Dominion. Han Shuo planned to visit Erebus and the others before heading to Hushvale City to have a good talk with Donna. After making up his mind, Han Shuo increased his speed slightly. While rushing toward the Darkness Dominion, he continued to fuse the power of his two avatars. The City of Shadows, the Saint Residence. Andre, Carmelita, Erebus, Aobashi, and the others gathered together to discuss the War of the Gods in low voices. After Wallace was killed in the city of Gorging Clouds, Andre naturally became the new city lord of the City of Shadows. Although Andre's strength wasn't as great as Wallace's, he was very talented in management. All these years, the City of Shadows had been developing very well under Andre's leadership. Andre was an amiable man and had a very good relationship with the major family clans. He was not like Wallace, who was jealous of talents and would not forcibly expel people just because their family clans were too powerful. Perhaps it was because of Andre's strong points that the City of Shadows could develop so quickly, unlike when Wallace was in charge of the City of Shadows, where wars would break out from time to time. However, Andre's weakness and strength was also very obvious. The patriarchs of the major family clans in the City of Shadows were not particularly respectful to Andre because Andre's strength was not enough to suppress them. If it wasn't for the fact that Andre was appointed to the position of city lord by the darkness over God, the patriarchs of the major family clans might have long joined forces to impeach him and force him out of the position. Yaris has sent someone to urge us to assemble all our divine guards and be ready to face the attacks from the three dominions at any time. According to Yaris, the dominions of light, life, and water seem to be up to something big. Perhaps the next time they attack, it won't just be a simple probe. Andre was rather worried. After hesitating for a moment, he put on a bitter smile and said, "But the House of Kinson, House of Kisa, and House of Buller have their own plans. They do not wish to mobilize their forces so early and hope that others can take the lead. They are going against my orders in secret. This is really troublesome." Carmelita coldly groaned and said, "Those fellas are getting more and more ungrateful. I think it's time for us to make our relationship clear with them. If necessary, we might even have to resort to force." Andre stared blankly for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and said, "Carmelita, I know what you mean, but the three major family clans possess enormous power in the City of Shadows. Putting aside whether it's appropriate for us to go to war at such a crucial time, do you think that our strength is enough to make the three major family clans behave themselves?" Carmelita did not say another word after hearing those words. Her face turned rather ugly. No matter how arrogant Carmelita was, she knew that the current strength of the House of Saint was no longer enough to suppress the three major family clans. This was a time when unity was needed the most. If the House of Saint were to act rashly, they might even infuriate the Overgod of Darkness. If the Overgod of Darkness felt that the House of Saint was acting against his will, the House of Saint would lose all support. Although the patriarchs of the three major family clans sometimes disliked Andre as the city lord, they at least maintained a respectful facade and did not dare to act against the House of Saint. The reason for this was because Yaris had conveyed the will of the Overgod of Darkness. The three major family clans were not afraid of the House of Saint, but the Overgod of Darkness. Forget it, just bear with it. After this storm blows over, I will immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. Humph! As long as I reach the late-stage realm, the three of them will behave themselves, Andre said. For now, the most important thing is to maintain the unity of the Shadow Clan. We must not complicate matters at this time. There's no way we can unite them. If they don't obey orders, we won't be able to gather our forces in the city. When Yaris comes to investigate, the responsibility will still be on our side. Who knows? The Overgod of Darkness might even blame us for our incompetence. Erebus bunched his brows and sighed. Then what should we do? Andre put on a bitter smile. I heard that Brian is doing very well in the Fringe. Even someone as valiant as Jar was killed by him. If Brian were in the City of Shadows, those fellas wouldn't even dare to fart. Aobashi said softly as she stole a glance at Andre and Carmelita after hesitating for a moment. Andre and Carmelita's faces jolted when they heard those words. Carmelita coldly shouted, "Why are you mentioning him? Didn't I say that long ago? Don't ever mention that name again." It's not Brian's fault. Erebus had always been close to Aobashi, and he muttered to himself. No matter what, when he first came to the City of Shadows, our House of Saint has always treated him well. My father also took good care of him back then. But in the end, he didn't even spare my father. I don't want to hear about such a vicious character ever again. Carmelita said fiercely, That's right. No matter what, Big Brother died in his hands. No matter how close we were to him in the past, we must never associate with him again, Andre said with a gloomy face. He seemed displeased. Then, why didn't the City of Shadows participate in Yaris's proposal to head to the Fringe to kill Brian? Aobashi raised her head and glanced at Carmelita and Andre. Andre and Carmelita both remained silent. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Aobashi sighed in her heart and did not say anything else. She knew that Andre and Carmelita had special feelings for Han Shuo and that it wasn't something that could be resolved with mere words. Before Han Shuo killed Wallace, he was very close to Andre and Carmelita. When Wallace wanted to deal with Han Shuo, Andre and Han Shuo had even disregarded their familial ties and tried to stop Wallace. They had helped the Han family a lot and truly considered Han Shuo as their last friend. But in the end, Wallace had indeed died in the hands of Han Shuo. This was an irreconcilable conflict. It was so complicated that Aobashi didn't know how to help them resolve it. All these years, Aobashi and Erebus had tried to persuade the two, but the two were convinced that Han Shuo shouldn't have killed Wallace. Therefore, they had never forgiven Han Shuo, no matter what they said. Sigh. It was at this moment that a long sigh sounded from outside. It sounded like the owner of the sigh was extremely helpless and melancholic. Who's there? A guard from the Saint residence suddenly shouted in an attempt to locate the source of the sigh. They were in the Saint residence. Andre and Carmelita were having a meeting in a secret chamber. No one was allowed to approach them. It was at this moment that a strange sigh sounded. The divine guards immediately got into action and started searching for the intruder as though they were facing a great enemy. Andre, Carmelita, Erebus, and Aobashi were stunned for a moment. They seemed to have recalled something from that familiar voice. After a long while, Erebus was startled and stood up from his seat. He cried out in alarm, Damn it! Am I hallucinating? I think I heard Brian's voice just now. I don't think so. He should be in the Fringe right now. There's no way he would be here. Ha ha! Erebus, we must have been too nervous lately. Aobashi shook her head and laughed. Suddenly her expression froze, and she said in a daze, That can't be right. You and I both heard it. It can't be a hallucination. But it's also impossible for Brian to be here. Perhaps it was someone with a voice similar to Brian's. Maybe I should go out and take a look. Aobashi mumbled to herself. She got up and prepared to go out and take a look. It's him. It's definitely him, said Carmelita stubbornly as she bit her lips so hard that they were about to bleed. Andre abruptly stood up. A trace of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. But shortly after, as though he suddenly recalled something, he took a glance at Carmelita beside him and sat back down. After taking a short pause, he said in a deep voice, Don't worry about it. Let him be. How can we do that? Aobashi bunched her brows and said, The intruder might have heard our conversation. If it's not Brian, we must find out who he is. If it really is Brian, even if you don't want to see him, Erebus and I are friends with him. This is the City of Shadows. We must see him no matter what. After saying those words, Aobashi hastily signaled Erebus with her eyes. Erebus nodded knowingly and said, That's right, that's right. While the two of them were talking, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, their eyes darted back and forth between Carmelita and Andre, observing their expressions. Chapter 997. Carmelita and Andre remained silent as though they did not hear Erebus and Aobashi's conversation. They neither expressed their admiration nor objected. Aobashi and Erebus exchanged glances. After a short pause, Aobashi let out a soft cough and said, I'm going to take a look. With that said, Aobashi immediately walked out of the place without waiting for Andre and Carmelita's consent. Sigh. Actually, you can't blame Brian for what happened back then. The city lord did push him too far. Back in the city of Gorging Clouds, the city lord also wanted to deal with Brian. Under those circumstances, Brian didn't seem to be able to do anything, so. In the end, Erebus did not manage to finish his words because Carmelita's cold gaze had already landed on him. Erebus suddenly came to a realization. No matter what, Wallace was already dead, and this matter could no longer be explained clearly. She and Andre seemed to be the ultimate victims. Andre shook his head and sighed. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. He muttered, "How dare he come? Even if we don't deal with him, Yaris won't let go of such a good opportunity. Besides, this is the Darkness Dominion. Big Brother's divine soul still has the Overgod's mark. I wonder if the Overgod will sense it and blame us." After taking the position of City Lord, Andre's thoughts were much more complicated than Carmelita's. It wasn't just the enmity between the House of Saint and Han Shoa. Looking at the bigger picture, Elysium wasn't at peace at the moment. It was extremely inappropriate for Han Shoa to come to the Darkness Dominion alone. Carmelita's expression changed. She hesitated for a moment before she said to Erebus, "You should go take a look. If it's really him, drive him away." "I don't have the power to drive him away." Erebus shook his head with a bitter smile. Carmelita was obviously anxious. She said, "We don't want to see him. He won't get any benefits in the Darkness Dominion. Drive him away." It was only then that Erebus realized something. He sized up Carmelita suspiciously and then looked at Andre. When he saw Andre secretly nod at him, Erebus' eyes lit up as though he understood something. He nodded and said, "If I really see him, I will drive him away." After saying that, Erebus gave Carmelita and Andre a strange look before leaving without a word. After Erebus left, Carmelita sighed and grumbled, "Why did he come back? Isn't he doing fine in the fringe?" After a moment of hesitation, Andre said softly he should be fine. He was able to walk out of the Darkness Dominion unscathed the last time, so he should be fine this time as well. The streets of the City of Shadows were lined with shops. After exiting the Saint residence, Aobashi strolled alone in the surrounding shops without saying a word. Those divine guards in the City of Shadows who recognized Aobashi hastily went to report to her as soon as they saw her. They thought that something bad had happened in the city. Aobashi gestured for them to stay away from her. But after a few steps, she noticed that Erebus had also come out from the Saint residence and was happily following her. "What's going on?" Aobashi shot a glance at Erebus and asked indifferently, "It's nothing. I can see that Carmelita and Andre still treat him as a friend. It's just that due to Wallace's death, it's impossible for them to be as close as before." Erebus smiled as he recounted Carmelita and Andre's reactions. Aobashi nodded and said nothing more after hearing his words. The two of them tacitly headed towards a secluded area. It was none other than the ruins of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. For some unknown reason, even after the Han family had left the City of Shadows, this piece of land, which was worth an inch of gold, had been preserved. No shop had been able to purchase it from the House of Saint. Perhaps because it had been a long time since anyone had cleaned the place, it was a little dirty and dusty. But Aobashi and Erebus paid no attention to it and walked straight into it. Everyone in the Darkness Dominion knew of Han Shua's deeds. Even though the Han family had long left the City of Shadows, no one dared to destroy this place. Many experts in the City of Shadows held this place in awe. Even the patriarchs of the three major family clans had secretly instructed their disciples not to destroy any of the Han family's buildings in the City of Shadows. The patriarchs of the three major family clans did not even treat the Saint family with such solemnity. This was a clear indication of how important Han Shua was to them. After Aobashi and Erebus entered the place, they suddenly discovered a person standing under a tall and dirty building. He was looking at them with a smile. "Brian, it's been a while," Aobashi said in a subtle smile. "Haha, it's really you. I knew my ears weren't that bad." Erebus laughed heartily. He suddenly took a few steps forward and hugged Han Shoa. He only let go of Han Shoa after punching him 3 times with his iron fist. Soon after, he put on a solemn face and sized up Han Shoa. He asked, "What's wrong? Were you injured? Why is there such a long scar on your face? You can heal all of Carmelita's injuries, but can't you erase the scar on your face?" The thin line that split Han Shoa in half was too conspicuous. Fortunately, Han Shoa was wearing clothes. Otherwise, Erebus and Aobashi would have noticed that the thin line glowed brightly and gave off intense fluctuations of spacetime. "It's just a small wound. I'm fine." Han Shoa smiled and did not elaborate on the matter. He looked at Erebus and Aobashi and softly sighed. He asked, "Do they still hate me?" Erebus and Aobashi were rather embarrassed. They did not know how to answer. "I knew it would turn out this way. Haha, it's only natural that they don't forgive me. Many of my Han family's guards were killed because of Wallace. Wallace also wanted to kill me. If I didn't kill him, the Han family would never have a day of peace. I had no other choice." Han Shoa sighed and forced a smile. "I came over this time just to see you guys. Since they don't want to see me, then forget it. Actually, it's not what you think. Andre and Carmelita are still your friends. They are very concerned about you. It's just that the entire city knows that you killed Wallace. If Andre and Carmelita are still in contact with you at this time, the entire House of Saint will find them for revenge," Erebus explained. "Even just now, they were still very worried that you would be in danger in the Darkness Dominion. They were afraid that Yaris and the others would come after you." Erebus paused and looked up at the sky as though he was worried about something. Aobashi's expression slightly changed. She reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense." She knew that the darkness over God possessed remarkable abilities and that some of her words could send Erebus into a state of eternal damnation. "It's fine. Elysium may be vast, but there aren't many who would dare to touch me. Not to mention in the dominions of darkness, death, and destruction." Han Shoa chuckled. With his current strength, there was really nothing to fear. "Oh, you sure are confident." Aobashi giggled and said, "You have grown up over the years. I heard that the entire fringe is yours. You even killed Jar, one of the 3 guardians of the light in the dominion of God of Light, right? I've been living in the City of Shadows for so long. How about I join you in the fringe? As long as you come to the fringe, I will raise both hands in approval." Han Shoa, of course, knew that Aobashi was joking. She had lived in the City of Shadows for a long time and was indebted to Wallace. Even though Wallace was no longer around, she was still busy working for the House of Saint. She had always wanted to repay Wallace's kindness. Cowardly? Han Shoa stared blankly for a moment. He bunched his brows and said, "Given your strength in the City of Shadows, Erebus, and the House of Saint, who would dare to go against you?" "The situation has changed." Erebus forced a smile and explained the current situation in the City of Shadows to Han Shoa. After Erebus finished, Han Shoa nodded and said, "So that's how it is." Without saying much, Han Shoa took out a few items and handed them to Erebus and Aobashi. He smilingly said, "Take these. These are for the 2 of you. The rest are for Carmelita and Andre. They are back in the fringe." Han Shoa had killed quite a number of high gods. Among them, quite a few were experts in late-stage high god realm. Han Shoa had refined their divine souls into orbs of arcana that allowed him to fuse the essence of the energy contained within with his own soul. Other than those 2 items, Han Shoa also gave Erebus and Aobashi some divine energy medicines that could help them achieve breakthroughs. These are too precious. Where did you get them?" Erebus' expression changed abruptly after hearing Han Shoa's explanation. "Nothing precious. I have plenty of them." Ignoring Aobashi and Erebus' astonishment, Han Shoa said, "As for Carmelita and Andre, Don't tell them that I gave them to them. I'm afraid that they won't accept them. The reason why Andre can't suppress those people is because he doesn't have enough strength. This is very important to him. Without giving Aobashi and Erebus a chance to refuse, Han Shua laughed heartily and said, "It's not easy for us to meet again. Come, let's drink till we're drunk." As soon as he finished those words, fine wine and delicacies appeared in a miniature space in midair, as though by magic. Han Shua greeted the two, handed them wine, and drank to their heart's content. While Andre was in the middle of dealing with the affairs of the City of Shadows, a divine guard suddenly appeared and knelt in front of Andre. He reported, "City Lord, the patriarchs of the Kinsin, Kisa, and Buller family clans have sent representatives to us at the same time. They say that they are willing to accept our terms and conditions. They will integrate the forces of their family clans into the divine guards and be under our command." What? Andre was greatly astonished. "I have been trying for so long, but the 3 family clans have been indifferent to me. Why did they suddenly agree to our conditions?" "I don't know." The divine guard shook his head. Andre was stunned. After a long while, he suddenly recalled something and softly mumbled, "Could it be?" Chapter 998. The attitude of the 3 family clans changed drastically. They obediently accepted Andre's orders and did not dare to haggle over the details. The problem that had been troubling Andre for a long time was solved overnight. The change was too sudden. Others might not know how selfish and treacherous the patriarchs of the 3 family clans were. But how could Andre, who had known them for so many years, not know? "You're dismissed." Andre waved his hand. When he was alone in the secret chamber, he muttered, "Brian, oh Brian, you sure are a big deterrent." Even after so many years, the patriarchs of the 3 family clans still listen to you. The problem that had been troubling Andre was, of course, solved by Han Shua. Han Shua asked Erebus to meet with the 3 patriarchs and vaguely expressed his attitude towards them under the guise of reminiscing about old times. The patriarchs of the 3 family clans immediately turned pale with fright. They immediately sent messengers to the Saint residence and obediently accepted the Saint residence's orders. Putting aside how powerful Han Shua had become, the news of Han Shua returning to the Darkness Dominion alone, wreaking havoc in the city of Gorging Clouds and killing Wallace and Hoffs in a fit of rage, had long spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. In the eyes of the gods of the Darkness Dominion, Han Shua, who had killed Wallace and Hoffs and then left the Darkness Dominion in such a calm manner, was shrouded in an incomparably powerful and mysterious aura. Not many would dare to disrespect such a character. "Aobashi, Erebus, I've been in the City of Shadows for a few days now. Haha, I've had a great time drinking. But I still have some matters to attend to, and will be leaving for Hushvale City today," said Han Shua smilingly as he bade farewell to the 2 in the lush forest outside the city. Han Shua had spent the past few days chatting and laughing with the 2 at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy ruins. Some powerful characters in the city had vaguely heard of Han Shua's whereabouts, but no one dared to cause him trouble. Han Shua had purposely asked Aobashi and Erebus to spread some news. However, Andre and Carmelita did not show up. Han Shua was more or less a bit disappointed, so he decided to leave as soon as possible. "Don't think too much about it. Andre is busy dealing with important matters in the city. He shouldn't have the time. Carmelita is still cultivating in the gymnasium. Perhaps she doesn't even know that you are in the City of Shadows," Erebus explained. Han Shua, of course, knew that Erebus wasn't telling the truth. He simply smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Take care of yourselves. Come to the Fringe whenever you're free. Haha, you're always welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua took a step forward, and he was already 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared without a trace. After a while, rustling sounds could be heard from the dense thicket. Carmelita walked to Erebus and Aobashi's side. She looked at the direction in which Han Shua disappeared and said, I don't think he will return to the City of Shadows any more. No, he will come over when he has time. Aobashi stepped forward and pulled Carmelita's little hand. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile as she said, "Given his strength, he must know that you are nearby. Ha! Although you didn't show yourself, he should know that you came to see him off." "I didn't come to see him off. I was just passing by." Carmelita curled her lips and softly groaned. "So be it. Come, let's return. I have a lot of good stuff with me. Bring them to the city, Lord, later. They will be very useful for increasing your strength." Aobashi pulled Carmelita's little hand and slowly returned to the City of Shadows. Just as Carmelita said, with Han Shuo's consciousness, he had long discovered Carmelita's presence. But since Carmelita did not take the initiative to meet him, he could only feign ignorance. Han Shuo still felt somewhat guilty towards Carmelita. No matter what, he had killed her father. Although Wallace was cruel to him, he loved his daughter dearly. The grudge in Carmelita's heart wouldn't be easily erased. However, Han Shuo was very gratified that Carmelita was willing to come. He felt that his trip to the City of Shadows was not in vain. Even if he couldn't be as close as he used to be with Andre and Carmelita, at least he wouldn't have to hate them. Han Shuo felt much more relaxed after having a weight lifted from his heart. He stealthily made his way to Hushvale City. Donna's graceful figure gradually entered Han Shuo's mind. The corners of Han Shuo's mouth curled into a strange smile. He galloped to his heart's content. In just one night, Han Shuo had stealthily arrived at Hushvale City. The so-called tight defenses of the city were practically non-existent to him. The House of Lavers took over Hushvale City at the behest of the Overgod of Darkness. Not only did Felder's House of Lavers survive, but he also obtained one of the 7 cities of the Dominion of Darkness. The grievances he suffered in the city of Gorging Clouds were long gone. Now he was in high spirits as he managed Hushvale City. Unlike Andre, Field had made a breakthrough in his state of mind within a short period of time. Not long after he returned to Hushvale City and took over the position of City Lord, he broke through to late-stage High God realm in one fell swoop. Field, who now possessed valiant strength and the Overgod's imprint in his divine soul, had advanced by leaps and bounds. He even surpassed the patriarchs of the major family clans in the city. With the support of Field's formidable strength, the House of Lavers developed rapidly. On top of that, Field was a tactful person and had a good relationship with the major family clans. Hushvale City was unprecedentedly united. The House of Lavers had completely replaced the House of Hoffley and became the new overlords of Hushvale City. Currently, the Lavers' residence was located in the center of the most flourishing street in Hushvale City. It was even better than when the Lavers' residence was in the City of Shadows. The moonlight was cold and the breeze was gentle. Han Shuo strolled in the Lavers' residence. None of the energy towers around him seemed to have detected his presence. They did not emit even the slightest vigilance. With a faint smile on his face, Han Shuo unhurriedly walked to a room based on the probing of his consciousness. After he arrived, he started drinking and waiting. Not long after, Donna, who had been summoned by Field to discuss important matters in the city, slowly walked towards Han Shuo. Field attached great importance to Donna's opinion. For the past few years, Wallace had been obedient to Donna's every word. Usually, he would consult Donna for her opinion on important matters in the city. Many years ago, due to Field's refusal to heed Donna's suggestion, the House of Lavers and Han Shuo became estranged. The House of Lavers was forced to leave their homeland and was nearly consigned to eternal damnation. Having learned his lesson, Field had a lingering fear in his heart. He truly acknowledged Donna's foresight. Donna, who was about to open the door, suddenly heard a gurgling sound coming from inside her room. Her pretty face jolted. Donna calmly prepared herself. She took a deep breath, abruptly pushed the door open, and coldly shouted, "Who's there?" Ah, Donna suddenly saw the person drinking leisurely. She covered her mouth and let out a soft cry. Donna glared at Han Shuo with her bright eyes and gritted her teeth. After draining the bottle of wine in one gulp, Han Shuo sized up Donna with a sinister smile and said, "What? Am I not welcome here?" Donna stomped her foot and abruptly turned around to close the door. After applying several boundaries outside the door, she flew and stood in front of Han Shuo. She stopped one step in front of Han Shuo and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" Grabbing Donna's soft and fair hand, Han Shuo smilingly said, "Can I come?" Joy overflowed from Donna's face to Donna's entire body. Her petite body was trembling and her face was flushed. She touched Han Shuo's cheek and murmured, "I thought you would never come to find me. Originally, I was planning to wait for things to settle down here before going to look for you. I didn't expect you to actually come. You actually came. I'm here." Han Shuo helped Donna to sit down and softly asked, "How are you doing in Hushvale City?" "Very well. My father has broken through to late-stage High God realm. In addition, my father has obtained the Overgod's approval. No family clans dare to cause trouble in the dark. Although Hushvale City can't be compared to other cities, I'm sure it will continue to develop at this rate." Donna smiled and allowed Han Shuo to hold her little hand. She happily told him about Hushvale City. Han Shuo smilingly listened to Donna's narration. From time to time, he would chime in with a few words. As he listened to Donna, he gained a deeper understanding of the situation in Hushvale City. Suddenly, Donna stopped talking. She looked at Han Shuo's little hand that was holding hers, as though she was complaining about something. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. When he saw that Donna was looking at him with a resentful face, he put on a bitter smile and asked, "What's wrong? According to you, there shouldn't be anyone in Hushvale City who dares to bully you. You have so many beauties around you in the fringe, yet you left me here alone. You heartless bastard." Donna bunched her brows and glanced at Han Shuo's little hand that was holding hers. The resentment in her eyes intensified. You know that I'm a busy man. I've been involved in almost every major battle in the fringe all these years. I don't have the time to have so many beauties around me." Han Shuo put on a bitter smile and complained, "The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If I don't advance, I'll be going backwards. I'm either scheming with the sovereigns all day long or spending all my free time on making breakthroughs in my state of mind. I'm even busier than you. I don't care. You've been having so many beauties around you and never came to see me." Donna suddenly threw a tantrum. She pulled her hand away from Han Shuo's grasp and put on an indignant face. It was obvious that Donna was angry. However, her anger came out of nowhere. Everything was fine just a moment ago, but it suddenly turned out like this. Even a so-called expert like Han Shuo, who had a good understanding of women, couldn't grasp Donna's thoughts for a moment. He secretly looked at Donna with a pleasant expression. Donna put some distance between herself and Han Shuo as though she was still mad at him. She didn't even look at him. Han Shuo, who didn't know what Donna was thinking, took a step forward with a bitter smile and grabbed Donna. Before she could struggle, he hugged her tightly. In a situation where you don't know what a woman is thinking, hugging is the best solution. This was Han Shuo's many years of experience. As expected, Donna pretended to struggle for a moment and then stopped moving. She buried her head on Han Shuo's shoulder and said resentfully, "Why are you so well-behaved this time? Why are your hands and feet so obedient?" Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. He smiled bitterly in his heart. "So Donna is blaming me for not making a move on her. She's too honest." Chapter 999. Han Shuo's avatar was an avatar that was forcibly fused with 13 profound energies. He was an adept at controlling it. When he saw that Donna was so well-behaved because she was afraid that the overly chaotic energies in his body would accidentally injure her, Han Shuo had no choice but to try his best to explain the reason to her. Donna soon believed him because when Donna leaned on Han Shuo, She felt that the darkness divine energy in her body had become somewhat uncontrollable. At first, Donna thought that it was because she was too excited to see Han Shuo. But after listening to Han Shuo's explanation, she realized that the problem wasn't with her. However, even so, Donna was willing to gently hug Han Shuo. Of course, as she knew that this wasn't Han Shuo's body, Donna did not make out with him. From Donna's point of view, Han Shuo was nothing but a puppet. She more or less felt uncomfortable in her heart. Han Shuo's heart was palpitating with fear. He was afraid that this overly complicated body of energy would accidentally injure Donna. When Donna hugged him, he didn't dare to move a muscle. He appeared somewhat terrified. Donna sensed his nervousness, and after chatting with him for a while, she let go of him. Then she began to talk about the past events of the City of Shadows and Profound Continent. While Han Shuo was earnestly listening to Donna, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he softly said, "Your father is here." Donna's charming face blushed. She appeared rather anxious and hastily said to Han Shuo, "Then you should hide quickly." Han Shuo put on a smile but didn't get up. He replied, "Why should I hide? There's no harm in seeing him." Donna's face turned even redder. She stomped her foot in annoyance and said, "Let's see him then. I'm not afraid." Soon, Field came to the door and saw that there was a barrier in front of the house. He was stunned for a moment before he raised his voice and asked, "Why did you set up a barrier? I have something to discuss with you." Donna removed the barrier and opened the door to let Field in. She blushed and said, "Brian is here." Contrary to Donna's expectations, Field wasn't surprised at all. He said, "I knew he was here, but I didn't expect him to find you so soon. I came here to talk to you about him." As he said this, Field came in and stood in front of Han Shuo. This time, even Han Shuo was rather surprised. He sat upright and still, bunched his brows, looked at Field, and asked, "You received this information from the City of Shadows?" Shaking his head, Field sat down by himself and said, "The Master God of Darkness sent me a message through his divine soul." Donna was aghast. She looked outside and hastily shut the door. Then she walked to Field and grabbed Field's arm. She asked anxiously, "What do we do?" When Han Shuo went on a killing spree in the Darkness Dominion more than a decade ago, everyone thought that the Darkness over God would deal with Han Shuo. Donna was no exception. Donna's heart palpitated when she heard that the Darkness over God had directly sent a mental message to her father. She was worried for both Han Shuo and the House of Labors. Field turned to look at Donna and sighed in his heart. He wondered how much more hardship his daughter would have to endure in the future. Then, Field turned his gaze to Han Shuo. He knew that Han Shuo had many beautiful women around him, and none of them were easy to deal with. Donna was a member of the House of Labors. Back then, the House of Labors had dealt with the Han family. Although the House of Labors was the one who suffered the most in the end, there was still a grudge between them. Han Shuo might be magnanimous and forgiving, but there was no guarantee that the women of the Han family wouldn't hate him. "Donna, what are you worried about?" Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and said calmly, "Since I dared to come to the Darkness Dominion, I am confident that I can leave with ease. Don't be nervous. That's different. No one can contend against the might of an over-god. The last time you were in the City of Gorging Clouds, it was at the edge of the Darkness Dominion. That was why you could leave so easily. But this is Hush Vale City. My father even received a divine message. What should I do?" Donna didn't relax despite Han Shuo's reassurance. She still looked nervous and anxious. Donna's strength was too low. It was obvious that she didn't understand how terrifying the power of an over-god with quintessence was. Just like how Han Shuo could see through everything in the fringe. If an over-god of darkness wanted to settle scores with someone a level lower than him, that person wouldn't be able to escape. The reason Han Shuo was able to leave the City of Gorging Clouds unscathed wasn't because he managed to evade in time, but because the darkness over God went easy on him. For someone like Donna, Han Shua's survival was just a fluke. She didn't understand the intricacies behind it. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." Han Shua comforted Donna once more. Then he turned to Field and said with a smile, "The darkness over God didn't send you a spiritual message to deal with me, did he?" He. Tell me, what message did he want you to pass on to me?" Han Shua maintained a leisurely attitude even when he was talking to Field, Donna's father. At his realm of strength, he wouldn't be bound by the rules of the secular world. "You know that the darkness over God didn't want us to deal with you?" Field was a little surprised. "I came to the darkness dominion under their invitation. Of course I know that he didn't send you a spiritual message to deal with me." After taking a short pause, Han Shua put on a smile and said bluntly, "Besides, even if he really wanted to deal with me, he wouldn't have told you about it." Although Field had advanced to late-stage high god realm, he posed no threat to Han Shua. Han Shua could kill him with a wave of his hand if he so desired. Nestet, the over-god of death, had witnessed Han Shua's strength 10 years ago. The darkness over-god, who was on good terms with Han Shua, could roughly guess Han Shua's strength. If Han Shua really wanted to deal with Han Shua, he wouldn't have sent a small character like Field. Field couldn't help but put on a bitter smile after hearing Han Shua's words. He knew that what Han Shua said was true. 10 years ago, Han Shua was able to kill Jar with ease. Given the strength of Hushvale City, even if all of them joined forces, Han Shua wouldn't be a match for Han Shua. Suddenly, Field's heart thumped, and he asked, "The three invited you? Who else?" "The three over-gods of death, darkness, and destruction have invited me to the darkness dominion." "I wonder what they are up to," replied Han Shua casually. Field and Donna were stunned. They looked at Han Shua in disbelief. The over-gods of death, darkness, and destruction were existences far beyond their reach. They had never even seen the over-gods that they worshipped in their shrines. Yet these existences that stood at the pinnacle of Elysium had invited Han Shua to the darkness dominion, and all three of them. What did such treatment mean? It meant that they had treated Han Shua as a distinguished guest. That was simply impossible. The majesty of an over-god with a quintessence was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people on Elysium. They would only interact with over-gods who also possessed a quintessence. Other than that, they viewed everyone else as their slaves. There could only be one explanation for the three over-gods inviting Han Shua to the darkness dominion at the same time. They had treated Han Shua as an equal. "Brian, you're not joking, are you?" Donna only recovered from her shock after a long, long time. However, the shock on her face was still there and her voice was trembling slightly. Han Shua understood what an over-god with a quintessence meant to them. He didn't explain too much and asked Field with a smile, "What message did the over-god of darkness want you to pass on to me?" Field, who had finally recovered from his shock, took a deep breath and went over the message from the over-god of darkness in detail. After making sure that he had not misunderstood, he said to Han Shua, "He wants you to head to the darkness shrine in 2 days. I will tell you the location of the darkness shrine." After a short pause, Field forced a smile and shook his head. He said to the still skeptical Donna, I'm afraid that Brian is telling the truth. I've thought about it carefully. The message the over-god left me was to treat Brian as a distinguished guest. I didn't understand why the over-gods were behaving so strangely, but now I know that Brian was invited by the three over-gods." Donna was dumbfounded. She looked at Han Shua up and down for a long while before she asked, Are you really that powerful?" She knew that Han Shua had made rapid progress. However, back when she first met Han Shua on Profound Continent, Han Shua was just a puny low god who had only been on Elysium for a few hundred years. In just a few hundred years, Han Shua had gained the strength to attract the attention of the quintessence over gods. To Donna, who had been paying close attention to Han Shua's growth and progress, this was too much for her to accept. Haha, I don't know if I'm really that powerful. Han Shua spread out his hands and said smilingly, but I know that even the quintessence over gods wouldn't dare to kill me. Besides, they would have a favor to ask of me." Donna was at a loss for words. She looked at Han Shuo absent-mindedly and found it hard to imagine how Han Shuo managed to reach this realm. Ahem. Field shot a glance at Donna and said, "Little Ma, can you leave for a moment? I have something to discuss with Brian in private. You are not allowed to know the location of the Shrine of Darkness." Donna looked at Han Shuo in a daze for a moment before she softly said, "I'll be leaving then. You two talk." After Donna left, Field suddenly let out a soft sigh and said, "If I had listened to Little Na back then, our House of Lavers wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses." Every time Field saw that Han Shuo grew stronger, the regret in his heart would deepen. It was because he had underestimated Han Shuo that his younger brother Avery died, caused the House of Lavers to be forced to leave their homeland and almost be exterminated in the city of Gorging Clouds. Where is the Shrine of Darkness? Han Shuo didn't want to dwell on the past. After telling Han Shuo the location of the Shrine of Darkness, Field looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "Brian, treat Donna better." After a moment of hesitation, Field said softly, "I beg of you." He knew that due to the huge gap in strength, he could never put on airs in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will treat her well." Chapter 1000. As soon as Field left, Donna immediately asked Han Shuo, "What did my father talk about with you?" "He just talked about the Darkness Shrine. There's nothing special about it." Han Shuo smiled and said to Donna, "Your father's luck is pretty good. The Darkness over God specifically sent him a spiritual message. It seems like he thinks highly of him. With this, his position in Hushvale City will be unshakable in the future. In a divine territory governed by a quintessence over God, as long as the overgod took a liking to you, you would definitely rise to prominence one day." Field's strength was clear for all to see, and he was quick-witted. With Hushvale City in his hands, the Darkness over God would definitely promote him. "Nothing else?" Donna was a little bashful. She blushed and whispered, "He didn't mention anything about the matter between us?" Donna was still a little worried. She was afraid that Field would have a different opinion on the matter between her and Han Shuo. It was impossible for Donna to ignore Field's opinion. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo reminded Donna, Your father didn't say anything. He only told me to treat you well." To prevent Donna from thinking too much, Han Shuo reminded her. Donna understood. After hearing Han Shuo's words, she immediately knew that Field had no objections. Her face turned even redder. She stared at Han Shuo and whispered, "Then will you listen to my father?" "What do you think?" Han Shuo held Donna's little hand and smiled wickedly as he stared at Donna. Donna and Han Shuo stared at each other for a few seconds. Then she retreated in panic. She lowered her head in embarrassment and angrily stomped on Han Shuo's foot to vent the dissatisfaction in her heart. "I will be leaving for a while to meet the three of them. I will come to Hushvale City to look for you after I'm done with my discussion." Han Shuo looked sincerely at Donna and said, "If there's nothing urgent to attend to in Hushvale City, make some preparations. When I come looking for you, come with me to the Fringe." Donna was obviously pleasantly surprised, but after hesitating for a moment, she sighed softly and said, "I'll discuss this with Father. There are a lot of things that need to be done in Hushvale City, and our family is short on manpower. Let's see what Father thinks. Don't worry. Your father is protected by someone above him. He will be safe and sound in Hushvale City. Besides, it's not like you can stay in Hushvale City forever to help him. I have a lot of work to do in the Fringe," said Han Shuo as he held Donna's hand and smiled ambiguously. The Fringe was indeed very busy. However, with Phoebe, Emily, and so many other members of the Han family running things, the Fringe wasn't really short on manpower. It was just an excuse for Han Shuo. "I'll talk to Father," said Donna happily. It seems that she will have a good talk with Field. "Okay." I believe your father will be willing to let you go, said Han Shuo as he reached out to tidy up Donna's hair. All right, there's no time to lose. I'll be leaving now. I'll look for you as soon as I'm done with my discussion. Donna was rather reluctant to part with Han Shuo. She had intended to be a little more friendly to him before he left. However, when she recalled that Han Shuo's body was rather strange, she gave up on the idea. She gently reminded Han Shuo to be careful before she let Han Shuo leave. After leaving Hushvale City, Han Shuo headed straight for Mirage City. According to Field, the Shrine of Darkness was located in the Black Domain Forest, located at the center of the Darkness Dominion. The Black Domain Forest was the border region between Mirage City, Hushvale City, and the City of Shadows. The Black Domain Forest was filled with towering ancient trees. The sunlight and moonlight would be blocked by the enormous tree leaves. Even under the scorching sun, one would feel very gloomy. Back when he was in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had guessed that the Shrine of Darkness was located in the Black Domain Forest. As the Black Domain Forest was a restricted area for several cities, it was usually sparsely populated. The major cities strictly forbade outsiders from entering the Black Domain Forest. Gods who disobeyed the advice of the Shrine of Darkness never returned alive. Back when Han Shuo guessed that the Shrine of Darkness was located in the Black Domain Forest, he did not have the courage to explore it. Back then, overgods with quintessence were legendary existences in Han Shuo's eyes. Back then, his strength was too weak and he did not have the confidence to take the risk. Although the journey from Hushvale City to the Black Domain Forest wasn't a short one, Han Shuo's current speed was really fast. In just half a day, he arrived at the entrance of the Black Domain Forest. Sensing the element of darkness in the Black Domain Forest that was much denser than other places, Han Shuo took a deep breath and stepped into the Black Domain Forest. Although Han Shuo confidently said that he would be fine in front of Field and Donna, Han Shuo was still rather worried when he actually stepped into the Black Domain Forest. If the overgods of death, destruction, and darkness were to attack him together in the Black Domain Forest, Han Shuo wasn't confident that he would be able to escape easily in such a special place. After stepping into the Black Domain Forest, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and slowly sensed the unusual flow of the element of darkness. After sensing for a moment, Han Shuo headed towards the region where the element of darkness was the densest. The overgods of darkness, death, and destruction are looking for me? What are they up to? Along the way, Han Shuo had been pondering this question, but he couldn't come up with an answer. According to the overgod of death, Nestet, the reason the three invited Han Shuo to the Black Domain Forest wasn't just to unite the Fringe. Originally, Han Shuo had no intention of participating in the War of the Gods, but judging from Nestet's tone, it sounded as though no continent could escape the war. Even the dominions of space and fate, which had always advocated staying out of worldly affairs, would inevitably be affected. It was likely that the war wouldn't be as simple as most people thought it to be. After learning some secrets from the divine soul of Cause, hegemon of the Life Dominion, and learning about the special influence the existence of god hunters had on the 12 quintessence over gods, Han Shuo grew extremely wary of the 12 quintessence over gods. He couldn't understand why they would watch him grow stronger and use his power to open Eternia. It was precisely because of these doubts that Han Shuo took the risk to come to the Black Domain Forest. Rustle, rustle. Han Shuo stepped on the soft leaves and strolled forward. He didn't break through the air. Sensing the distribution of the element of darkness in his consciousness, Han Shuo identified his direction and slowly made his way to the center of the Black Domain Forest. Along the way, Han Shuo didn't discover any living beings in the Black Domain Forest. The deathly stillness of the forest made it seem rather unusual. As Han Shuo ventured deeper into the Black Domain Forest, Han Shuo discovered that the other elements in the world were getting scarcer and scarcer, while the element of darkness was getting denser and denser. All of a sudden, as soon as he took a step forward, all the weak light completely disappeared. Han Shuo was suddenly plunged into complete darkness. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there was no longer any elemental energy around him except for the purest element of darkness. Probing with his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that he hadn't entered the region where the element of darkness was the densest. It was obvious that he hadn't truly entered the Shrine of Darkness. In this realm of absolute darkness, vision was completely useless. Han Shuo could only rely on the senses of his consciousness to move forward step by step. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he had arrived at a source of darkness. In front of him, the element of darkness was released and drifted in all directions. The incomparably vast element of darkness was as boundless as the widest ocean. It seemed that this was the source of the element of darkness that was scattered in every corner of the Elysium. The power of the quintessence. Han Shuo immediately knew that he had arrived at his destination and that he would soon be able to see the over-god of darkness. Only the power of the quintessence could be so terrifying and seemingly endless. It was also only the power of the quintessence that could give off an unparalleled, powerful deterrent force. Cough, cough! Han Shuo cleared his throat twice, intending to reveal his identity. It was at this moment that he suddenly discovered that the element of darkness around him had changed. It suddenly pressed down on him. In an instant, the seemingly endless element of darkness condensed together and enveloped every part of Han Shuo's body like a cage. It surged towards him with great force. Han Shuo's heart jolted. He felt an incomparably terrifying pressure from the energy that was surging towards him. Without a second thought, the body that was barely fused together using the energy of space split into two. The two avatars suddenly dispersed. Han Shuo had never been able to fuse the two avatars back together, although he looked like a single person on normal days. When the two avatars clashed with each other in battle, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Han Shuo wouldn't need to make a fuss over a minor character. He could just fuse the two avatars back together. However, this time, he was facing an over-god of the quintessence. Han Shuo dared not let his guard down. The two avatars separated far away from each other. Two divine energies that obviously clashed with each other were unleashed from both sides. Han Shuo didn't care what the over-god of darkness was up to, but he immediately formed the strongest barrier he could to protect himself. The two avatars that were supposed to deal with a pseudo-over-god like Jar suddenly felt an incomparably powerful pressure. Under the influence of the quintessence, the endless element of darkness seemed to be mutating. It kept fusing together and turned into droplets of pure energy of darkness. Every single drop seemed to possess the power of a high god. Suddenly, those droplets of darkness once again fused together and turned into a vast ocean that drowned Han Shuo. The ocean of elemental energy turned into an enormous whirlpool of darkness. It pulled both Han Shuo's avatars into it and spun at high speed. It seemed as though it would devour everything in its path. Every time that enormous whirlpool of darkness spun, Han Shuo's two avatars would weaken a little. In just a few moments, it seemed as though the defenses of the two avatars would be completely crushed. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. He suddenly felt that he had been rather rash in coming to someone else's lair. After he arrived, he didn't even have the time to say a word before the over-god of darkness attacked him. And judging from the power of the attack, it seemed as though it could threaten his life. His two avatars seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The power of an over-god of the quintessence was indeed incomparably powerful. Chapter 1001. For a moment, Han Shuo really couldn't figure out what the darkness core god was trying to do. Seeing his two avatars weakening as the defense of the dark vortex weakened, Han Shuo felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He used all his energy to resist the powerful will of the darkness core god. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo realized that the power of his two avatars that hadn't fused together was limited. They weren't a match for the quintessence core god. The two different powers were gradually being whittled away by the dark vortex. Han Shuo felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. All he could do was try to fuse the two powers together. From Han Shuo's point of view, as long as he could fuse the powers of his two avatars together, he wouldn't have to fear the darkness core god. It was a pity that fusing 13 different powers was too difficult. It was practically a fantasy for him to achieve a breakthrough in such a short period of time. Seeing the power of his two avatars gradually being whittled away, Han Shuo grew anxious. All of a sudden, an idea flashed past Han Shuo's mind. Since it might be impossible to fuse them together temporarily, then let's try to clash our powers together. With a thought, Han Shuo's two avatars suddenly approached each other. The power that was originally used to defend himself suddenly transformed into two cone-shaped charging forces that clashed fiercely against each other like a long dragon. An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the center of the collision between the two new divine powers. Terrifying energy ripples erupted like a flash flood, spreading in all directions. In that instant, both of Han Shuo's avatars felt the powerful impact. They were sent flying out from the center of the dark vortex, escaping the entrapment of the dark vortex. Delighted, Han Shuo didn't even think about it. He hurried back the way he came, heading toward the area where the element of darkness was thinner. Huh. A surprised exclamation came from the area where the quintessence was located in front of Han Shuo. He seemed to be wondering why Han Shuo's two avatars were able to escape the influence of his darkness quintessence. At this time, Han Shuo did not care what he was thinking. He desperately retreated outside, hoping to get as far away from the area where the godhoods were. Alas, Han Shuo had underestimated the power of the quintessence over God. Suddenly, the boundless darkness spread out and engulfed Han Shuo as he moved. No matter where Han Shuo fled to, he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, and the thick element of darkness kept a close eye on him. However, Han Shuo's speed was too fast, and even the core deity of darkness couldn't form another dark whirlpool to pull Han Shuo into it. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. A peculiar voice descended from the sky. An earth-shattering energy of destruction pressed down on Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who was in the midst of escaping, turned pale with fright. Before he could evade, he was stopped by the energy of destruction. His two avatars fell to the ground. At the same time, a cold light of death appeared in front of Han Shuo. Nestet's blurry figure gradually became clearer under the light of death. The quintessence of destruction and death clearly appeared beside Han Shuo. Han Shuo's limbs turned cold. He calmed down when he saw the three quintessence over gods appear at the same time. From Han Shuo's point of view, it would be very difficult for him to leave this place now that the three over gods were here. Even if his two avatars were destroyed here, his main body would still be in the pandemonium. Han Shuo hardened his heart and forcefully twisted his two avatars together. A spatial rift split him into two. Han Shuo suddenly clasped his left and right hands together. In an instant, incomparably shocking energy waves erupted from Han Shuo's body. With Han Shuo's two hands as a bridge, Han Shuo's two avatars collided and exploded at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. An unforgettable pain came from the souls of both avatars. It was a heart-wrenching pain. All this while, Han Shuo's two avatars had never dared to touch each other with their left and right limbs. That was because Han Shuo had tested it before. Whenever his two hands touched, his two avatars would immediately feel as though their souls were on fire. It was an indescribable pain. The pain was 10 times more intense than when Han Shuo's body underwent a metamorphosis when he broke through to the skybreak realm. It wasn't something that an ordinary life form could endure. Had it not been for the cultivation of demonic arts that had given Han Shuo an abnormally high level of endurance, the pain from the contact between his hands would have shattered his divine soul. However, Han Shuo also discovered that once his two bodies touched each other, Under the unbearable pain, the collision of the two bodies would erupt with a terrifying energy field. This was a move that would destroy indiscriminately. Wow. Amazing. Not bad. The three exclaimed at the same time. The three quintessence over-gods came from three different directions. When they saw Han Shua's two hands clasped together and the terrifying energy field, they were clearly shocked. At that moment, Han Shua's eyes widened. His expression was ferocious as he glared at Nestet. The terrifying energy field instantly converged into rays from Han Shua's eyes and suddenly shot toward Nestet. Nestet's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no!" He dodged in a panic. "Brian, don't be rash. We mean no harm. Omphalos was just testing you just now." Nestet hurriedly waved his hand after dodging the ray attack from Han Shua's eyes, telling Han Shua not to act rashly. As Nestet spoke, the endless darkness seemed to have been pulled away, and the cold moonlight shone down once more. It was also at this moment that a handsome young man with a cold expression and a tall, burly man appeared from the darkness. Both of them stared at Han Shua, and their eyes shone with a strange light. The quintessence energy that only an over-god possessed was incomparably clear. Han Shua, who was about to go all out against Nestet and the others, hesitated when he heard Nestet's words and saw the two over-gods of darkness and destruction. He hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing his hands. All of a sudden, the terrifying energy field disappeared without a trace. Han Shua's eyes were fixed on Nestet and the others. His loosened hands shone with light, and the space between his hands shone with a colorful light. It was as if there was a space inside that was constantly playing out the heavens and the earth, and strands of strange energy surged over from the endless plane of existence. Han Shua did not know if Nestet's words were true or not. Therefore, he was prepared to attack as soon as the situation took a turn for the worse. There was only a fist's distance between his hands. The heart-wrenching pain suddenly vanished. Han Shua took a deep breath as he sensed the space between his two fists collapsing. His unfriendly gaze landed on the handsome young man with the quintessence of darkness. In Han Shua's eyes, the overgod of darkness was young, had a somewhat cold expression, and looked incomparably handsome. However, when Han Shua probed with his consciousness, he discovered that apart from the energy of the quintessence of darkness, there was also an ancient and vicissitude aura on the overgod. It was as though the overgod had seen through everything in the world. Han Shua understood that although the overgod looked young, he had lived for an incomparably long time. Perhaps not even profound continent had existed as long as the overgod. While Han Shua was sizing up the overgod of darkness, Omphalos, the overgod of darkness, was also sizing up Han Shua with his pitch-black eyes. After a while, Omphalos nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Not bad. You are qualified to speak to us." After a short pause, Omphalos said, "You killed 2 of my city, lords in the darkness dominion. I have to teach you a little lesson. I only attacked to see if you are qualified to speak to us." The burly man with the energy of destruction grinned. Nestet, Omphalos, and the gods of destruction all exuded an ancient aura. Although the 3 of them appeared to be young, Han Shua knew that their long lives were not something he could compare with. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment, but he did not dare to let his guard down. He carefully observed the 3's expressions and mannerisms, but he could not find any clues from them. Han Shua pondered for a moment. He felt that the 3 didn't summon him here with the intention of killing him. Putting aside his usefulness to Eternia, if Nestet really wanted to deal with him in the Death Dominion, it would be very difficult for Han Shua to defend against him. After exchanging blows with the master god of darkness, Omphalos, Han Shua realized that the 13 great forces that had not been merged were not a match for the master god of quintessence. Only when the 13 great forces were merged, or when the demonic Yuan in his main body mutated and became a demon master, would he be able to fight the master god of quintessence. Han Shuo believed that when his main body became a demon master and the 13 great forces merged into one, no master god of quintessence would be a match for him. After a long silence, Han Shuo gradually relaxed. He no longer looked at the three of them as if he was facing a great enemy. He slowly retracted his hands that were only a fist away from each other and slowly lowered them. Seeing Han Shuo's action, Nestet smiled. He knew that Han Shuo believed them. "I didn't expect you to take such trivial matters to heart," Han Shuo said with a smile as he looked at the master god of darkness Omphalos. Although Han Shuo said those words in a relaxed manner, he knew that if he were in Han Shuo's shoes, he wouldn't have minded it so easily. Omphalos was rather surprised. He did not expect that Han Shuo could recover from the incident so quickly. Although he nodded in his mind, he said in an indifferent tone, Wallace and Hofs had been city lords for so many years. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they still worked hard. It's not right for me to let you get rid of them just like that. Let's forget about it for now. I won't pursue the matter any further. We can talk about some things. What do you want to talk about? Asked Han Shuo. He looked at the three inquisitively. He was rather excited. They had traveled thousands of miles from the fringe to this place, disregarding the dangers they faced, just to uncover some secrets. Han Shuo was rather excited when Omphalos brought up serious business. Omphalos turned to Nestet and pondered for a moment before he said, "Let's talk about how the Battle of the Gods will be conducted and about Eternia." Chapter 1002. The War of the Gods and Eternia were the two things that had been on Han Shuo's mind for the past few years. Both the goddess of destiny and the god of light had vaguely mentioned those two things when they met with Han Shuo. To Han Shuo, the War of the Gods and Eternia were major events that concerned him and the survival of the Fringe. These two events involved the 12 over-gods of the quintessence and the 12 dominions. Unfortunately, neither the god of light nor the goddess of destiny had revealed any information to Han Shuo about these two things. Han Shuo had tried to find out more about them, but to no avail. Now that the War of the Gods had begun, the dominions of light, life, water, darkness, destruction, and death had officially begun their confrontation. A change that would engulf the entire Elysium was about to begin. According to Nestet, no region would be able to escape from this great whirlpool, not even the weakest fringe. At this critical moment, Han Shuo still knew nothing about the War of the Gods and Eternia. This was a fatal weakness. The reason Han Shuo had risked his life to come to the Dominion of Darkness was to find out the ins and outs of these two events. Now that Omphalos wanted to talk about it, he couldn't contain his excitement. "Oh!" Han Shuo raised his eyebrows and said, "I know nothing about the War of the Gods and Eternia. I hope the three of you can explain it to me first." Omphalos shot a glance at Nestet and pondered for a moment before turning to the gods of destruction. When the two nodded, Omphalos said to Han Shuo, "Let's talk inside." Omphalos strode into the region where Han Shuo had come from. Nestet and the gods of destruction followed Omphalos without hesitation. Han Shuo raised his head and saw an enormous palace piercing through the clouds in the place that was previously shrouded in boundless darkness. The palace was 10 times larger than the Pandemonium and looked like several mountains piled on top of each other. Han Shuo felt a sense of reverence at first glance, seeing that Omphalos and the two gods of destruction had turned into small dots shooting into the enormous palace. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment before following suit. Han Shuo gradually calmed down. Suddenly, he sensed that the enormous palace was like a terrifying whirlpool. Apart from the element of darkness that was 100 times denser than the Pandemonium, there were wisps of extremely weak, bizarre energy converging from all directions and slowly flowing into the enormous palace. With a thought, Han Shuo carefully sensed for a moment, and immediately discovered that the strands of extremely weak energy were the power of faith of the over-god of darkness. The power of faith was endless, and there were hundreds of millions of strands flowing into him like tiny streams. Looking at Omphalos, Han Shuo discovered that as soon as he entered the Shrine of Darkness, the millions of wisps of power of faith began to converge towards him. Han Shuo squinted his eyes and suddenly discovered that the power of faith in the eyes of his two avatars had turned into colorful rays of light. The enormous Shrine of Darkness was like a gigantic monster that opened its bloody mouth to devour the power of faith of the believers of the Overgod of Darkness from all material planes. Some of those wisps were as thick as an arm, while others were thousands of times thinner than a hair. After sensing for a moment, Han Shuo quickly discovered that the wisps of power of faith that were as thick as an arm contained a faint aura of a high god. As for the wisps of power of faith that were thousands of times thinner than a hair, they were so weak that Han Shuo couldn't even detect them. After sensing for a moment, Han Shuo immediately understood that the more powerful a being was, and the more powerful their soul energy was, the thicker the amount of power of faith they contributed to the Overgod of Darkness. As for the wisps of power of faith that were thousands of times thinner than a hair, they came from the commoners of some low-level material planes. The majestic Shrine of Darkness pierced through the clouds. After Han Shuo entered, he discovered that Omphalos, Nestet, and the gods of destruction Garado were already waiting for him at the center of the shrine. Behind the center of the shrine was a deep and boundless void. It seemed as though it led to another material plane. Colorful rays of light could be seen radiating from it. An enormous whirlpool of darkness was slowly moving like a colossal monster. A portion of the power of faith that had gathered from various material planes entered Omphalos, while a larger portion flowed into the deep, starry space behind Omphalos. In that space, the power of faith was everywhere and was flowing slowly like a vast ocean. Seeing that Han Shuo had followed them in, Nestet pointed at the deep, starry space behind Omphalos that was constantly changing. He said to Han Shuo, "This is the ocean of faith, the place where the divinity is soaked." Hearing that Nestet was talking about serious matters, Han Shuo immediately focused and hurriedly asked, "Ocean of faith? Soaking the divinity? The divinity needs to be nourished by the ocean of faith? If we want to unleash the power of the divinity, we must constantly replenish the power of faith for the divinity. Every once in a while, the divinity must be soaked in the ocean of faith so that it is cleansed by the ocean of faith. Only then can we continue to utilize the power of the divinity." Omphalos explained solemnly as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo had never known that the divinity had to be so carefully protected. He had thought that once an overgod obtained the divinity, he would be able to utilize the power of the divinity without any restrictions. Back when he was on Profound Continent, Han Shuo discovered that all the low-level material planes were filled with shrines. Each and every shrine was collecting believers for their overgods, so that their souls could provide an endless supply of power of faith to their overgods. Originally, Han Shuo had thought that the power of faith could increase the power of the domain of divinity. It was not until today that he realized that faith could play such an important role for an overgod. It seemed that the reason why they could constantly utilize the power of the divinity was closely related to the power of faith of their believers. It was no wonder that even in low-level material planes, they would spare no effort in plundering the power of faith. What happens if the divinity is not replenished by faith, and if the divinity is not cleansed by the ocean of faith? Han Shuo asked straightforwardly after thinking for a moment. If that happens, we, whose divine souls have fused with the divinity, will die. To be precise, our divine souls will be obliterated by the divinity, but the divinity will still exist and wait for someone else to fuse with it, Omphalos explained solemnly with a sullen face. In other words, if all beings on material planes no longer believe in you, when the power of faith in the ocean of faith is exhausted, you will be abandoned by the divinity and replaced by someone else. Han Shuo was astonished. That's right. Omphalos nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he continued to explain. The divinity shard is a special treasure. Since it is a divine artifact that contains the divinity, Once we run out of faith to maintain the divinity, it will immediately abandon us and choose the god who fused with the divinity shard. After obtaining the divinity shard, the gods who possess it can burn it to provide new power of faith. This is because the divinity shard is formed by fusing the power of faith with special substances. The new overgod only needs to obtain enough power of faith from living beings before the divinity shard is completely burned. That way, even if the divinity shard is completely burned, the divinity will be able to sustain itself with the support of an endless supply of power of faith. Can the overgods without the divinity shard obtain the divinity shard after their divine souls are obliterated? Han Shua was taken aback and asked again. Yes, the one who answered was the gods of destruction Grotto. He grinned and said, "Only if no one in this line has the divinity shard. Only then will the divinity choose them. Once they fuse with the divinity, they will immediately need a huge amount of power of faith to maintain the divinity. If they don't have enough power of faith, their divine souls will be obliterated by the divinity. Generally speaking, this is not a big possibility. We will not allow pseudo-overgods who cultivate the same line to have the power of faith that can threaten us." After a moment of hesitation, Grotto glanced at Nestet and said, "This is also why Nestet doesn't care about so-called powerful pseudo-overgods like Rog and Dagmar, and spares no effort to attack Han, who has yet to enter the pseudo-overgod realm, but has a divinity shard." Nestet wasn't angry at Grotto for using him as an example. He nodded and said, "To us, a god with a divinity shard, even if he is only a lesser deity, is 100 times more threatening than a pseudo-overgod without a divinity shard." At this point, Nestet smiled lightly and looked deeply at Han Shua. He said, "If it wasn't for Han Hao suddenly forming a new divinity shard, I wouldn't have given face even if it was the goddess of destiny. I would have definitely destroyed him." Han Shua snorted when he heard Nestet mention the past. He said, "It seems that gods with divinity shards can replace you as long as they can destroy the power of faith of your believers. Hee, I thought that you guys with divinity shards are immortal. There is no such thing as an undying being." Grotto couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Didn't the powerful existence that brought you here from another universe perish in the hands of the All-Mother? Didn't the All-Mother, the so-called eternal existence, slumber in Eternia and almost perish as well?" Han Shua's expression changed slightly at those words. Before today, Han Shua had learned all about Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord's deeds from the cauldron of myriad demon. Although he had a hunch that the 12 overgods knew who he wasn't certain. It was only now that Han Shua was certain that the 12 overgods knew who he was. It was laughable that he had been so careful ever since he came to Elysium, fearing that his secret would be discovered. It turned out that his existence had always been under their noses. "So you didn't take care of me in the Darkness Dominion because of the goddess of destiny?" Han Shua couldn't help but smile bitterly at Omphalos. The corners of Omphalos' mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He said with certainty, "Give her face? Hee, she's not that important." "In that case, I don't owe the goddess of destiny any favors," Han Shua said with a chuckle. Chapter 1003. Why did you tell me about the connection between the ocean of faith and the quintessence? What do they have to do with the battle of the gods and Eternia? Han Shua asked. "I just want you to know that we aren't irreplaceable on Elysium. Besides, we've always been bound by the quintessence," Omphalos said. "Just like how we receive faith from the souls of our believers, we also need to use the power of the quintessence to provide faith to another. A large portion of the faith we gather from the various planes is used on the quintessence, which in turn gives it to the All-Mother." Nestet's expression was grave. "To put it bluntly, us 12 quintessence overgods are merely the All-Mother's servants. She uses us to control the faith of all living beings. If we can't provide enough faith for the quintessence, we'll be replaced." Both Omphalos and Grotto's expressions darkened. Han Shua's expression changed. So there was such a secret behind all this. It seemed that being a quintessence over God wasn't an easy job after all. The creator deities used the power of the 12 quintessence to control the 12 over-gods and use them to absorb faith from all living beings. While the 12 quintessence over-gods seemed to have a lot of power, they were all just making things easier for the creator deities. While they could maintain their transcendent status and use the power of the quintessence, they had strict conditions. They couldn't take the initiative at all. "How dare you talk to me like that?" Han Shuo said. "According to what you said, you'll never be able to escape the creator deity's control. Do you think you'll be able to survive if she learns of this?" "Things are different now." Gerardo smiled and took a deep breath. He stared at Han Shuo and said, "Many, many years ago, an incredibly powerful being tore a rift between the two universes and arrived here. His power was incomparably terrifying. The 12 over-gods and the ancestral mother goddess felt that terrifying power. You should know who I'm talking about." Han Shuo nodded. Of course. He knew that Han Shuo was talking about demon Lord Gu Tianxia. With a rapid breakthrough of Han Shuo's strength, he vaguely realized the terrifying power of demon Lord Gu Tianxia. Now that his consciousness had reached the level of a demonic lord, he was certain that once his body was reborn, he wouldn't need to fear any quintessence over God. Gu Tianxia, the exalted demon lord, was even stronger. Who in this universe could possibly be his match? Who would be able to hurt him? The answer was self-evident. Naturally, it was the All-Mother that they were talking about. "I know who it is. Go on." Han Shuo waved his hand and concentrated on Gerardo. He tore through the endless obstacles of the two universes, and his physical body suddenly descended. At that moment, the 12 of us received the order of the Mother of Creation at the same time. We gathered around the Mother of Creation and immediately attacked that person who had yet to recover. Gerardo straightened his back and smiled wryly. You can't imagine how terrifying that battle was. Many small planes disappeared in that battle. The 12 of us were only responsible for holding him back. The one who truly attacked was the All-Mother. After so many years, I still feel uneasy whenever I think of that person. Apart from the All-Mother, I can't imagine anyone as strong as him, strong enough to destroy a plane with a wave of his hand. It's too terrifying. Omphalos sighed. Hearing Gerardo mention Gu Tianxia, Omphalos sighed. This was the first time Han Shuo had heard of Gu Tianxia's strength. The fact that he could destroy a plane with a wave of his hand was indeed shocking. When he first obtained the memories of the demonic arts, he still had some doubts about the earth-shattering power. But now he knew that wasn't the most powerful thing. He's completely dead, Han Shuo said softly. He was quite clear about what happened after that. Omphalos and the others didn't think Gu Tianxia's death was due to his lack of strength. The three exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Gerardo pondered for a moment before continuing. His defeat wasn't because he was weaker than the All-Mother. It was probably because he exhausted too much energy tearing through space. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won. Even so, the All-Mother was heavily injured. After a pause, Omphalos's expression turned cold. At that moment, the All-Mother suddenly attacked. Our quintessences lost control, and our souls and quintessences fell toward her. At that time, we clearly felt the power of faith and divine energy we had gathered over hundreds of millions of years surging toward her. At the same time, she was rapidly recovering. If that person hadn't used a divine artifact to launch a final attack before leaving, our souls and quintessences would have been taken away by her. At that time, we would have completely disappeared, and she would have recovered very quickly. Amon's face turned cold as he said, "It was only then that we suddenly realized that perhaps we were just cattle and sheep that could be slaughtered at any time. We have to thank that person. Otherwise, we would have never known who we were." Gerardo took a deep breath and said, "That person's final attack before he left caused her to suffer even more injuries. At that time, we who should have firmly stood on her side began to hesitate. She understood the situation better than anyone else. She seemed to know that we had thoughts of betrayal, so she immediately used her remaining power to enter the castle in the sky. Before she closed the castle in the sky, she once said that all the power in our bodies was bestowed upon us by her. She said that the power in this universe would never be able to open the castle in the sky, and that as long as she recovered, she would take back everything that she had bestowed upon us. Of course, she wasn't only referring to our quintessences, but also our lives. Omphalos smiled bitterly. She had absolute confidence in herself. Even if that person escaped, there would have been lethal energy left on him. She was sure that he wouldn't be able to survive. Grotto said that was indeed the case. That person didn't manage to escape and completely perished. However, she didn't expect that person to have a means to counterattack before he died. She actually managed to forcibly bring your soul from another universe. After a short pause, Grotto continued, "We only learned about you from the goddess of destiny later on. It wasn't until you set foot on Elysium that we were able to confirm what kind of power you had. Our divine souls and quintessences have long since fused together, so we can't cultivate another power. That's why we can only pin our hopes on you. We hope that you'll be able to open the castle in the sky." Those words had a huge impact on Han Shuo. Only now did he truly understand what had happened back then, as well as the old grudge between Gutianxie and the All-Mother. The All-Mother was currently recuperating in the castle in the sky. Once she felt that she had enough power to deal with the 12 quintessence over gods, she would naturally emerge from the castle in the sky. The 12 quintessence over gods were aware of this, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Although they seemed to be living a good life, they were constantly under the shadow of the All-Mother. "You're saying that you plan to open the castle in the sky and kill her before she fully recovers?" Han Shuo immediately understood Nestet's plan. Without hiding anything, Kratos nodded and said, "That's right. We don't have a choice. Once she accumulates enough power, she'll naturally come out and take back our divine souls and quintessence. We've been her puppets for billions of years. We've given her most of the power of faith we've obtained. If she wants to kill us, we can't just sit around and do nothing. If that person hadn't appeared, we wouldn't have been able to resist her even if we knew that we were nothing more than her livestock. After all, she's far stronger than us. The 12 of us together wouldn't have been enough to deal with her. Fortunately, that person's appearance gave us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With her injuries, we don't have to be so passive anymore," said Dark Mantle excitedly. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He stared at the 3 of them carefully and suddenly asked, "Judging from your expressions, it doesn't seem to be as simple as killing her. Is there something in the castle in the sky that you've been yearning for?" Nestet, Dark Mantle, and Grotto's eyes flickered, but they didn't answer. Han Shuo immediately understood that there must be something in the All-Mother that attracted them. The fact that the 3 quintessence over gods were so excited in front of Han Shuo meant that they were coveting something that had broken their state of mind. Seeing that the 3 didn't want to reveal anything, Han Shuo didn't want to get to the bottom of it. That thing was too far away for him right now. He'll find a way to ask when he's actually going to open the castle in the sky. "I know a little about the castle in the sky, but why are you in such a hurry to enter the battle of the gods?" asked Han Shuo. "We can feel that the quintessence is demanding more and more power of faith. It's getting out of our control. Although we can't sense her presence, the quintessence's abnormality shows that her control over it has deepened. Although we've tried our best to control it, there's not much we can do. The goddess of destiny said that she'll come out of the castle in the near future. We don't have much time left." Dark Mantle looked at Han Shuo with a heavy expression and continued, "The battle of the gods is the key to opening the castle in the sky. Now that you're strong enough, we're in a hurry to leave." Han Shuo was stunned. He felt sorry for Nestet and the others. It seemed that the All-Mother was too much of a threat to them. Han Shuo felt a chill in his heart when he heard that she would come out of the castle in the sky soon. He knew that his existence was a greater threat to the All-Mother. Once she came out of the castle in the sky, the first one to need her help wouldn't be the 12 quintessence over gods, but him.